Hi everyone, I'm Top Romance here. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like the video and subscribe to the channel, so I can be more motivated to make more quality videos. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. A beautiful maiden with snow-white skin, her lips pursed, small and pink on her body, wearing a beautiful bride's dress that was good to you, man. A little mermaid from the merfolk tribe. Sister Bitch Noyet said, if you follow the instructions, you will be able to find your benefactor. The maid beside her holding the veil looked at beautiful and good to you man and said, since it's a substitute marriage, it's indeed better to find someone beautiful. Consider it compensation for that cripple. The red veil was placed over Ngo to you man's head. Remember, from now on, you're Ngumong Lu, wife of the 6th general. The bridal sedan chair was lifted. 8 bearers carried the bride to the general's mansion. Sitting in the sedan chair, Ngo Tu Man's heart was in turmoil, still couldn't believe this was real. I never thought I would become his bride as a substitute, to become his bride in ceremony. But Ngo Tu Man sat in the bridal chamber tossing and turning alone on the bed, unable to calm down. Although becoming a substitute bride, being able to be close early is good. But I am a male merfolk. How can I marry a man? Ngo Tu Man helplessly held his head, not knowing what to do. Just then, a voice sounded from outside. Young master, please come in quickly. It's the wedding night. Don't keep the bride waiting too long. Ngo Tu Man hurriedly sat up, put the veil back on his head. If things have already happened, I should repay the kindness first to help my benefactor's legs recover sooner. The door creaked open. The guard pushed the 6th general in his wheelchair. He whispered softly. The master instructed that all rituals must be completed. To avoid people's gossip, the 6th general frowned and coldly asked what else needed to be done. The guard said while pushing the 6th general inside, at least you must remove the veil and drink the wedding wine. Though the 6th general didn't like it, he still complied. He took the small stick and lifted Ngo Tu Man's veil. Their eyes met. Ngo Tu Man was disappointed, heartbroken, to see how much his benefactor had changed. He doesn't even smile anymore. The guard behind the 6th general stared in amazement. Never expected the bride to be so beautiful. The 6th general's eyes remained cold and calm. Without a ripple of emotion, he raised the wedding cup. Ngo Tu Man's heart sank. His benefactor's eyes looked at him so unfamiliarly. Does he not recognize me? Seeing the bride motionless, staring at him, the 6th general coldly asked, Miss Ngo, do you not want to drink this wedding wine? Ngo Tu Man finally reacted and quickly said no. No, then picked up the wine cup. They linked arms, preparing to drink the wedding wine. Ngo Tu Man secretly glanced at the 6th general. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. I don't care if he recognizes me or not. I must help Master Chen recover. Be happy like before. After drinking the ceremonial wine, Wu Xiaoman sat up straight. Her eyes were fixed on Lu Ji. Sister Bus said we could try. Wu Xiaoman stared at Lu Ji's thin lips, using mouth to transfer qi. Seeing Lu Ji about to leave, Wu Xiaoman hurriedly called out, wait, where are you going? From sitting on the bed too long, then suddenly standing up, Wu Xiaoman's legs went numb, uncontrollably fell into Lu Ji's arms. Seeing Lu Ji frowning at her, Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly explained in haste, I am sorry, my legs are numb, and I couldn't stand steady. Did I hurt you? Lu Ji mockingly smiled and said, Miss Wu must be joking. I'm already a cripple. What's there to talk about pain? Wu Xiaoman heartbrokenly interrupted Lu Ji's words. I forbid you to talk about yourself like that. I can heal your legs as long as you with me. With me. She recalled what Bue had told her. First push him down with your body. Then use your mouth to seal and transfer qi to him. Then Lu Ji, hearing her words, laughed with me. What, Miss Wu? You must be trying to mock me. Wu Xiaoman ignored everything. She closed her eyes and puckered her lips. Whatever. Do as Sister Bue taught. Push down first. Seal with mouth, then explain later. Lu Ji frowned angrily, pushed Wu Xiaoman to the ground, shouting, how dare you? Wu Xiaoman sat up and explained to him, I just wanted to give you. Lu Ji didn't want to hear her explanation, angrily turned his wheelchair and left. Miss Wu, though I'm crippled, but I won't let anyone humiliate me at will. Seeing him misunderstand her like this, Wu Xiaoman panicked. You misunderstood. I really didn't mean to humiliate you. Lu Ji's sharp eyes glanced at the bride coldly, said, though we are married, what you want, I'm afraid I cannot give. From now on, this room belongs to you. Tomorrow follow me to the front court to serve tea. You can move freely in the mansion afterwards, but you must still follow the rules. Seeing Lu Ji leave the room, the guards outside quickly bowed young master. Lu Ji closed his eyes and ordered take me to the study. The subordinate quickly replied yes. Wu Xiaoman sat on the ground, tears in her eyes watching Lu Ji leave. She recalled a memory from long ago. A young man running barefoot on the sand towards the sea. An unfortunate fish got stranded struggling to jump back to the sea, but failed. It opened its eyes to see a handsome young man bending down staring at it. That young man exclaimed in surprise, "Were you washed up here by the waves? I'll take you back." Then the young man gently released the fish into the water. The scene changed to not long after. The young man happily lying down, reaching into the water to play "Aren't you that little stranded fish from before? This time you're here to thank me." The young man looked up at the sky and said cheerfully, "My name is Lu Ji. What's yours?" Back to reality. Wu Xiaoman lay sprawled on the bed, mumbling to herself. "My name is Wu Xiaoman. Wu comes from Wu Ra village where you saved me. The name comes from the season. It was the day 7 years ago when you saved me." Early the next morning, a shocked voice cried out, "What? The young master couldn't do it?" Wu Xiaoman fearfully covered the other person's mouth. "Keep your voice down, Xiao Dao. You misunderstood. I didn't mean he couldn't do it. It's just that last night after drinking with me, he just left, that's all, Wu Dao." Wu Xiaoman's personal maid mumbled. "Facing such a beauty like you, so charming and alluring, how could he not be moved? If this isn't couldn't do it, then what is it?" Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes and said softly, "Perhaps Master Lu just remembered last night's scene." Lu Ji disgustedly pushed you to the ground. Wu Xiaoman mumbled heartbrokenly to herself, "He just hates me." Wu Dao helplessly slapped her forehead. "But sleeping in separate rooms on the wedding night. How are we supposed to live in the days ahead?" Wu Dao suddenly grabbed Wu Xiaoman's shoulders and said seriously, "Xiaoman, you must cheer up. You're not the original bride, Wu Menglu. This marriage was arranged by the Empress herself. If discovered, we would face death penalty." Wu Xiaoman stuttered to explain, But initially, I just wanted to be Miss Wu's accompanying maid." Wu Dao covered her mouth and seriously analyzed the current situation for Wu Xiaoman to understand. "You only wanted to be an accompanying maid, that's true. But unexpectedly, she tricked you into the bridal sedan and ran away herself. The plan now is that you must absolutely win the young master's love. That way, even if the substitution is discovered, there will still be room to maneuver. Don't worry, Xiaoman. I will help you win the young master's love." Just then, there was a knock on the door. "It's almost time. Please hurry up, young mistress. Don't be late for the tea ceremony." Lu Ji's personal maid, Yin Luo, pushed Lu Ji into the room. Wu Dao quickly bowed and said, "Please come in. Young master, we have a custom here that needs your participation." Lu Ji looked at Wu Dao in surprise and asked what custom. Wu Dao answered softly, "According to our village rules, after the wedding, the groom must comb the bride's hair. Please cooperate." Lu Ji frowned but said nothing. Wu Xiaoman sat nervously at the dressing table, glancing at Lu Ji behind her. Xiao Dao made up this rule with good intentions, but Master Lu seems very unhappy. Is he angry? Lu Ji silently wheeled his chair behind Wu Xiaoman. He took up the comb and began brushing the bride's long hair. First stroke to the ends, second stroke till silver hair appears. Wu Xiaoman's hands clenched tight. Third for children and grandchildren to come. You couldn't help but carefully glanced at Lu Kik, thinking how gentle the master was. After a while, Lu Kik put the comb down on the table, then turned around and urged, "All right, quickly go serve the tea. Don't waste time." Wu Xiaoman, with her hair neatly combed, glanced at Lu Kik and responded. Seeing Lu Kik's cold demeanor, Wu Xiaoman cried silently in her heart, "It seems the master still doesn't like me." The two quickly went to the main hall. Wu Xiaoman slightly bowed down to look at the elderly lady in front, respectfully serving tea to the grandmother. Lu Kik's grandmother, Madame Lu. The Lu family matriarch smiled kindly, accepting the cup of tea. "Good child, I'll drink it." After serving tea to Madame Lu, Wu Xiaoman continued politely serving tea to Lu Kik's stepmother. First, Madame Feng Manning. Feng Manning took the teacup and coldly said, "Looks not bad. Just don't know if she can bear a son or not." Lu Kik's aunt, Second madam, sitting on the side mocked. About bearing a son, sistering better not think about it. Being able to take care of him is enough anyway. Lu Kik's half-brother Lu, used mother standing behind second madam, also chimed in, adding insult to injury. That's right, mother. In Big Brother's condition, having someone to care for him is enough. Having children. Who knows if he's even capable anymore, ha ha ha. Others joined in laughing and mocking. A paralyzed man who can't even get out of bed, wanting to have children. Ha ha ha, but it's true his wife doesn't look bad at all. If possible, someone nearby laughed loudly, saying, "You won't even spare a country girl. Your taste is quite heavy, brother." The laughter and words reached both their ears. Wu Xiaoman gritted her teeth, her cold eyes feeling heartbroken for Lu Kik. So this is how Master is humiliated at home. When Master fought for the country, he should receive respect, not insults. No matter what, I must help Master's legs recover. Feng Man Ing put down the teacup. She looked at everyone and said, "Tea has been served. All of you may leave now." Lu Kik directly turned his wheelchair and left. Wu Xiaoman and second madam hurriedly bowed and responded, "Yes," paying respects, but when Wu Xiaoman glanced to the side, she couldn't see him any more. Surprised, "Where's Master?" She quickly walked outside. "I must quickly find Master. Try the chi transfer technique again to see if his legs can be healed." Lost in thought, not paying attention, she accidentally bumped into Lu Yu and fell backward. Lu Yu pretended to be kind and reached out to help Wu Xiaoman. "Sister-in-law, where are you rushing to?" Lu Yu with lustful eyes glanced over Wu Xiaoman. "Sister-in-law's first time at Lu Mansion. How about I show you around to familiarize yourself?" Wu Xiaoman frowned and refused. "No need. I know the way," she said with disgust, and turned to leave. This isn't the person who was just mocking Master, and why didn't I want to notice earlier? He, seeing Wu Xiaoman's hesitation, immediately turned to leave. Lu Yi quickly reached out to pull her back, saying, "Don't leave yet. I heard before that Miss Wu had a face as big as a plate, and eyes as small as beans. Meeting today? Those rumors really can't be trusted." Wu Xiaoman frowned. What do these words mean? Could it be that the substitution marriage has been exposed? Lu Yi grabbed Wu Xiaoman's wrist tightly. He stared at Wu Xiaoman and spoke despicably. "Big Brother is truly blessed despite being paralyzed to have such a beautiful wife like jade and flowers. This face is so soft." Wu Xiaoman angrily shouted, "Let go. So you're just a lustful man." Lu Yi paid no attention to Wu Xiaoman's anger. He leaned his face close and said, "Anyway, Big Brother can't have intercourse. He doesn't know how to appreciate you. You might as well follow me." Wu Xiaoman angrily bit her lips. How dare he speak of Master like that? Too hateful. I must teach him a lesson. At this moment, an angry voice rang out. "What are you doing?" Hearing the voice, Wu Xiaoman turned her head and saw Yun Luo pushing Lu Ji approaching. Lu Yi pressed Wu Xiaoman against the wall and sneered. "Oh, it's Big Brother. Seeing sister-in-law is so gentle. I wanted to chat more with sister-in-law and take the opportunity to show sister-in-law around the Lu Mansion." Lu Ji coldly glanced at Lu Yi. Release Wu Xiaoman. "Very well, you're considerate, Yun Luo. From now on, you'll follow the madam. Listen to her orders." Yun Luo behind remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Yes, young master." Seeing this, Lu Yi quickly bowed and prepared to leave. "It's early morning, and I rushed over here. Haven't even practiced martial arts yet. Big Brother, sister-in-law, take your time talking, I'll leave first." After speaking, he turned to leave after a few steps. He unfortunately stepped on seaweed and fell face first to the ground. Lu Yi, having lost face, angrily shouted, "Why is this stone floor so slippery? Haven't the servants cleaned it?" Seeing Yun Luo pushing Lu Ji leaving, Wu Xiaoman happily ran after them, saying, "Ah, I'll go with you." Lu Ji glanced at her and coldly said, "Miss Wu, I don't know what your conduct was like in Wu Ra village, how absurd and casual it was. But this is the Lu Mansion. I hope you'll maintain your self-respect in your future behavior." Wu Xiaoman stood stunned, looking at Lu Ji. After a while, she stepped closer to explain. "No, you misunderstood. Just now I wanted to go out to find you, but Lu Yi, he blocked my way and said." Lu Ji glanced at her coldly, asking, "Said what?" Wu Xiaoman quickly came to her senses. "No, those words cannot be told to Master." She quickly stood straight and made an excuse. In short, his behavior was improper. He's the one who should show self-respect. Lu Ji glanced at the seaweed in Wu Xiaoman's sleeve, then coldly reminded, "Don't wander around the mansion these days. Stay in your room and learn proper etiquette first." Seeing Lu Ji was no longer angry, Wu Xiaoman happily ran after him. Lu Kich coldly said, "Let's go. Father should have finished his court session by now." We still need to meet him. A while later, Wu Xiaoman returned to her room. She picked up a teacup and drank. Below her was a large fishtail. Wu Xiaoman sighed inwardly. Master N's personality has become much colder now. He even misunderstood me according to Xiao Dao's words. If my relationship with Master N was good, if he trusted me, then I could do anything with him. But wouldn't that just prove that my behavior is absurd? Master N would misunderstand me even more. I should just tell Master N I came to repay his kindness, that I want to heal his legs, that's all. But my mermaid identity would be exposed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. It's me, Luke Kitsch. Wu Xiaoman panicked and looked at the door. I must quickly transform back. Wait a moment. As Luke Kitsch entered, at that exact moment, Wu Xiaoman transformed her fishtail back into legs. Luke Kitsch lowered his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Sorry to disturb you. Father has just gone to the study room." Wu Xiaoman warmly stood up upon seeing this. I understand the elder is inspecting my room. This room is so spacious. Enough for both of us. I'll push you in. She stepped down from the bed, but unfortunately tripped and fell into Luke Kitsch's lap. Luke Kitsch reached out to catch her. They faced each other, eyes meeting. Wu Xiaoman lay in Luke Kitsch's arms, staring at him. Now Master N seems not to resist me. Wu Xiaoman's heart pounded heavily, uncontrollably. She stared at Luke Kitsch's parted lips. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity. Wu Xiaoman closed her eyes tightly and slowly moved her lips closer to Luke Kitsch's. Suddenly, she couldn't breathe. Something felt wrong. Luke Kitsch raised his hand and pushed Wu Xiaoman's face away. "Miss Wu, please have some self-respect." Wu Xiaoman hastily backed away. She accidentally knocked over a vase on the table onto Luke Kitsch's feet. Wu Xiaoman anxiously asked, "Are you all right? How are you? Are your legs hurt?" Luke Kitsch quickly caught Wu Xiaoman's frantically searching hands and said, "It's fine. You go rest first. I don't need your care." Wu Xiaoman, feeling dejected, replied, "All right," and left. Luke Kitsch frowned at this. Was I too harsh? Is she sad now? A while later, Wu Xiaoman returned to find Luke Kitsch sitting in his wheelchair reading. The book suddenly fell from Luke Kitsch's hand to the ground. Wu Xiaoman approached and saw Luke Kitsch's sleeping form. Has Master N fallen asleep? Sleeping here will make him catch a cold. She quickly ran to get a blanket and gently covered Luke Kitsch with it. Master N looks beautiful even when sleeping. As a result, she fell asleep beside Luke Kitsch's feet without realizing when. Early the next morning, Luke Kitsch woke up and was surprised to see Wu Xiaoman sleeping next to his feet. Why is she sleeping here? No Chu Man tightened her hand, grabbing the blanket on her body. Luke Kitsch mumbled in his sleep. The blanket needs to be covered carefully. Luke Kitsch was startled when she pulled him tight. Suddenly, No Chu Man looked up. Their lips met in that moment. No Chu Man reacted in panic, hugging her head tightly while kissing. We've actually kissed. At this moment when their breaths mingled, No Chu Man wrapped her arms around Luke Kitsch's neck and kissed. Deeply, Luke Kitsch stared at No Chu Man in surprise. His whole body stiffened, unable to react. At this moment, Van La entered carrying a basin of water. "Young master, the Imperial Palace carriage has arrived at the gate. We should prepare." The two people in the room panicked seeing someone and quickly separated. Van La brought the face-washing water forward and respectfully said to Luke Kitsch, "Young master, let this servant help you wash your face." No Chu Man smiled, reaching out to take the washing basin. "Good morning, Van La. Give it to me instead." Van La coldly walked past her without regard and served Luke Kitsch with the face washing. No Chu Man frowned and glanced at the wealthy household, thinking it was truly troublesome. Aren't normal households supposed to have wives washing their husbands' faces? Never mind, I'll wash up early and then go pay respects to mother-in-law. She stretched and walked out. A moment later in the main hall, Feng Man On sat on the chair and said coldly, "I told you before not to forget morning and evening greetings. Yet you woke up this late. Where have all your manners gone?" No Chu Man knelt on the ground and apologized. "Mother, please calm your anger. I won't do it again next time." She thought about how enchanted she was looking at young master last night, so she lowered her face. Feng Man On refused to let it go and angrily scolded. "Next time? You dare speak of next time? What kind of teaching has Luke Kitsch given you?" She angrily threw a teacup at No Chu Man's head. No Chu Man lowered her face, trying to suppress her anger. "On dirait, Chuman, she's the mistress of the house. Young master is already sad enough. I absolutely cannot cause more trouble for young master. She lowered her eyes. Feng Man-on smiled coldly, looking at No Chu Man kneeling on the ground. That's right, Luke Kitch's legs are already crippled. In some ways, he's not equal to normal men. Indeed, he cannot discipline his wife. No Chu Man's face darkened. She angrily stood up, frowning, saying young master has been through life and death, sacrificing so much for the country. How can you speak of him like that? Feng Man-on became angry, frowned, and scolded. Who are you raising your voice at? You dare talk back to me? She gritted her teeth and stood up from her chair, saying, Very well, a new daughter-in-law daring to be impudent to her mother-in-law. Is this the manner that Luke Kitch taught you? I must teach you a lesson. She raised her hand, about to slap No Chu Man. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. If mother wants to discipline someone from my household, shouldn't you inform me first? Feng Man-on sat back down in her chair, trying to suppress her anger. It's just a small matter. No need to tell you about it. Lu Jiji suddenly noticed the wound on Wu Xiaoman's neck. He quickly pulled open Wu Xiaoman's collar to look coldly, saying it's just a small matter. Lu Jiji looked at Feng Man-ing. His hand reached out to hold Wu Xiaoman's hand. Tonight the emperor has invited us both to a banquet. The palace carriage is still waiting at the gate. If it's just a small matter, I'll take Meng Lu ahead first. Wu Xiaoman was surprised, glancing at the hand holding hers. Lu Jiji looked at Feng Man-ing and continued, I trust mother won't mind. Feng Man-ing forced a smile and said of course not. Lu Jiji glanced at Wu Xiaoman kneeling beside and continued, then Lu Jiji will take Meng Lu to leave first. Let's go, Meng Lu. Wu Xiaoman stood up and pushed the wheelchair to take Lu Jiji out. Watching the two leave gracefully, Feng Man-ing gritted her teeth in anger. Just a cripple, yet dare to use the emperor's name to pressure me. Very well, Lu Jiji. I will definitely make you pay. In the carriage, Wu Xiaoman lowered her head and said, Thank you for helping me out today. However, she raised her head, eyes sparkling with excitement as she asked Lu Jiji, What's this palace banquet tonight about? Why did His Majesty invite me along? Lu Jiji looked at Wu Xiaoman and explained the emperor issued a marriage decree according to custom. After marriage, we must go give thanks. I just forgot to tell you this morning. He recalled the scene from this morning and his heart stirred. Wu Xiaoman suddenly understood, her cheeks flushing red. Oh, I see. At this point, she groaned in pain. Lu Jiji's eyes narrowed. He looked at Wu Xiaoman and ordered her to take off her outer robe. Wu Xiaoman was shocked, unable to react. Huh? Lu Jiji said softly, Your back is burned. There are no maids here right now. I'll apply medicine for you. Don't worry, I won't look around carelessly. Wu Xiaoman stammered, All right. Lu Jiji took a white cloth to blindfold himself, then applied medicine for Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman thought to herself. She never expected her benefactor to be so considerate. After a while, the medicine was applied. Lu Jiji removed the white cloth, though the burn wasn't serious. But recalling the swollen wound on the back of her neck, Wu Xiaoman said softly, But don't forget you still need to apply it for several days when you return. Then Lu Jiji suddenly changed the topic, right? Later we'll be separated by gender. Remember to be careful in your conduct. Don't break any rules. Even if noble consort Wu is your sworn sister, she won't be able to protect you. Wu Xiaoman froze in shock, mouth agape. What? Noble consort Wu is Wu Meng Lu's sworn sister. Has my marriage substitution been exposed? She fearfully changed expression and covered her face. After the greetings were done, Wu Xiaoman walked around thinking, That scared me to death. I thought I was exposed. Unexpectedly, noble consort Wu and Wu Meng Lu are just distant relatives who've never met. However, I still need to seize the time to cure benefactor's legs as soon as possible. But the Qi Jiaoren seems to have no effect. But I remember Sister Bitch Noyette also said, if the mermaid's breath doesn't work, then try plucking mermaid scales. Grind them in a powder. Suddenly, at this moment, you hear Luke Kitch's voice. Miss Tam, I am married. There's no possibility between us anymore. Chu Man standing aside sees Luke Kitch with another lady. Master is here. Tam Mo Tuet, daughter of Minister Tam. Luke Kitch's first love rushed into his arms, hugging him tightly without letting go. Luke, brother, I don't believe you don't have me in your heart. 3 years ago, you clearly promised me. After the battle, you would return to marry me. Luke Kitch reaches out to support Miss Tam Mo Tuet. Tam Mo Tuet clutches tightly onto Luke Kitch's clothes. Don't tell me you don't like me anymore. She cries heartbrokenly. I know you just don't want to involve me. You still love me, Luke, brother. I don't care how others look at me. I just want to be with you. Luke Kitch helplessly looks at Tam and Mo Tuet. No Chu Man turns away heartbroken. You try to suppress your emotions thinking of what Sister Bitch Noyet said shouldn't casually eavesdrop on others' conversations. But the feelings between Miss Tam and Master Back then must have been very good. They are also very well matched. After healing his legs, they can be together, and then when Master has double happiness, he will surely be very happy. But this is clearly a good thing. Why does my heart feel so painful? In the bathroom, No Chu Man sits in the bathtub, fishtail appearing. You try to self-hypnotize that it doesn't hurt. Just endure a bit, and it will be fine. No Chu Man gently touches her tail, thinking of Master's legs. This little pain is nothing. No Chu Man, just endure a bit. Blood flows down from the body. No Chu Man plucks the scales from her body. You scream in pain, hearing No Chu Man's voice echoing in the room. Luke Kitch anxiously pushes the door open, worriedly asking what happened. Seeing the scene before him, Luke Kitch's whole body freezes. Luke Kitch, shocked in disbelief, stares at No Chu Man's flat chest. You are a man. No Chu Man panically sinks into the water. After a while, No Chu Man, properly dressed, sits on the bed explaining everything to Luke Kitch. That's how things are. Luke Kitch coldly glances at No Chu Man. So Miss No found someone to marry into the Luke Manor as a substitute. No Chu Man lowers his face and answers yes. Luke Kitch laughs coldly. So that's it. Miss No thinks I'm a cripple. So you found a man to marry in your place to humiliate me, right? No Chu Man looks at Luke Kitch, hurriedly explaining it's not like that. They originally wanted to find a beautiful woman for you. But Luke Kitch angrily grabs No Chu Man's wrist. Enough, stop making excuses. I don't care why you used a man as substitute what you're trying to do. But not anyone can just barge into my Luke Manor. Luke Kitch disgustedly pushes No Chu Man's hand away, then turns to leave. You'd better behave yourself. If I find out you and the Six Mansions have other motives, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Ji's cold and sharp gaze glanced at Wu Xiaoman as a warning in the study. Duan Hung, Lu Ji's personal guard, seeing Wu Xiaoman approaching, said, "Sorry, young master, the general is busy with military matters and can't see anyone right now." Wu Xiaoman felt disappointed inside. That night, she thought she would be caught quickly. Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes sadly and replied, "I understand, but Master and didn't say anything." Everything remained calm and peaceful. She turned around dejectedly and left. I don't know why Master N didn't expose me. I want to find him and explain, but from beginning to end, he refuses to see me. Master N, what exactly do you want? Wu Xiaoman, heartbroken, turned back to look at Lu Ji's room. I'll wait until he's free and come back later. Lu Ji sat in his study, looking at the investigation results on the table. The investigation showed Wu Minglu didn't want to marry into the Six Mansions. They chose to select a maid as substitute and picked Wu Dao. Wu Xiaoman then tricked someone into the bridal sedan. Now she has changed her name. Her father secretly hid her at home. Wu Dao is the butcher's daughter from Wu Ra village. Wu Xiaoman is not from Wu Ra village. Her background remains unclear. Lu Ji recalled Wu Xiaoman's words in the study. Young master risked his life for the country before. Made so many sacrifices. How could you speak of him like that? Then remembered the scene of Wu Xiaoman collapsed at his feet. Lu Ji frowned in thought. A man with unclear background. He spent so much effort to get close to me. What exactly does he want to do? Perhaps I should find a chance to probe him. In the bedroom, Wu Dao angrily slapped the table and shouted, "Everyone is talking nonsense like that, saying that young master hates the bride, repeatedly refusing to stay overnight. What nonsense." Wu Xiaoman lowered her face and said softly, "They're not wrong." Wu Dao looked at Wu Xiaoman in confusion. How can that be? Young master treats you very well. Before, every day he had people bring hot water for you to bathe. You should have more confidence in yourself. Wu Xiaoman lowered her face dejectedly and said, "Yes, he was indeed very good to me before, but I deceived him." Wu Dao grabbed Wu Xiaoman's collar, trying to wake her up. What can't be overcome between husband and wife? Don't worry, Xiaoman. I will definitely help you find a way to appease young master. Wu Dao accidentally spilled tea on Wu Xiaoman. Seeing Wu Xiaoman's clothes wet on the chest, Wu Dao frantically apologized. "Sorry, Xiaoman. Let me wipe it for you." Wu Xiaoman blushed embarrassedly and said it's fine. "It was my fault for not being careful." Seeing Yun Luo bringing clean clothes in, Wu Dao quickly said, "Perfect timing. Here are clean clothes. You should change out of these wet ones. Wet clothes can easily make you catch a cold." Wu Xiaoman softly replied. Mu Dao hurriedly went up to Yun Luo, intending to take the clothes from her hands. "Sister Yun Luo, these clothes don't need to be put away. Just give them to me." Yun Luo frowned in disgust and asked what's with all this fussing around. She coldly glanced at Wu Xiaoman. "What changing clothes? The young master isn't here to change clothes for anyone to see. Could it be you have some lover in the sixth manner?" Wu Dao angrily questioned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Before Xiao Dao's hand could touch Yun Luo had already fallen to the ground herself, crying out in grievance. "Everyone come quick and see. The young madam is allowing her maid to hit people." In no time, everyone gathered around to gossip. The young madam seemed easy to talk to, but she turns out to be such a person. Sister Yun Luo has served the young master for years. Perhaps it's because of this that the young madam is displeased. Unable to win the young master's favor herself, she takes it out on servants. How disgusting. Wu Dao angrily rushed out to reason. "You clearly fell down by yourself." Wu Xiaoman quickly held Wu Dao back. "Xiao Dao." Just then Feng Mining angrily approached. "Why is the young master's courtyard so noisy today?" Wu Xiaoman frowned as she glanced at her. "What is she doing here?" Seeing Feng Mining approach, the servants and maids quickly knelt down. "Peace to the first madam." Wu Xiaoman slightly bowed and greeted Mother. Feng Mining frowned as she looked around asking what happened here. Yun Luo grievously grabbed Feng Mining's clothes and said, "First madam, please uphold justice for this servant. Usually, I serve wholeheartedly and diligently, but the young madam arbitrarily insults me, and even had Wu Dao hit me." Then she pulled up her sleeve, revealing bruises on her arm. "If first madam hadn't come today, I fear I would have been beaten to death." Wu Dao, kneeling beside Yun Luo, angrily said, "You're lying. I didn't hit you. You clearly fell down yourself. Moreover, you." Feng Mining angrily spoke up. "Shut up. Did I ask you to speak? Gag her mouth for me." Seeing Xiao Dao get gagged by someone, Wu Xiaoman frowned worriedly, calling out Xiao Dao. Feng Mining gave Wu Xiaoman a contemptuous look. Indeed, coming from a small family in the sixth manner, yet dares to act so recklessly. Abusing servants. Wu Xiaoman frowned and protested. "I didn't." Feng Mining angrily shouted, "Didn't what?" She glanced at the maids kneeling on the ground and ordered, "Tell me how the young madam usually bullies all of you. Don't be afraid. I will uphold justice for you." Then she glanced at Mama Shun beside her, signaling. Mama Shun understood and frowned as she began her accusations. "First madam, others may not dare to say much, but this old servant dares. When I come to the courtyard, I often see the young madam whipping, slapping the servants' faces. She basically doesn't treat them as humans." Then Mama Shun knelt before Feng Mining and said, "Please, madam, help us make a decision." Wu Xiaoman couldn't believe it, looking at the crowd kneeling before her. "What are you all doing?" Feng Mining, seeing her goal achieved, angrily said, "All witnesses are here. You dare to deny it. Guards, take the young master to the ancestral hall to kneel and think it over for a few days." Wu Dao hurriedly grabbed Feng Mining's hand, begging for Wu Xiaoman. "Madam, matters in the young master's courtyard should rightfully be managed by the young master himself. If punishment is needed, shouldn't we wait for his return?" Feng Mining heard this and laughed coldly. "Wait for him. A cripple like him won't return until dark. Besides, he can't even stand up. How can he manage people in his own courtyard? It's better to let his mother, like me, discipline them on his behalf." The old maid stood up, glanced at Wu Xiaoman, then flattered Madame Feng Mining is right. She's really lost her mind, still hoping for the young master to save her. How can a cripple like him, who can't even take care of himself, save anyone? It's laughable. Wu Xiaoman couldn't bear it anymore and pushed the steward hard to shut him up. The steward cried out in panic. Wu Xiaoman angrily spoke up. "The young master is not a cripple. He risked his life for the country's glory. He's a hero who protected our nation. Apologize now." Feng Minying, seeing Wu Xiaoman dare to defy her, narrowed her eyes in anger. I'm still here, and you dare to strike someone. It seems that usually you indeed act without any respect, doing whatever you please. Guards, bring me the whip. A family member grabbed Wu Xiaoman and forced her to kneel. Feng Minying took the whip and smiled coldly, lightly touching Wu Xiaoman's face. I'll give you one last chance. If you apologize and admit your wrongs to the old maid and Yun La, I'll spare you. If not, Wu Xiaoman's eyes were determined and fearless, saying I did nothing wrong. I didn't harm anyone. The young master is not a cripple. He's a hero. You're the ones who should apologize. Feng Minying angrily whipped Wu Xiaoman, who refused to repent even in death. Let me see just how tough your bones are. At that moment, a sword flew in and cut the whip. The sword plunged straight down near Feng Minying's feet. Feng Minying turned around angrily. Who dares? Lu Ji, pushed by Tuan Heng, coldly answered me. Feng Minying frowned, looking at Lu Ji, thinking Lu Ji. Could he have been here all along? Feng Minying looked at Lu Ji, pretending to care, asking Jir, weren't you handling business? Why are you back already? Lu Ji didn't look at her and coldly replied, I heard the commotion, so I came to see what's happening here. Feng Minying touched her forehead, pretending to say, it's nothing serious. Just that your wife was abusing servants and I caught her in the act. I'm just teaching her some manners. Lu Ji coldly asked about mistreating servants. Duan Heng understood his master's intention and turned to leave. Lu Ji, with cold eyes, glanced at the servants kneeling on the ground. Is that so? The kneeling servants were too frightened to speak. Feng Minying glanced and signaled to Shen Mama. Shen Mama understood and went to Yun Luo's side, pulled up her sleeve, revealing bruises for Lu Ji to see. Young master, please help us get justice. The young mistress not only mistreats servants, but also beats them. Poor Yun Luo. She served you since childhood, but is treated like this. If we hadn't passed by, she might have been beaten to death. Lu Ji squinted as he looked over. Wu Xiaoman saw this and hurriedly explained. It wasn't me. Feng Minying angrily interrupted. What do you mean it wasn't you? I saw it with my own eyes. You abused and beat Yun Luo, still showing no remorse. Shamama just wanted to stop you, but you pushed her down too. She looked at Lu Ji and continued. This wife of yours is stubborn and difficult to teach. Let your mother discipline her properly for you. Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji heartbrokenly. Do you believe their words? After all, I had deceived him before, but Feng Minying saw Lu Ji's silence and ordered the servants. Someone take the young mistress down too. Wu Xiaoman's heart twisted in pain. He still didn't trust her. At this moment, Lu Ji's cold voice rang out. Wait, just based on a few words from servants, Mother wants to override my authority to deal with my people. To prevent military secrets from leaking, I have guards secretly monitoring my courtyard. Perhaps Mother would like to hear what they have to say. Feng Minying was shocked and guilty looking at Lu Ji. His courtyard actually had monitors. Then what about Lu Manor? Everything I've done these years isn't. She was too scared to think further and stammered. No need. If you say so, I'll believe you. Lu Ji coldly interrupted her. We still need to make things clear. After all, Meng Liao is my wife. Her reputation is very important to me. At this moment, a subordinate came and reported to Lu Ji, young master, just now I saw very clearly. Yun Luo deliberately fell to fake injuries. She conspired with Shen Mama, intending to frame the young mistress. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji in disbelief. The whip cracked loudly on the ground as Feng Minying angrily lashed towards Shen Mama and Yun Luo. You vicious servants trying to deceive me and frame others almost made me misunderstand Meng Liao. Someone, take them away and whip them. Lu Ji spoke coldly. No need. My courtyard has its own management. Let my wife handle them. Then he looked at Wu Xiaoman and asked, Meng Liao, how do you want to deal with them? Wu Xiaoman was stunned, looking in shock at Lu Ji, who was standing up for her. So they won't dare to bully me anymore in the future. The two remained silent, looking at each other for a long time. Lu Ji turned away embarrassedly and said, Since you're married to me, naturally you manage the affairs in the courtyard. When servants make mistakes, it should be handled by you. Mama Shun and Yun Luo trembled in fear, quickly begging for forgiveness. Young master, please spare us. Wu Xiaoman frowned, glancing at the two kneeling on the ground. I want them to apologize to you. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman in surprise. Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes. Lu Ji thought to himself. He suffered such a great grievance, yet only wants them to apologize to me. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman with a slightly gentler voice. Don't fight with him for my sake anymore in the future. It's not worth it. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji with a heartache. How is it not worth it? On our wedding night, I acted rashly, but you still patiently combed my hair. When I was troubled during morning greetings, you led me away. When you found out I was hurt, you carefully applied medicine for me. Even now, knowing that I deceived you, you still stand up for me as before. Though appearing cold and indifferent on the outside, your heart remains straightforward. As sincere as back then for Master N, it's clearly worth it. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji with tears in her eyes. She burst into tears and sat down beside Lu Ji, saying no. You are worth it. Lu Ji's hands tightened as he looked at Wu Xiaoman. The next day, Shen Hanyin, Lu Ji's good friend, held a cup of tea and said to Lu Ji, from what you've told me, this person is indeed very strange. Unknown background, crude behavior, but extremely caring towards you. Protecting you repeatedly, perhaps he likes you. Lu Ji choked on his tea and coughed. Don't say such things to me. He's a man disguised as a woman hiding in the Lu family with unknown intentions. Shen Hanyin looked at Lu Ji with interest and asked, perhaps they're afraid of being exposed and facing punishment. You've investigated already. In this matter, he's also a victim. Moreover, since he came to the Lu mansion, has he done anything to harm you? Lu Ji avoided Shen Hanyin's gaze and answered no. Shen Hanyin looked at Lu Ji and suggested, if that's the case, I think you could live well together with him. After all, you never wanted to marry anyway, disappointing others. He's a man and conveniently helps protect you. Lu Ji recalled the times they embraced. He thought to himself, live well together. The streets were bustling with people. Wu Dao pulled Wu Xiaoman running quickly through the streets, excitedly, saying how lively it was. Xiaoman, look. Xiaoman, don't be so down. Last time the young master saved you from the madam's hands. It shows he's much less angry now. Why don't you try buying him a gift to make amends? Wu Xiaoman's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? You suddenly looked at the old man selling sugar figurine candies. Let's buy some sugar figurines. Just tell me what shape you want for the sugar figurine. Wu Xiaoman suddenly had an idea. Got it. She put down some coins on the table and said, sell me one. I want one that when an angry person looks at it, they'll immediately stop being angry. The vendor laughed when he heard Wu Xiaoman's request. First time I've heard such a request. You're really making it difficult for this old man. Who are you planning to give it to? Wu Xiaoman shyly lowered her head and said, for Cho. Wu Dao, standing behind, laughed happily, patted Wu Xiaoman's shoulder, and said loudly, it's for her husband. Wu Xiaoman blushed with embarrassment. After a while, at the general's mansion, Wu Xiaoman held the horse-shaped sugar figurine in her hand, looking dejected that Lorden hadn't returned yet. She saw Lu Ji being pushed back in a wheelchair by servants. Wu Xiaoman's eyes lit up. You're back. She ran to Lu Ji's side, gave him the horse-shaped sugar figurine. This is for you. I saw it on the street. I thought you'd like it. Lu Ji silently looked at her. He recalled the past when he was still able to ride horses, when his legs were still fine. Lu Ji angrily gritted his teeth and left. Seeing Lu Ji suddenly leave in anger, Wu Xiaoman hurriedly chased after him. She held up the figurine and said, this is a horse, an edible horse. Try it. It's very sweet. I know you want to sit like that, want to ride horses. Just give me some more time. Lu Ji turned his face away, knocked away the sugar figurine, saying, I don't want it. Wu Xiaoman looked at the broken sugar figurine on the ground. Give me more time. I will definitely help you stand up. Let you be mighty and impressive, famous far and wide like before. She sat on the ground, picking up the sugar figurine. But why do you keep pushing me away time after time, not even giving me a single chance? Lu Ji frowned, looking at Wu Xiaoman sadly kneeling on the ground. Right now I'm not worthy of fine horses. The next day in the living room, Lady Lu said, I heard you two have been sleeping in separate rooms lately. No hatred between husband and wife can't be resolved overnight. Even bigger issues shouldn't deliberately distance you from each other. Days ago, Kaiji was still protecting his wife. Now he doesn't care about her anymore. This way people will start gossiping. Lu Ji calmly replied, Kaiji understands. Lady Lu smiled with satisfaction at this. It's getting late. Go rest now. And remember, no more separate rooms. Late at night, seeing Lu Ji still reading in the bedroom, Wu Xiaoman reminded him, you take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Just then, a reminder came from outside. Young master and young mistress, why aren't you resting yet? Reading brings knowledge, but staying up like this isn't good. Wu Xiaoman looked toward the door in surprise. Yet Mama is outside. Moreover, they know what we're doing. Seems our shadows on the window gave us away. You frantically glance around. What should we do? Madame Tai sent Mama to watch us. If we sleep separately, we'll be caught. Blowing out the candle would be obviously suspicious. Watching Two Man frantically waving her hands. Luke Kitch's heart suddenly became confused. Just now he was so heartbroken. Now he's worried about himself again. What exactly is your purpose for coming to Luke Manor? Remembering Tam Han Van's words that he likes you. Luke Kitch's cheeks flush red with worry. What am I thinking about? A moment later, Luke Kitch glances at Two Man. Come over here. Let's act it through. This bed should fit two men just fine. Two Man blows out the candle. She quietly walks to the bedside, looking at the sleeping Luke Kitch. Is Master Luke already asleep? I must be gentle. Two Man gently lies down next to Luke Kitch, watching him sleep soundly. The scale I plucked earlier has been ground to powder. Now it seems Master Luke is asleep. Maybe I should take this chance to apply the scale powder on his legs. Two Man cautiously reaches out to lift Luke Kitch's pants. Luke Kitch alertly opens his eyes and grabs her wrist. What are you doing? Two Man is stunned, not knowing how to explain. I couldn't sleep, getting up for some tea. Luke Kitch sees through her lie. Tea will make it harder to sleep. Two Man obediently lies back down. Then I won't drink any. Seeing Luke Kitch not questioning further, Two Man rubs her wrist and sighs in relief that scared me to death. Why did he wake up? Looks like I can only wait until midnight. Wait until he's in deep sleep and try again. Seeing Luke Kitch in deep sleep, Two Man sits up and waves her hand in front of Luke Kitch. It's time. This time Master Luke is sleeping deeply. Surely won't get caught this time. Perfect. Two Man tiptoes and pulls up Luke Kitch's pant leg. Two Man stares at Luke Kitch's legs amazed. Master Luke's legs are truly beautiful. They look no different from normal people. Long and straight, Master Luke. Don't be sad. Two Man takes out her small cloth bag with determined eyes. I swear. No matter what method I use, I will definitely cure you. At this moment, Luke Kitch suddenly sits up, frowning at Two Man asking, What are you doing? Two Man freezes, her hands stiffening. It's over, caught again. She stammers, Luke Kitch frowns, pins Two Man down and asks again, What were you trying to do? Why did you come to Luke Manor? Two Man cries grievously. I can't say. If I tell him I'm not only not a woman, but also not human, Master Luke will surely drive me out of the manor. Seeing her refusal to speak, Luke Kitch reaches for the curtain tie. If you won't talk, I have ways to make you speak. Luke Kitch uses the rope to tightly bind Two Man's wrists. MMPH. In Two Man's heart, there was chaos like grasshoppers, speak or not. Won't speak. Luke Kitch pressed close, forcing Two Man to speak. What's your purpose for coming to the Luke mansion? Two Man's cheeks turned bright red. If I speak, Master will drive me away. I still want to heal your legs. Luke Kitch gently bit Two Man's earlobe. Why do you want to heal my legs? Unable to resist, Two Man said, Because Master once saved my life. Back then when I was still a little fish, you saved me. I came to repay that kindness. Luke Kitch looked straight into Two Man's eyes and asked softly, You're not really Two Man with flushed cheeks, honestly answered. I am a mermaid. I have a way to heal Master's legs. Master. Two Man feels so uncomfortable. Master. Two Man has confessed everything. Can you stop punishing me? Two Man feels very strange. Luke Kitch gently stroked Two Man's lips, so Two Man came to heal my legs. It seems I blamed you wrongly. After saying that, Luke Kitch bent down and placed a kiss on Two Man's lips. The next morning, Master Two Man hugged the blanket tightly, smiling and mumbling Master. Luke Kitch frowned, looking at the sleeping Two Man. The sun is already high up, wake up. Hearing the voice, Two Man slowly opened her eyes and immediately hugged Luke Kitch's neck. Master, I still want. Two Man then kissed Luke Kitch's lips. Luke Kitch froze, eyes wide open, looking at Two Man. Two Man slept soundly, hugging the blanket, sleep talking continuously. Master, ma. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting her sweet dream. Two Man. Two Man drowsily woke up, not understanding what happened. Dao rushed and frowning and said, Young Master has been out for half a day. Why aren't you up yet? Madam wants you to come over for tea. Quickly get up and prepare. Two Man disappointedly glanced at the empty bed beside, already gone. Master, so all of that was just a dream. Why in the dream did I do such embarrassing things with Master? Moreover, I didn't hate it, even kind of liked it. Gochu Man embarrassedly held her cheeks, feeling shy, not knowing what to do. In the main hall, there was a pleasant fragrance. Madame Luke smiled kindly, holding a beautiful young lady's hand, and introduced. Mong Lu, this is Luke Viet's bride-to-be, Lu On. On, she is Luke Kitch's new wife, Mong Lu. Lu On politely slightly bowed to greet Ngotu Man's sister-in-law. Madame Luke smiled, looking at Ngotu Man, and instructed. Everyone will soon be family. No need to be too formal. Mong Lu, take On shopping. You two young ladies get along well. Ngotu Man obediently answered yes. Ancestral mother on the busy streets of the capital. Lu Ying shyly and embarrassedly holding a book, asked Sister Xiao Man. I don't know if sister-in-law had read this before getting married. Wu Xiao Man curiously opened the book to look. Seeing the content inside the book, her face turned red. Her eyes widened, looking at men and women intertwined in the book. Lu Ying shyly asked if sister-in-law after marriage does this every night. The madam at home won't tell me. I see the expressions of these people in the book. They seem to be in great pain. Is this really that painful? Hearing Lu Ying ask like that, Wu Xiao Man mumbled to herself, wondering if it's painful. Looking at the intimate couples in the book, Wu Xiao Man fell into deep thought. Lu Ying beside her saw. She didn't answer, softly called Xiao Man, Xiao Man. Wu Xiao Man came to her senses and embarrassedly coughed lightly. They look painful on their faces. But it might not actually be painful. Doing this with someone you love, no matter what, it will become very enjoyable. Lu Ying immediately lowered her head. Is that so? But sister-in-law is so beautiful. Surely the young master must like you very much. Won't let you suffer any grievance. But I'm afraid the second young master will find me boring. So before I even marry, and he already wants to take concubines. Wu Xiao Man was shocked, quickly grabbed Lu Ying's hand to comfort her. How could that be? You're gentle and lovely. Second brother will definitely like you very much. The candy over there looks very tasty. The kites are also very beautiful. Let's go look, sister. If you see anything you like, just tell me. Consider it a meeting gift after a while. Wu Xiao Man happily held the kite in her hand and said, Ying, let's go to the tea house to rest. Walking for over half an hour, my feet are sore. The two were chatting happily as they entered the tea house, not noticing, and bumped into someone in front. Wu Xiao Man, seeing this, quickly helped that young man carefully. After returning to the mansion, Wu Xiao Man walked around her small courtyard once. Master hasn't returned yet. Don't know if he's less angry today. Today while taking a walk, couldn't think of what apologetic gift to buy. Afraid he still won't like it. Wu Xiao Man looked at the pond in the small courtyard, watching the fish swimming in the water. The fish swimming in the pond suddenly spoke to her. We know. You want to give a gift to Lu Ji. At the bottom of this pond is his favorite plum blossom bag. If you can pick it up and return it to him, he will surely be very happy. Wu Xiao Man's eyes suddenly lit up, happily looking at the pond. Late at night in the bedroom, Wu Xiao Man handed the object in her hand to Lu Ji, saying, I found this in the pond. It seems to be yours. Lu Ji looked at the object in Wu Xiao Man's hand in surprise. This plum blossom ribbon. I thought I would never find it again. Look at this plum blossom hair. Tai Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiao Man in astonishment. Moreover, you can see the hair tie has been carefully repaired. Did he fix it? Lu Ji gripped the plum blossom hair tie tightly in his hand, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He recalled the scene of Wu Xiao Man pressing against him, kissing him last night. He was confused about why he did those things. Could it be true, as Shun Hanyin said, that he likes me? But at that time, he must have just been in a dreamy state. Lu Ji's cheeks unconsciously turned pink. Wu Xiao Man beside him saw Lu Ji in a daze and waved his hand to call him. Lu Ji, he softly said to snap him out of it. Thank you. Wu Xiao Man stood beside, watching Lu Ji read, wondering if his master was no longer angry. He curiously looked at Lu Ji and asked, This plum blossom hair tie is very exquisite. I wonder which master craftsman made it. He thought to himself, if he answers me, it means he's no longer angry. Lu Ji lowered his eyes and replied, Not exactly a master, but an old acquaintance. Wu Xiao Man was surprised. An old acquaintance. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Plum blossom snow. Shinma. That painful feeling in his heart came again. Wu Xiaoman clutched his chest tightly. Why does his heart hurt so much just thinking about his master and Shinma? Wu Xiaoman lowered his eyes, trying hard to hold back his tears. After a while, he looked at Lu Ji and said, "My name is Wu Xiaoman. Could you call me Xiaoman from now on?" He thought silently. If he could hear his master call him that way, he would feel much better. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman gently and said yes. Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman excitedly stared at Lu Ji, indeed feeling much better already. Early the next morning, in the small courtyard, Lu Ji and Wu Xiaoman were having a meal together. Looking at the plum blossom hair tie that Lu Ji had carefully hung on his sword, Wu Xiaoman suddenly felt sad. Things carried with oneself indeed hold special meaning. While he was lost in thought, Wu Dao came rushing and calling him anxiously. "Xiao Xiao." Wu Dao came to his side and whispered in Wu Xiaoman's ear. Wu Milio's entire family suddenly arrived. The madam just went out to welcome them. "Come with me quickly to see what's happening." Wu Xiaoman's face darkened and his body stiffened. What? Why did Wu Mingjia's entire family suddenly come here? Has the marriage substitution been exposed? In the reception room, tea was served. Madame Lu looked at Wu Mingjia's family and politely said, "You've come such a long way. It wasn't easy. Why don't you stay at the mansion for a night and leave tomorrow?" Wu Mingjia's mother smiled and replied, "Madam, you're being too courteous." Wu Xiaoman sighed in relief. The marriage substitution hadn't been discovered. "That's really good." Wu Mingjia beside him whispered, "Xiaoman, what does that general really look like? Is he really that ugly?" Wu Xiaoman whispered back. Him at this moment, Lu Qi came in from outside looking at mother and father. Wu Minglu politely greeted them. Son-in-law paying respects to father-in-law. Mother-in-law Wu Xiaoman was shocked with mouth agape. Why has Lu Qi arrived already? Wu Minglu, seeing Lu Qi's appearance, her eyes lit up brightly. So handsome Wu Xiaoman went next to Lu Qi, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "That one is really Miss Wu Minglu from the Wu family." Lu Qi whispered back, "I know." Seeing how close the two were, Madame Lu smiled with satisfaction. Look how well these two young ones get along. Wu Minglu saw this and fell into silent contemplation. She lowered her head in silence, lost in unknown thoughts. At the general's mansion, Wu Minglu sat dejectedly in the pavilion, confiding Lu Qi can actually be this handsome. Everyone on the street said his appearance was ugly, and that he was old, and childish children who see him cry endlessly. These are all completely baseless rumors. I've been terribly misled by those rumors. Wu Xiaoman beside her stammered in response, "Rumors indeed can't be trusted." He thought to himself, "Master doesn't have an ugly appearance, nor is he old. It's clearly slander." Wu Minglu suddenly got excited, stood up, and looked at Wu Xiaoman saying, "I regret that I should marry Lu Qi, although his leg isn't well. But he's handsome. Moreover, his family is so wealthy." Wu Xiaoman was startled and hurriedly tried to discredit Lu Qi. Actually, he's not that good. He doesn't like talking and is extremely cold. Plus, the Lu family has many rules. Relationships are complicated. Last time, I was falsely accused and almost had to kneel at the ancestral hall. Wu Minglu, hearing this, suddenly became frightened. "Is that true? It sounds very scary." Wu Xiaoman firmly confirmed. "It's true, it's true. 100% true." Wu Minglu stared at Wu Xiaoman for a long while, then spoke. "Wu Xiaoman, I think I've figured it out. You like Lu Qi, don't you? Deliberately saying so many bad things about him. You're afraid I'll switch back identities and take him away, right?" Wu Milio's eyes turned cold as she stared at him. Wu Xiaoman was shocked, mouth agape, thinking like, just now hearing Wu Minglu say she wanted to marry Master. I deliberately spoke ill of Master. Was it because I like him? He recalled the times Lu Qi gently patted his head and softly called Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman suddenly realized. So whenever thinking of him, I can't help but blush, wanting to do intimate things with him. Is it also because I like him? Seeing him frozen stiff like with saying nothing, Wu Minglu quickly reassured him, "Don't worry. I was just teasing you. The identity switch can't be discovered by others. You be good and continue being Lu's young madam." "But what does he usually call you?" "He doesn't call you Minglu, does he?" Xiaoman answered honestly. No, he calls me Xiaoman." Wu Minglu curiously asked further. "Then what do you call him? Do you also call him by name?" Wu Xiaoman honestly replied, "Yes, what else could it be?" Wu Minglu frowned and said, "You two are too distant from each other. Wu Xiaoman asked blankly. Then how should we address each other? Wu Minglu smiled and said, for example, like Lu Lang. Wu Xiaoman suddenly trembled. Lu Lang doesn't know that I call him that way. I wonder if he would be angry. The next day, Wu Xiaoman was in the back garden flying kites with Wu Dao. She let out a light sigh. Finally saw off Wu Mingliu's whole family. Wu Dao stood beside her, smiling and encouraging Sister Xiaoman. Your kite flies so high. Wu Xiaoman looked at Wu Dao and said, I don't know much else. I'm only good at flying kites. Back in Wu Ra village, I often flew kites with the children. Do you want to try? Wu Dao cheerfully shouted, yes, yes. Wu Dao excitedly took the kite and started flying it. The kite suddenly swayed, then fell outside the small courtyard. Seeing Wu Dao's dejected face, Wu Xiaoman quickly consoled. Don't worry, I'll go get it. She hurriedly ran out to find the kite. The kite must have fallen nearby. Her eyes suddenly widened. Ah! Xiaoman saw Lu Ji holding her kite. Master. She quickly ran over and asked, did you find this? Lu Ji looked at her and replied, yes. How are you? Wu Xiaoman nodded slightly. Yes, I made it 2 days ago, got some bamboo, and spent all night carving the frame. Wu Dao, who is my maid, also helped. Lu Ji silently listened to her speak. Wu Xiaoman looked at him and thought to herself, Master hasn't flown a kite for at least 3 years. He should be soaring in the sky. Now he's confined in a place with high walls on 4 sides and a wheelchair. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Ji and asked Lu Ji, do you want to fly the kite? Lu Ji silently looked at the kite in his hand, lost in thought. Seeing him not answering, Wu Xiaoman took back the kite and smiled, saying, if you don't speak, then I'll take that as a yes. She happily pushed the wheelchair, taking Lu Ji to the small courtyard. Let's fly the kite. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji and asked, how is it? Fun. Lu Ji looked at the kite tied behind the chair flying high in the sky, his eyes full of admiration and longing. Wu Xiaoman smiled and asked, beautiful. Lu Ji looked at her expression, his cheeks suddenly turning pink. He quickly looked away, avoiding her gaze, and softly replied, late at night, the sky was dark with heavy rain. In the bedroom, Wu Xiaoman muttered unhappily. The weather was so nice this morning. Who knew it would rain in the evening? With nothing to do, might as well practice calligraphy. Wu Xiaoman sat at the desk, holding a brush, looking at the blank paper before her, thinking what to write. She turned her head, glancing at Lu Ji reading behind her. Then, Wu Xiaoman began to write down Lu Lang. She was mumbling to herself. Lu Ji behind her noticed her mumbling something and curiously asked, what did you just say? Wu Xiaoman startled and nervously said, I didn't say anything, just feeling like having something sweet, just randomly making chewing sounds. Right? The candied dates I buried under the tree, wonder how they are now. After saying that, she ran away like the wind. A moment later, she returned with a stick, looking very upset. The Earth God is too greedy. Can't believe he secretly ate my candied dates. Lu Ji sighed and said, it was probably eaten by ants. Wu Xiaoman blankly asked back, ants. Lu Ji helplessly drew an insect to show her. Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly explained quickly, of course I know what ants are. It's just that I live near the seaside, so I rarely see them. After a while, Wu Xiaoman quietly lay in bed, sound asleep. Seeing it was late at night, Lu Ji also went to the bedside. I should go to sleep too. He glanced at the bamboo skewer on the table. This bamboo skewer was from those candied dates. He was full of joy, wanting to give those candied dates to me. But I ended up hurting his heart, making him cry. Wu Xiaoman, lying on the bed, started sleep-talking Lu Lang. She turned over and continued sleep-talking. Lu Lang, stop reading. Come here and rest. Hearing her call him like that, Lu Ji's cheeks flushed red as he stared at her. Just now at the table, I thought I had misheard. Why when I hear her call me like that, my heart doesn't reject it at all. Instead, I even feel a bit happy inside. Lu Ji was very confused now. He kept watching Wu Xiaoman sleep for a long time. Wu Xiaoman walked alone in the backyard, her face full of thoughts. I don't know if I'm mistaken or not. Always feel that recently I've gotten much closer to Master N. He seems to no longer guard against me. Wu Xiaoman entered the room, saw Lu Ji, and softly called Lu. But seeing him sleeping on the chair, her heart suddenly ached. Must find an opportunity to apply the Lin powder on his legs. Looking at Lu Ji sleeping soundly, Wu Xiaoman's eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity has come. Very good. Looking at his appearance, he won't wake up soon. Wu Xiaoman, seeing this, squatted down and touched Lu Ji's legs with both hands. Lu Lang's legs. It's such a pity. I heard that Year Master and was ambushed on the battlefield. The enemy attacked from behind directly slashing at his neck. They clearly wanted him dead. Fortunately, Master Lu had great fortune. After being unconscious for days, he actually woke up. It's just a pity that since then his legs lost all feeling. He can no longer walk normally. Wu Xiaoman pulled up Lu Ji's pants and sighed twice. Great work accomplished. Next is to monitor Master N's condition. Adjust the amount of powder for next time appropriately. Done. Wu Xiaoman went for a walk by the stream to think. It's just a pity. What's wrong? Last time after applying the powder, Master N became immersed in official business and didn't return for several days. Like this, how can I monitor his condition? This won't do. I can't just sit here waiting idly. I must go find him. Seeing Wu Xiaoman approaching, Duan Heng glanced at the person in the carriage and reported, "General, the young madam is looking for you." Wu Xiaoman went to the carriage window, looked at Lu Ji inside, and asked with concern, "How have you been feeling lately? Has your body changed, or is it still the same as before?" Lu Ji thought she was being bullied in the mansion again and frowned, asking, "Why are you here? Are you suffering grievances at home again?" Wu Xiaoman stubbornly said, "I asked first. You must answer me first." Lu Ji looked at her and softly replied no. Wu Xiaoman dejectedly lowered her head. "Me neither." Duan Heng spoke from the front. "General, shall we depart?" Wu Xiaoman hurriedly asked, "You have to go out." Lu Ji didn't hide it from her and replied, "To a friend's horse farm, to select some good horses for battle. They raise several horses there with gentle temperaments, very suitable for learning horseback riding. You want to learn?" Wu Xiaoman's eyes lit up. "Horse riding. I want to learn." After some time, the two arrived at a large horse farm. Inside a room, Shun Hanyan introduced himself. "I am Shun Hanyan. I've long heard of Madame Lu's name." Wu Xiaoman stood beside Lu Ji, looked at Shun Hanyan with furrowed brows. "This person looks so familiar." "Oh, right, I met him before at the tea house. He even invited me for a meal." Suddenly a voice rang out from outside. "Miss, your appointment with the master is tomorrow. Why have you come today?" Shun Mashua lifted the curtain and entered, saying, "Please come with me, young Master Lu. I have something to tell you." Shun Hanyan looked troubled, went to Lu Ji's side, and explained quietly. "Originally arranged so you two wouldn't meet. Didn't expect this girl, near her wedding day, to become confused again. A few days ago, she actually went on hunger strike demanding to see you." Lu Ji lowered his eyes and said coldly, "Let's talk here." Shun Mashua glanced at Wu Xiaoman and said, "Fine. Anyway, an ignorant country woman wouldn't understand anyway." Wu Xiaoman clenched her fists tightly and remained silent. Suddenly a hand reached out to hold hers comfortingly. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji. In surprise, Shun Mashua went in front of Lu Ji and said, "I've thought it through. After marriage, one can still divorce. This engagement of mine hasn't been fulfilled yet. What's wrong with canceling it? I know you have feelings for me. Otherwise, back then, as soon as you went to the battlefield, you wouldn't have asked the emperor to cancel the engagement. You were afraid of involving me, afraid of ruining my happiness, right?" Lu Ji remained silent. Gutu Man frowned while looking at Shun Mo Shui. It seems Shun Mo Shui had guessed everything correctly. Perhaps being provoked by Shun Mo Shui like this, Lu Ji will speak his true feelings. "When I see Lu Ji doesn't care about me," Shun Mo Shui cried in frustration. "Lu Ji, you just need to say one word. Whether it's nobility or living in rags at the edge of the world, I will follow you." Lu Ji held Ngutu Man's hand tightly and said seriously, "Initially, I did think about not wanting to involve you. But now Chu Man and I are harmonious as husband and wife. We've already promised to spend our lives together. No one can replace that. I hope Miss Shin can also find her good match soon. When that time comes, we will surely attend your wedding." Ngutu Man looked at Master Lu Ji in disbelief. Her heart was in chaos, not understanding what was wrong. "Ngutu Man, wake up, this is all just an act." But if Master didn't love Shun Mo Shui so much, he wouldn't make up such lies. He wouldn't pretend to hold your hand like this. Ngutu Man lowered her head dejectedly. "They say human men are the best at deception. If I wasn't involved in this, I would probably believe his words too, thinking we were a deeply in love couple." She glanced at the hand holding hers tightly. "But Lu Ji's hand is so warm, I can hold it a bit longer. Best if I could hold it for life without realizing." Shortly after, the two walked out of the horse grounds, with Ngutu Man's cheeks slightly flushed. Unexpectedly, even after Shun Mo Shui left, they were still holding hands. Could it be that I unconsciously held Master's hand and wouldn't let go? What's wrong? This is so embarrassing. Ngutu Man excitedly pointed at a horse. "That horse is really beautiful." Lu Ji followed her gaze, looked at the horse in front, and asked, "You like this one? It looks gentle and isn't too big. I'll have someone bring it over for you to try." Nguchu Man climbed onto the horse. Duan Hung followed closely to guide the young madam. I told you once about how to hold the reins while riding. Nguchu Man sat on the horse with puffed cheeks in frustration. Master chose this horse's size because he thinks my legs are too short to climb up, doesn't he? Nguchu Man shouted ya and galloped away. I must show him Nguchu Man's true abilities. Seeing Nguchu Man's skilled horsemanship, Shinhan Yun praised. Not bad at riding. Doesn't look like a beginner at all. Yesterday, when I invited you, I thought you would refuse again. Unexpectedly, you not only came today, but also brought your wife. It seems your marriage is developing very well. Then what about you and Imo Shui? Lu Ji interrupted. That's all in the past now. Shinhan Yun looked at Lu Ji and said softly, since childhood, I've admired your straightforward character. You can pick things up and put them down easily. But I can't. I've kept something in my heart for years. Lu Ji frowned and asked, You're still looking for the person who saved you from the sea for years ago. Shinhan Yun looked at the beautiful and lively Ngushao Man before him and replied, That's right. At first, I searched everywhere, but couldn't find him. I thought it was just a dream. But recently, I've met him, right here in the capital. He lowered his head and whispered softly, I just don't know how deep sixth young master's feelings for him are, whether he'll be willing to let him go. The horse suddenly lost control. Ngu Xiaoman's face turned pale with fear. Seeing this, Lu Ji panicked and gripped the armrests tightly, trying to stand up. Young Shin Hanyin pressed his hand on Lu Ji's, frowning as he said, You're not in a condition to go. Let me. After speaking, he immediately mounted the horse and chased after Ngu Xiaoman's horse. Dada. Ngu Xiaoman couldn't control it, lost control, and let go of the reins. He fell backward. Shin Hanyin jumped off his horse and quickly ran to catch Ngu Xiaoman. He looked at him with concern and asked, Are you all right? No Xiaoman Sophie Blade. No, I'm fine. Shin Hanyin carefully supported Ngu Xiaoman. Seeing this scene, Lu Ji narrowed his eyes. His hands clenched tight. His heart was filled with helplessness and concern. The carriage quickly entered the city. Inside the carriage, Ngu Xiaoman carefully glanced at Lu Ji, who was sitting beside him with a frown. It seemed that his benefactor's mood wasn't very good. When talking to him earlier, he seemed unwilling to respond. The carriage suddenly shook, and Ngu Xiaoman, caught off guard, bumped against the carriage. Ngu Xiaoman lifted his clothes to look at the wound on his thigh. These days, while his benefactor wasn't home, he had secretly picked at some scabs. Unexpectedly, when he fell from the horse earlier, he accidentally hit the wound. Lu Ji saw the wound on Ngu Xiaoman's knee and asked with concern, Did you get hurt from the fall? Ngu Xiaoman adjusted his clothes and took out a medicine bottle, saying with a cheerful smile, It's nothing, just a small scratch. Young master Shin already gave me medicine. Just need to apply some, and it'll be fine. Lu Ji frowned and looked at him with displeasure. Late at night, in the general's mansion bedroom, Ngu Xiaoman sat in a chair, touching his stomach. I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat? Lu Ji reached into his sleeve. Before he could finish speaking, Ngu Xiaoman suddenly saw an apple and excitedly picked it up. There's an apple. He took a big bite while glancing at Lu Ji. Ngu Xiaoman asked pitifully, Can I only eat one? Lu Ji helplessly said, Go ahead. Then he glanced at Duan Hung beside him and said, Duan Hung, you should go rest too. He handed Duan Hung a candy. Take this to eat. Duan Hung asked bewilderedly, Wasn't this candy for the madam? Lu Ji glanced at Ngu Xiaoman, who was satisfied, lying on his side patting his full stomach. After such a long time, he still hadn't found the chance to give it. Now I'm afraid he doesn't need it anymore. Six Kick handed the candy to Don Hon, then bury it under the locust tree in the courtyard. A few days later, Don Hon looked at Wu Xiaoman awkwardly and said, Madam, the general has official business to handle. Perhaps you should come a bit later. Wu Xiaoman was disappointed. These days, Lorden has been busy all day. He rarely returns to the bedroom at night. Stays in the study every day. Originally didn't want to meet anyone, but still haven't heard if his leg has shown any improvement. It seems external application has no effect. Maybe we should try taking medicine. As Wu Xiaoman walked away alone dejectedly, she suddenly heard two maids talking. Young master's medicine just needs one more incense stick to be ready. Remember to take it over later. The maid beside replied affirmatively. I'll deliver breakfast to the elder madam then bring the medicine to young master. Wu Xiaoman stood in a corner watching those two maids. Lord An's medicine is ready. She saw the two maids leave. Wu Xiaoman looked at the medicine bowl on the table. She walked over and opened the bowl's lid. This must be Lord An's medicine. It smells so good, but now is not the time to be greedy. Wu Xiaoman's eyes lit up, her mouth watering. Wu Xiaoman closed the medicine bowl's lid. Hope this time it will be effective. Too idle. I'll go back to making summer clothes for Lorden. Late at night, Wu Xiaoman looked at the beautiful clothes before her. Happily, the great work is done. Added a few small fabric pieces, indeed more beautiful. Take it to Lorden to try on. See if it fits him. Wu Xiaoman went to the study, then suddenly felt something was wrong. Strange, why isn't Don Hon guarding outside? As she was about to push the door open, she suddenly heard voices from inside. General doesn't have that medicine. No medicine can suppress this drug's effects. Six Kick inside the room coldly spoke to those outside guarding the door. Don Hon opened the door and was shocked seeing Wu Xiaoman standing outside. Heaven has eyes. This time the general can be saved, madam. The general has been drugged with aphrodisiac. Quick, go in and save him. Wu Xiaoman stared blankly at Don Hon, asking about aphrodisiac. Then what should I do to save him? Don Hon urgently said, just need to perform conjugal duties. Madam, the general needs your help. Before Wu Xiaoman could react, she was thrown into the room. Six Kick's face was flushed red, his whole body burning hot, breathing heavily, trying to control himself. Wu Xiaoman looked at Six Kick, worriedly asking, Six Kick, are you all right? You look very uncomfortable. Six Kick's whole body uncomfortable, trying to say, don't come here. Just leave me be. Six Kick hurriedly grabbed the cold teacup nearby, drinking cold water. Just endure a bit longer. Wu Xiaoman grabbed Six Kick's hand, sincerely saying, I want to help you. Six Kick, don't refuse me. Please. Six Kick gritted his teeth. Then they embraced tightly and kissed deeply. Wu Xiaoman gently called out Lu Lang. Six Kick's whole body was uncomfortable. Hearing you call me like that, couldn't hold back anymore, and kissed your lips. The clothes on Ge Tu Man's body were gradually removed. Lu Kitch passionately kissed Ge Tu Man's body. Ge Tu Man let out a soft moan. Lu Kitch slowly kissed down Ge Tu Man's chest. Ge Tu Man couldn't bear it, letting out soft moans. It was uncomfortable, yet so pleasant, feeling like the whole body was about to melt, wanting to become one with him. So in Miss Lu's books, those people felt this way, seeming uncomfortable, but basically didn't want the other person to stop. Ge Tu Man hugged Lu Kitch tightly and whispered, Lu Lang, don't worry, I will help you detoxify him. Lu Kitch held Ge Tu Man tighter, whispering in your ear, little Tu Man. Ge Tu Man gently replied, Lu Lang, I'm here, Tu Man is here. Early the next morning, Ge Tu Man woke up with aching body, groaning in pain. Her body was covered in kiss marks. Ge Tu Man suddenly became clear-headed. I remember last night, I fell asleep at Lu Lang's feet. So did Lu Lang carry me to the small bed? Ge Tu Man glanced around. No, where is Lu Lang? At this moment, the door opened. Lu Kitch entered in a wheelchair. Ge Tu Man saw Lu Kitch and softly called Lu. Suddenly she froze. Seeing the maid pushing from behind, Lu Kitch quickly corrected her words to young master. Lu Kitch frowned in disbelief and asked her, why did you put that drug in? Ge Tu Man asked bewilderedly, what's seeing you like this? Lu Kitch narrowed his eyes and asked again, I ask you, why did you put in that drug? Who sent you here? He's suspecting that I put the love potion in last night. Yun Luo stepped forward and accused Ge Tu Man, young master. Yesterday when I passed by the kitchen, I saw young miss sneakily put something in your soup. I was thinking the soup is all from the kitchen staff brought to the master's room. Why would young miss need to trouble herself? She held up a paper containing powder and continued, this is the powder young miss put in. Lu Kitch angrily questioned Ge Tu Man, so it's true you put this powder in my soup? Seeing Lu Kitch's distrust in her like this, Ge Tu Man's heart ached as if pierced by thousands of needles. Ge Tu Man put her clothes back on and angrily said, yes, it was me. Then she turned and left the room. It doesn't matter if it's a misunderstanding. Distrust is fine too, nothing matters anymore. I did put fish scales powder in his soup. If you want to think it was a love potion, I have nothing more to say. Lu Kitch frowned, watching Ge Tu Man's departing figure. The carriage moved quickly outside. Shen Hanyan sat in the carriage looking at Lu Kitch, saying, the scenery here is very nice. Why didn't your wife come with you? Lu Kitch frowned and said, yesterday, she secretly put love potion in my soup, is now under house arrest to reflect. Shen Hanyan heard this and denied putting love potion. He couldn't have done it. Lu Ji became more upset hearing this. Why not? Is it because he's your lifesaver? Shen Hanyan smiled and explained to Lu Ji. Not just that, look at his naive and innocent appearance. Does he look like someone who would do such things? Lu Ji was silent for a moment, then said, this matter isn't concluded yet. If it wasn't him, I will definitely clear his name. Shen Hanyan lowered his eyes and asked, how will you clear his name? Everyone in the mansion knows how you scolded him today. Who will respect him anymore? Lu Ji narrowed his eyes coldly and said, those servants wouldn't dare. Shen Hanyan let out a forced laugh. I've been to your mansion before. None of the servants in your back court are simple-minded. He sighed and left. I didn't come today to argue with you. Handle this matter as you see fit. Just don't let him get bullied. About the ambush on you 3 years ago that you asked me to investigate, there's new progress. Lu Ji was stunned. His body stiffened as he looked at Shen Hanyan. Shen Hanyan looked at Lu Ji and said, I'm afraid the Feng family is inevitably involved. That's your stepmother's Feng family. Late at night, Lu Ji sat alone in the courtyard, deep in thought. Mentioning the Feng family reminded him of being attacked here before. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or he would have lost his life early on. There was also that pond he liked most. He had only stopped there briefly, yet someone almost pushed him into the pond. Such incidents kept happening over the past 3 years. Moreover, they could never find out who was behind it. Originally thought following the family's arrangement to get married would reduce these incidents. Unexpectedly, yesterday, he carelessly drank the soup with that drug in it. This morning he still had some doubts to ask Ngutu Man. Now he would go ask for clarity. Lu Ji went to Ngutu Man's door and Gadao was sweeping the yard. Seeing Lu Ji arrive, she made an unpleasant sound. Isn't this our young master? The sun must be rising from the west. What a rare guest. Lu Ji ignored Ngadao's strange words and softly asked where the young mistress was. Hearing this, Ngadao vented her anger about Ngutu Man. After falsely accusing someone, now you remember to look for her. Our young miss puts her whole heart into caring for you. Even when she has no clothes, she still remembers to act generous for you. Upset for several nights, yet you don't know how to cherish her. Now she's gone to collect clothes. Said she'll wash them clean for you to wear. If you go there now, you probably won't catch her anymore. Gadao said while pointing at the room. Lu Ji wheeled his wheelchair to Ngutu Man's door. Ngutu Man sat in the room, opening her small bag with sad eyes. Such good things are all lost now. Ngutu Man thought while looking at Lu Chi outside the door. When he woke up early in the morning, he was also fully dressed like that. He put his clothes back on, then laid Ngutu Man down on the bed. Tired Ngutu Man closed her eyes tightly and murmured, don't look at the kiss marks on Ngutu Man's body in the bedroom. Ngutu Man gently sucked her finger. If you don't eat, then I will eat. Suddenly she realized something. Wait, this action. Ngutu Man recalled the intimate scene from last night. She gently sucked Lu Chi's fingertip and softly called Lu Lang. Ngutu Man blushed with embarrassment and held her cheeks. What am I thinking about? Why is my head full of last night's scenes? So embarrassing. Ngutu Man rubbed the powder-stained cloth on the table. After finishing, she happily held up the cloth, looking at Lu Chi outside. Seeing everything, she suddenly understood. This morning when the powder fell out of the bag, she was so angry just looking at it that she didn't notice its different properties. Now looking at this powder, it seems it's not an aphrodisiac. Lu Chi observed from behind as Ngutu Man took the clothes and went out. His eyes carefully followed her departing figure. His eyes showed some fluctuation in Master Lu's study. Lu Chi's father angrily scolded. I thought you had matured and could be more steady. Who knew you still wouldn't listen to guidance? Forcing your wife to do such things. What a disgrace to our family name. Ngutu Man stood quietly beside Lu Chi. As soon as Master Lu returned home, he called her and Lu Chi here. She thought he would scold about the morning incident, but now it seems he's just disciplining Lu Chi. She looked up at Feng Man Ing and Master Lu. Feng Man Ing beside them added fuel to the fire. In my opinion, this isn't entirely Kaiji's fault. When the household is in chaos, blame the manager. Moreover, our young madam couldn't control herself using such lowly methods. Aren't you afraid of people finding out? Master Lu angrily scolded Feng Manning. You speak less. If he has matured, how can the household be peaceful if husband and wife aren't harmonious? Lu Yu spoke to his father using yin yang and Bagua. You don't need to blame Big Brother like this. Which man doesn't have some romantic tendencies? Sister-in-law has been here for quite a while. Perhaps Big Brother is just bored and wants some peace. Master Lu frowned and asked Lu Qi, Kaiji, are you dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by your mother? Ngutu Man stood silently. Lu Qi knew early on that she was forced first and didn't bother to calculate. Now she's been accused of drugging him. This time she fears he hates her so much he can't wait to drive her out of the Lu family. Lu Qi saw Master Lu ask and coldly replied, Kaiji has no dissatisfaction with the marriage. Also, the drugging incident hasn't been fully investigated. At present, it seems not only Tu Man is suspicious. Feng Manning frowned and asked who Tu Man was. Lu Qi looked at Tu Man and answered, Meng Lu's maiden name. This morning, I was too angry. That was my fault. I've offended you and hope for forgiveness. Feng Man Own laughed coldly. Who offended whom? Who needs forgiveness? For a married couple to live like this, it's truly unprecedented since the beginning of time. Luke Kitch turned his wheelchair to face Tu Man directly and sincerely apologized. Today, your husband has offended you. I still hope Madam can forgive me. Tu Man was shocked. Her cheeks flushed as she looked at Luke Kitch. Late at night in the back courtyard, Tu Man lay on her bed tossing and turning, smiling nonstop. It was the first time he called her Madam. He even referred to himself as husband. Tu Man couldn't help but sit up. I'm being so hopeless. I clearly had good intentions to heal his legs, yet he didn't trust me and questioned me instead. Tu Man clutched her chest tightly. Her heart ached more than when she dropped the candy before. At this moment, Ngudao opened the door and entered. Tu Man, why haven't you turned off the lights to sleep at such a late hour? Tu Man looked at Ngudao and said, I can't sleep. I want to go gather evidence, find the real culprit who drugged Luke Kitch, and prove my innocence. Ngudao frowned and analyzed, I feel that this matter must be related to Van La. Moreover, I recently learned that Van LA's hostility towards us has a reason. I heard that our young master, if he hadn't married you, she would have become his concubine. Perhaps because of this, she developed hatred towards you. Tu Man fell into deep thought upon hearing this. So it's Van La again. Late at night, in a small, modest room, Tu Man approached and looked around. After Luke Kitch saved her last time, Van La was forced to move here according to the rules. The living conditions here were indeed very basic. She peeked inside from outside. Unfortunately, Tu Man knocked over a flower pot, making a noise. A voice from inside rang out. What's that? Is someone outside? Tu Man nervously crouched down. Suddenly, a hand reached out and covered her mouth. Luke Kitch sat in his wheelchair and pulled Tu Man into his lap. Tu Man opened her eyes in surprise, looking at Luke Kitch. Luke Kitch, why are you? Luke Kitch looked at Tu Man with rippling eyes, confused. Why did you? Tu Man couldn't look at Luke Kitch and stammered you. You speak first. Luke Kitch looked at her for a moment, then answered, I came to find something. Tu Man said blankly, me too. She smiled awkwardly. What a coincidence. Luke Kitch smiled slightly and Tu Man shyly turned her face away. Come to think of it, this is the third time I've sat on Luke Kitch's lap. The first time was when I accidentally slipped and fell into his arms. She recalled last night's scene of their intimacy, her soft moans as she was on top of him. Luke Kitch cleared his throat. Actually, the second time was the night before, straddling his lap until her waist ached and legs went weak. At that time, their bodies were unclothed, and Lu Ji gently looked at him. He gathered all his courage to look up and gave Lu Ji a deep kiss. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoman's cheeks turned bright red, and he lowered his face in embarrassment. Let me stand up first. Lu Ji held his waist tightly and whispered, don't move. He bent down and kissed Wu Xiaoman's lips. Wu Xiaoman was surprised and opened his eyes wide, looking at Lu Ji. Why did he kiss me? Was it to silence me, so I would sit still and not move? After a while, Wu Xiaoman said weakly, I think the patrol outside has returned. Lu Ji looked at him and softly hummed in agreement. Wu Xiaoman suddenly stood up from Lu Ji's body. Let me go in. I'll move more conveniently. You stay outside. If anything happens, just make a cat sound, and I'll come out immediately. Like this. Wu Xiaoman acted like a little cat and meowed. He looked at Lu Ji and asked, how is it? Have you learned it? Lu Ji's ears turned red in embarrassment and turned away, not daring to look into his eyes. Wu Xiaoman carefully walked slowly into the room. He gently walked to the side of sleeping Yun Luo. Wu Xiaoman reached his hand under Yun Luo's pillow. Seems like he found some evidence. Yun Luo turned in bed and sleep-talked. Young master don't. Wu Xiaoman startled and stepped back. Yun Luo continued sleep-talking young master don't and moaned. Wu Xiaoman saw that Yun Luo showed no signs of waking up, so he patted his chest in relief. Seeing a paper fallen on the ground, Wu Xiaoman wondered what it was. Late at night in the small courtyard, Wu Xiaoman handed Lu Ji the paper that he found in Yun Luo's room, wondering what she was up to. Lu Ji shook his head, saying he wasn't sure. Wu Xiaoman looked at the white powder and the paper confused. Lu Ji gently caressed his cheek and said, "Don't move." Wu Xiaoman shyly avoided Lu Ji's gaze. "Not allowed to move. You just need to say it. No need to physically touch." Lu Ji looked at him with great regret and said, "That night was too abrupt." Wu Xiaoman felt somewhat moved. "The matter isn't even clear yet, but you've apologized twice. Actually, I was the one who benefited." He thought to himself, "That night was actually all my willing choice." Lu Ji was drugged or doesn't remember anymore, but I remember clearly how I clung to his body. Wu Xiaoman tried to suppress his emotions and handed Lu Ji the powder. "Don't worry, I won't hold this matter in my heart anymore. You find someone to test this powder. I left half a pack of powder at Yun Luo's place. If it's confirmed to be an aphrodisiac, then we'll have evidence." Early next morning, Wu Xiaoman pushed the wheelchair, taking Lu Ji to the front hall just as everyone was having their meal. Seeing the two arrive, Feng Man mockingly spoke up. "Today Kai Ji wants to dine in the front hall. Why didn't anyone notify us beforehand? Quickly prepare bowls and chopsticks for Kai Ji and Ming Lu." Lu Ji coldly interrupted her, saying it wasn't necessary. "Today I came here to say something to Duan Heng." Duan Heng understood and had Yun Luo tightly bound, forced to kneel on the ground. Yun Luo said in panic and fear, "What are you doing? Release me." Lu Ji glanced at everyone in the room coldly, said this concerns Xiao Man's innocence. "Take a moment of your time to witness this, to prevent rumors from spreading tomorrow, making the mansion unstable." Then he glanced at Yun Luo kneeling on the ground. The drug that day was administered by Yun Luo, not Xiao Man. Feng Manning frowned and questioned Lu Ji in disbelief. "Haiji, think carefully. Even if you favor the Marquis's wife, you can't arbitrarily make someone take the blame." The two madams beside also chimed in. "That's right, we Lu family cannot use coercion to force confessions. Frame innocent people." Lu Ji said with cold eyes, "I investigated thoroughly before making such claims. This is the powder just found under Yun Luo's bed. It's been verified to have awakening effects. Moreover, I've traced the origin of this medicine. I've invited the medicine shop owner here." Lu Ji looked at the medicine shop owner and asked, "Shop owner, please check if anyone here has bought this medicine from your shop." The medicine shop owner pointed at Yun Luo firmly, saying it was her. "This medicine is mostly bought for men. That day I saw a young lady like her asking for this medicine, so I paid extra attention. Even though she wore a veil, I can still recognize her by her eyes." Yun Luo fearfully defended herself, blaming Ge Xiaoman. "I did buy this medicine, but it was for young master." Ge Xiaoman looked at Yun Luo in disbelief and questioned, "Sister, I admit I've treated you well all along and never had any grudges with you. Why do you repeatedly try to frame me?" At this moment, Duan Heng spoke up. "Yun Luo, at this point you still want to falsely accuse young mistress. That soup was given to young master by you. After young master felt something was wrong, he stayed in a quiet place. When you came to collect the bowl and found no one, your face turned very ugly." Hearing this, sixth master angrily slammed his hand on the table. A servant committing such a filthy act and blaming it on the master. How absurd. Yun Luo fearfully shed tears, appearing pitiful, pleading innocence. "I'm wronged. I swear to heaven, I really saw young mistress put something in young master's soup. Not just me, Shin Mama also saw it." Shin Mama, kneeling on the ground, hurriedly said, "This old servant indeed saw young mistress secretly adding something to young master's soup. That morning, young master also found that medicine on young mistress's person. At that time, there were only two people in the room. No one else was involved." Feng Man looked at Ngutu Man and asked Mong Lu. "Van La and then Mama both said they saw you put drugs in Kai Chi's soup. Tell me what's going on, Ge." Tu Man didn't know how to explain, stuttered for a while. Ah, that wasn't drugs. That was Luke Kitch, seeing his embarrassment, stepped forward to explain for him. Those were tonics that two-man prepared for me. He knew my leg has been disabled for long, and I'm afraid of medicine. He found tonics for me, but was afraid I wouldn't take them, so he mixed them into the soup for me to drink. Luke Kitch held Nga Two-man's hand and said gently, Two-man was sincere to me, but was falsely accused. So today, while everyone is here, I came to make things right, to clear his name. Moments later, screams of fear echoed through the mansion, begging, don't shoot me. I was wrong. I was wrong watching Van La leaving with her belongings. Nga Dao beside Nga Two-man coldly snorted. Van La unwillingly grabbed Nga Two-man's hand tightly. Why is it like this? Why have I served him for so long? Yet he never looked at me once. Who are you to steal the position that should have been mine? Nga Two-man looked at her and said coldly, That's no reason to harm others. Van La laughed mockingly. I harmed you. I was clearly helping you. Spent so much effort plotting for so long, only for you to reap the benefits in the end. Nga Dao couldn't stand it anymore, angrily pushed Van La hard. Nga Two-man didn't want to pay attention to her anymore, turned around to go inside with Tu Dao, ignoring her. Let's go. Seeing Nga Two-man ignoring her, Van La became even more angry, shouting, You think the young master helping you means he has feelings for you? Stop dreaming. He has someone he likes. It's the fairy-like Miss Sham. That's why he doesn't want to marry, doesn't want to touch you. Men are most passionate, but also most heartless. I stayed by his side for 3 whole years. Now he heartlessly throws me away. Nga Two-man stopped his steps behind. Van La's voice still reached him. This vast Luke mansion isn't as simple as you think. Him helping you isn't just for your sake. Nga Two-man silently pressed his lips. Van La's voice still echoed in his ears. Wait until one day you lose his protection. You think relying on yourself alone, you can still stay here and survive for a few days. Days later, Don Hone looked at Luke Kitch reporting. General, I have followed your instructions. Sent people to secretly watch the Feng family in the capital. Luke Kitch frowned, thinking Van La caused trouble. Feng Man own couldn't escape involvement, but there wasn't enough evidence. Couldn't drag Feng Man own out. Hearing his subordinate's report, he coldly replied, all right, then fell into deep thought. If Van La had succeeded in drugging that day, according to the mansion's rules at least, she would be elevated to become a concubine if such a person was planted there. It's truly frightening. Duan hung beside him, seeing Lu Ji's expression wasn't good, asked the general. How many days haven't you been home? Today when I returned for dinner, Lu Ji heard this and sighed deeply late at night. Looking at a table full of delicious food, Madame Lu picked up food for Wu Xiaoman. Xiaoman, eat more meat. Look how thin you've become. It hurts my heart to see you like this. Wu Xiaoman took a bite, touched, with puffy cheeks, replied, Grandmother, don't worry. I'll try to gain weight. Madame Lu, seeing Lu Ji finally return home, spoke up in defense of Wu Xiaoman. Isn't this our busy Kaiji? Finally has time to visit grandmother. Lu Ji knew Madame Lu was unhappy, so spoke up explaining he's been busy with official duties lately, still hoping grandmother would forgive. Wu Xiaoman looked up at Lu Ji. Haven't seen you for days, my lord. Madame Lu smiled and said, I just told Xiaoman to watch out. Don't let you learn bad habits from those young masters. Going to pleasure houses for entertainment. Xiaoman said you're too busy to go to such places. You two are truly in sync. Even came up with the same excuse to fool this old lady. Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly explained. He told me he's been busy lately. Madame Lu covered her mouth and smiled. All right, you two are of one mind. Then she looked at both and said, Kaiji, don't just eat by yourself. Pick some food for your wife. Doesn't it hurt to see her so thin? Lu Ji obeyed, putting a piece of fish on Wu Xiaoman's plate. This fish should be boneless. Wu Xiaoman was terrified looking at the fish on her plate. Fish meat. Madame Lu looked at Lu Ji disapprovingly and said, Kaiji, what kind of husband are you? You don't even know what Xiaoman likes. Lu Ji looked confused at Madame Lu. Seeing Lu Ji being scolded, Wu Xiaoman couldn't bear it and closed her eyes, stuffing the fish in her mouth. I like fish. It's delicious. She silently apologized in her heart. Little fish, I'm sorry. After the meal, Madame Lu dismissively sent Lu Ji away. Kaiji, if you have work, then go ahead. Xiaoman will stay to make knots with me. While they were making knots, suddenly Wu Xiaoman covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. Madame Lu, seeing this, asked concernedly, Xiaoman, what's wrong? Could it be you're pregnant? Quickly call the doctor here. Wu Xiaoman, hearing this, jumped in shock, quickly waving her hand, saying, No, not pregnant forever. I just have allergies lately. Smelling fishy odors makes me uncomfortable. Madame Lu smiled, looking at Wu Xiaoman with concern. "This child, if you don't like fish, just tell Kai Chi directly. No need to pretend in front of me." Wu Xiaoman looked at the old lady and explained, "He treats me very well. He never lets me lack food or clothing. When someone bullies me, he stands up for me. He's truly very good." Madame Tai pointed at the knot in Wu Xiaoman's hand and said, "Later, tie this to Kai Chi's belt, he will like it." Wu Xiaoman looked at Madame Tai with a gloomy face. "He doesn't like me making decisions on my own." Madame Tai Lu sighed as she looked at him. "How do you know he doesn't like it if you haven't asked him? It wasn't like this before. Before, what he liked and disliked would all be written on his face. Later his mother passed away, and he was injured in the leg on the battlefield. His whole person has changed, became someone who shows no joy or sorrow. No longer as free and easy as before." Wu Xiaoman lowered his eyes and agreed. "Many times I can't even see Lu Ji at 15 years old and Lu Ji now." As the same person Madame Tai patted encouraged Wu Xiaoman no matter how he changes. His nature remains unchanged. Even if his temperament changes, his core remains the same. He just hides his joy, sorrow, love, and hate, not letting others see them easily. This time making you suffer grievances, he must blame himself more than anyone else. After leaving Madame Tai Lu's room, Wu Xiaoman wandered alone in a daze. Watching a snail slowly crawling on a leaf, he sat watching it and asked, "Little one, is the shell on your back very heavy? Is Master N also like you, having suffered too much pain? So he carries a heavy shell moving forward to hide himself when danger comes. Just need to heal his leg, can make him not need to live in such danger anymore. Will he laugh freely again like before?" It started raining heavily. Wu Xiaoman sat in the rain, seemingly unaware of it. He still sat intently watching the snail slowly crawl. Lu Ji came with an umbrella to shelter him. Only then did Wu Xiaoman realize, "It's raining. When did it start? Why am I alone?" He turned to look at the person sheltering him and froze. Lu Ji held the umbrella, trying to cover him. The two gazed intently at each other in the rain. Late at night, in the small courtyard, Lu Ji sat, soaking in the bathtub outside. Wu Xiaoman held Lu Ji's clothes, thinking Lu Ji's clothes are also wet because he was in the rain for so long earlier. That umbrella was too small. Hearing movement behind, he turned to see Lu Ji finished bathing. He gently said with concern, "Let me help dry your hair." Lu Ji looked at him and softly replied, "Okay." Wu Xiaoman took a towel to dry Lu Ji's hair while saying, "By the way, when you weren't here, Yin Luo was sold away. She has been with you for 3 years after all. If you still have something to say to her." Lu Ji gently interrupted him, "No, since she had feelings for me, I have nothing more to say to her." Wu Xiaoman nodded in agreement. An awkward silence lingered in the air. After being apart for many days, being in the same room with Master N, there was an extra sense of awkwardness. After a while, Lu Ji suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. "I'm sorry about being drugged last time and easily believing the false accusations. It was my negligence in supervision. If it would make you feel better to cut or kill me, I'll accept whatever you choose." He drew his sword and handed it to Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman quickly returned the sword to Lu Ji, saying, "Stop. Don't be like this. If you really want to do something to make me feel better." She held up a newly woven knot for Lu Ji to see. "Wear this ugly knot for 2 months without taking it off. Consider it your punishment." Lu Ji looked at the knot before him curiously and asked, "What is this knot used for?" Wu Xiaoman thought to herself, Madame Tai once said Lu Ji practiced martial arts since childhood. His parents were extremely strict with him. He had almost never encountered things that normal children played with, and couldn't rest even during festivals. So it's not strange that he doesn't know children during Dragon Boat Festival use these knots to hold bird eggs. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji and said, "This is used to hold gifts that celestial beings give you in your bedroom at night." Wu Xiaoman and Lu Ji lay sound asleep on the bed. Wu Xiaoman dreamed of a scene from the past. A hand gently releasing a fish into the sea. "Because I didn't know better, I made you lose one of your scales." Lu Ji then took out a small knife and cut his finger. "I'll cut a piece of my flesh to atone for my sin." Wu Xiaoman opened her eyes and looked at Lu Ji sleeping beside her. The dream scene was something that happened 15 years ago, almost identical to what happened a few hours before. Lu Ji had changed yet remained unchanged. If the 55-year-old Lu Ji and the current Lu Ji appeared simultaneously, which one would she choose? The answer was revealed early when comparing the two. The 55-year-old Lu Ji was a hero to her. She admired and looked up to him for 7 years, weaving countless perfect dreams about him, hoping his career would soar like a kite in the wind, making her continue to look up to him. But the current Lu Ji to her was a person of flesh and blood. He knew depression and loss, knew how to be emotional and express himself, knew how to be unreasonable and put up guards against others. But he also distinguished right from wrong, was humble and courteous, would accept punishment like a child, knew to hold an umbrella to shelter her from the rain. Wu Xiaoman lay down and gently touched Lu Ji's nose. Besides admiration and looking up to him, she appreciated him, felt heartache for him, and even found joy in him. Wu Xiaoman touched the tip of Lu Ji's nose and whispered, "If I develop feelings for you, will you cast me aside?" Doesn't want to say a word to me. Wu Xiaoman cried heartbrokenly, "But I don't know since when. Besides repaying gratitude, I want to grow old with you." Half a month later, at the general's mansion, Lu Ji silently looked at the knot Wu Xiaoman gave him. The two sat at a small dining table having a meal. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji and thought. Unexpectedly, in these 15 days, Lu Ji had always carried that net pouch with him. Last night, while he was sleeping, I couldn't help but fix the net pouch to make it look less ugly. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji and said, "Yesterday, I fixed the net pouch so you won't lose face carrying it outside." He glanced at the plum blossom not hanging on the sword, thinking it's still not as beautiful as the plum blossom not others gave him. Lu Ji lowered his head and replied it wasn't embarrassing from the start. Wu Xiaoman blushed with embarrassment. After the meal, Wu Xiaoman went to the small stream, again watching the fish swimming freely in the water, whispering, "Little Jia, little E, don't be angry anymore." Eating fish was unavoidable, just a small bite. Just one small bite. I spat it out shortly after. The small fish in the pond snorted angrily. "It's clearly because of your Lu Lang that one day your Lu Lang will catch us both to eat." Wu Xiaoman frantically waved his hands. "No, Lu Lang isn't that kind of person. Before you helped him find the knot, he will remember this kindness." The two fish in the water grew angrier. "He doesn't even know who found the knot. If he knew, he might think we're fish spirits and want to cook us even more. You should be careful too. You silly fish are fair-skinned and easy to bully. Maybe one day he'll eat you up completely this way and that." Wu Xiaoman's face turned completely red. He recalled their intimate moments, him moaning on top of his body. Wu Xiaoman thought to himself, "What eating? Hasn't Lu Ji already eaten? I even delivered myself to his door, though he was very forceful then, kissing me, grabbing my waist like this and that also." Wu Xiaoman turned back to secretly look at Lu Ji, who was resting with his eyes closed behind him. "Fed me a belly full of little fish." Just then Shen Hanyin came over, saw them both, and exclaimed, "Are you two enjoying the cool air? I just brought some black-seeded red watermelon. Let's eat together." Wu Xiaoman came over, took the watermelon from Shen Hanyin's hands. "I'll go cut it and bring it out for you." Looking at his happy expression as he ran off with the watermelon on his head, Shen Hanyin smiled, watching him. "How old is he still acting like a child?" Lu Ji coldly replied. 18, Shen Hanyin calmly recounted. "That's about the same as when I first met him. He was still small with tiny hands and feet. Small mouth, small hands, small feet. Didn't know how to talk. Wouldn't say a word when asked anything." Hearing that, Lu Ji felt jealous in his heart. "He talks a lot in front of me." Shen Hanyin smiled and asked Lu Ji, "Is that so? About what I asked from you last time, have you considered it?" Lu Ji frowned and coldly said, "He's not an object." A moment later, Wu Xiaoman brought out a large plate of melon. He took a piece and ate it delightfully, continuously praising, "Wow, Brother Shen, you've been to many places these years. From the snowy northern desert to the flowing streams of Jiangnan, it's wonderful." Shen Hanyin looked at Wu Xiaoman and said, "After the heat passes, you and I can go together. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you there." Wu Xiaoman was very happy hearing this, but looking at Lu Ji beside him, he lowered his head and had to decline. "Lu Lang is still here." Shen Hanyin didn't give up and continued persuading him. "I just feel you shouldn't be confined here. Lu Ji remained silent. Wu Xiaoman smiled at Shen Hanyan. There's no should or shouldn't. As long as he needs me, I'll stay by his side. Soon it was dark. Wu Xiaoman spoke up. Brother Shun has to leave. Let me see you off. Wu Xiaoman, slightly drunk and stumbling, walked behind to see off Shen Hanyan. Shen Hanyan, walking ahead, said, my carriage is right outside. If we go now, we can still catch fireflies by the clear pond in the manor. Wu Xiaoman excitedly went wow and caught fireflies. It was fun watching the silhouettes of the two walking together. Lu Ji's eyes behind them were sad. After he sees something better, will he still return? Lu Ji held the string in his hand, muttering to himself. He shouldn't be confined here. Perhaps Shen Hanyan is right. A while later, Wu Xiaoman returned. He pushed the door open forcefully and called out, Lu Lang. In his hand, he held a lantern, looking at Lu Ji happily, saying, I'm back. Seeing Wu Xiaoman finally return, Lu Ji's lips curved into a smile. He didn't leave, he came back. Late at night, the room was lit with candles. Lu Ji was reading when he noticed Wu Xiaoman sitting beside him, staring at him intently. So he softly asked, Want to read? Wu Xiaoman shook his head vigorously. Seeing him still staring without looking away, Lu Ji curiously asked, Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Wu Xiaoman suddenly stood up. Lu Ji looked at him puzzled. Wu Xiaoman quickly ran outside, then immediately ran back in, his eyes bright with anticipation, looking at Lu Ji. Lu Ji helplessly looked at him and asked, What are you doing? Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji disappointedly and asked, Why aren't you smiling? Lu Ji asked back, confused smile. Wu Xiaoman looked around excitedly and said, Just now when I was seeing Brother Shen off, you smiled at me. He sat down beside Lu Ji's feet and sincerely said, Lu Lang, you look really beautiful when you smile. Can you smile more often from now on? At this moment, Lu Ji suddenly understood. He silently looked at Ngutu Man for a long time. Early the next morning, Ngutu Man went to the small stream to talk with two fish. Don't they say you forget everything when drunk? Why do I still remember everything so clearly until now? Even telling Luke Lang to smile more like a fool, I still remember that too. The fish in the water looked at him and asked, So did he smile afterward? Ngutu Man sighed dejectedly. No. The fish in the water asked him in surprise, Could it be that you saw wrong? Maybe actually before he basically never smiled. Ngutu Man immediately affirmed. He definitely smiled, and 8 years ago, I saw him smile. It was exactly that expression. I really want to see that smile one more time. Late at night, Ngutu Man sat in the room, looking at the gift list in hand. Tam Mo Tuet's wedding. The wedding gift should be enough. He recalled the scene from before when Tam Han Van gave the invitation to Luke Kitch. Mo Tuet's wedding is set for the 18th of this month. This is the invitation Uncle asked me to give you, inviting both husband and wife to attend. Ngutu Man sighed internally. A few days ago, Tam Han Van came to visit. Besides coming to visit, he also gave Luke Lang an invitation. An invitation for both husband and wife. So even if we don't go, the gifts must be prepared on time. Luke Kitch pushed the card and looked at Ngutu Man and asked, What are you thinking about? Ngutu Man showed the gift list to Luke Kitch today. I took Ngudao to browse some shops and wrote out a gift list. Take a look. Luke Kitch glanced at it, smiled slightly, and nodded at him. Not bad. Good job. Seeing Luke Kitch praise him, Ngutu Man's eyes lit up excitedly. Luke Lang praised me. This is the first time Luke Lang has praised me. He looked at Luke Kitch carefully and asked, So are we going? Luke Kitch looked at him puzzled. Going where? Ngutu Man said softly, To Miss Tam's wedding ceremony. Luke Kitch smiled at Ngutu Man. Do you want to go? Ngutu Man said blankly, No, He suddenly said firmly, If you go, I'll go too. Luke Kitch smiled gently at him, making Ngutu Man's cheeks flush red as he stared at Luke Kitch with mouth agape. Did Luke Lang just smile again? Though it was a small smile, but it seems he really did smile. Luke Kitch turned his face away and answered Ngutu Man, too busy these days. We'll decide when the time comes. Ngutu Man blankly watched Luke Kitch's expression. Why did he stop smiling after just a brief moment? When he said we'll decide later, that means there's at least a 50% chance we'll go to the general's mansion. Tomorrow night is Tam Mo Tuet's wedding. Will Luke Lang go or not? Ngutu Man held a flower and counted its petals. He'll go, he won't go. He'll go. At this moment, Ngudao ran over and said to Ngutu Man, Stop counting flower petals. The madam is calling you to have tea with her. Ngutu Man looked at Tu Dao and replied, I'll go now. After saying that, he stood up suddenly, his face turned pale, then fell to the ground unconscious. Wu Dao worriedly helped Wu Xiaoman up. Xiaoman, how are you? Your forehead is so hot. I'll go find a doctor to check on you. Wu Xiaoman opened his eyes weakly and said, don't go. Normal alcohol doesn't affect me. Get me a barrel. A large barrel of cold water will do. Moments later, a large bathtub was placed in the room. Wu Dao stood behind the curtain, looking inside, worriedly asking again if the cold water was ready. Is this really okay? Wu Xiaoman's face was flushed red, panting, as he walked to the bathtub and replied yes. That's right, Xiao Dao. Please go to the training ground, tell him if he's busy. He can rest there. Don't return to 6th Master's house. I'll handle it. Wu Xiaoman soaked in the cold tub and continued, also tell him to go directly to the wedding banquet tomorrow evening. Don't tell him I'm sick. Just say there's no food at the riverside. Wu Dao outside heard this and turned around following everything Wu Xiaoman instructed. I understand. After Xiao Dao left, Wu Xiaoman couldn't hold on anymore and sat down in the bathtub. He leaned against the tub wall, breathing heavily. Much better now. These days, 6th Lang has been resting in his room. It's convenient for me to secretly apply scale powder on him. However, because too many scales were pulled out before new ones could grow here, the other side was already bleeding fresh blood. Today's fever is mostly because the wounds are infected. Late at night, in the small courtyard, Wu Xiaoman lay on the bed with a flushed face. Just then, there was a sound of door opening outside. Wu Xiaoman glanced outside. Is it 6th Lang? Seeing Wu Dao carrying a basin of water, and he felt slightly disappointed. Indeed, after I actively offered to help handle, Elder 6th Lang didn't want to come home. Seeing Wu Xiaoman's disappointed expression, Wu Dao felt both angry and sympathetic. You're just being stubborn. Aren't there ladies outside who when sick show weakness and act coquettish with their husbands? Though young master's temperament is cold, he's still a man. If you act like a little bird nestling in his arms whimpering, he would pluck stars from the sky for you. Wu Xiaoman looked helplessly at Wu Dao. What romance novel have you been reading? Wu Dao frowned while placing a cloth on Wu Xiaoman's forehead. You don't need to worry about that. What matters is that it works. Wu Xiaoman lay on the bed, eyes tightly closed. Like a little bird nestling in 6th Lang's arms, how could he imagine himself being weak, curling up in 6th Lang's embrace? 6th Lang, I feel unwell. Wonder how he would react. The next day, in the small courtyard, Wu Dao stood by the bed softly calling Wu Xiaoman. Young master, the madam and lady have come to visit you. Feng Manning stood by the bed and said coldly, how is it that when Meng Lu is sick, Kaiji doesn't come back to check? Is he rushing to see his old lover one last time? I'm not saying this about you, Meng Lu. Be a bit smarter. You can't even win a man's heart. How can I expect you to be the future mistress of this house for me? Madam Tai, standing beside, frowned and warned Manon. Wu Xiaoman silently looked at Feng Manning. In his heart, he angrily cursed. If I wasn't feeling unwell today, I would have already shown my true colors. Let this fake woman who acts one way in front and another way behind fall flat on her face. Then Madam Tai sat down beside the bed, looking at Wu Xiaoman with concern. If you're not feeling well, get plenty of rest. When Kai Chi returns from the celebration, don't let him into the room to avoid making you uncomfortable. Wu Xiaoman knew Madam Tai was concerned about his feelings and was very touched. Yes, I understand. After everyone left, Wu Xiaoman closed his eyes tightly, realizing everyone assumed Lu Ji would attend the banquet. Moreover, he would drink heavily. Only he was worried about whether he would attend or not, whether he would choose not to go. Late at night, Wu Xiaoman lay on the bed in a delirious state, his face showing discomfort as he clutched his clothes. He dreamed of Shin Mashue's wedding ceremony. The ceremony, bride and groom, and their wedding night. Suddenly at this moment, Lu Ji shouted unwillingly, I forbid it. Shin Mashua lifted her veil, happily turning to Lu Ji. Lu Lang, I knew you would come. She ran to embrace Lu Ji tightly with tears in her eyes. I don't want to marry. I only want Lu Lang. I want to be with Lu Lang forever. Lu Ji hugged Shin Mashua, his voice hoarse. We'll be together forever. At this moment in the courtyard, Lu Ji worriedly held Wu Xiaoman's hand, one hand touching his forehead, anxiously calling softly, Xiaoman, wake up. Wu Xiaoman, feverish and delirious, said, no, he's mine. Don't touch him. The hand touching Wu Xiaoman's forehead felt burning hot. Lu Ji looked at him worriedly. He's still very hot. The fever hasn't broken yet. At this moment, Wu Xiaoman slightly opened his eyes to look at Lu Ji, his voice weak. Lu Lang, did you really come back? Lu Ji held his hand tightly, face full of self-blame. Yes. It's me, you're covered in sweat. Let me take you for a bath. Wu Xiaoman stared at Lu Ji and weakly asked, weren't you at the wedding? Why are you here? Just now you were clearly at Shin Ma Xue's wedding banquet. Lu Ji was stunned. What? Wu Xiaoman pulled up his legs and said in a choked whisper, "To treat your legs, I caught a cold, feeling so unwell. Yet you don't need me." Lu Ji frowned looking at Wu Xiaoman and asked, "What do you mean you caught a cold treating my legs?" Wu Xiaoman covered his mouth with his hand. This cannot be said. I didn't say anything. You heard wrong." Seeing Guchu Man refusing to speak, Luke Kitch sighed and hugged him, saying, "If you don't want to talk now, then I won't force you. I'll help you take a bath." Guchu Man quickly grabbed Luke Kitch's hand. Tu Man doesn't need help. He sat in Luke Kitch's lap and started acting spoiled. Tu Man wants Luke Lang to hug me. You just hugged her earlier. Tu Man wants it too. Luke Kitch stared at Ngutu Man. Who did I hug earlier? Is he confused from the fever? Seeing Luke Kitch saying nothing, Ngutu Man acted pitiful, saying, "Luke Lang, carry me to bathe, my body feels sticky and uncomfortable." A moment later, Ngutu Man's clothes were tossed aside. He sat in the bathtub, smiling contentedly. So comfortable. Ngutu Man looked at Luke Kitch sitting in front and suggested, "Luke Lang, join me in the bath. It's very comfortable." Luke Kitch turned away embarrassed. "I'll go out first. You bathe by yourself. Call me when you're done." Seeing this, Ngutu Man hugged Luke Kitch tightly, not letting him leave. "Don't go. If you leave, you might not come back anymore." Seeing this, Luke Kitch heartbrokenly comforted him, saying he won't go anywhere, just staying outside. Ngutu Man didn't want to hear him anymore and kissed Luke Kitch, reaching out to remove Luke Kitch's clothes. "I won't let you go. Won't let you go. Find her." Luke Kitch quickly grabbed the mischievous hands of Ngutu Man. "Tu Man, stop. I don't want to stop. If I stop, you'll leave. You won't need me anymore. Tu Man wants to be with Luke Lang forever." Luke Kitch looked at Ngutu Man heartbrokenly. Why do you have to be like this? I'm just a cripple. Not worthy." Ngutu Man burst into tears, shouting, "You are worthy, Luke Lang, worthy of all the best things in this world." Hearing this, Luke Kitch smiled helplessly and said, "I've really lost to you." He hugged his neck and gave him a deep kiss. "In this world, how can there be someone as pure and brave as you, making me always unable to resist wanting to drown in you?" Ngutu Man and Luke Kitch, the two without a piece of cloth, entwined with each other. Ngutu Man hug Luke Kitch, cheeks flushed, whispering, "Luke Lang." Tu Man wants Luke Lang. Luke Kitch grabbed Ngutu Man's wrist, frowning, said, "We can't continue. Otherwise, when you become sober, you'll regret it." Ngutu Man frowned and said firmly, "Why would I regret it? Clearly I'm taking advantage. I won't regret it." Suddenly his body changed. Ngutu Man quickly covered Luke Kitch's eyes. "Don't look." Luke Kitch touched Ngutu Man's fishtail, curiously asking, "What is this?" Ngutu Man anxiously said, "It's nothing. Why can't I change back to 2 legs? What should I do? What should I do?" Ngutu Man closed his eyes tightly, face wrinkled. "Can't let Luke Lang discover that I'm just a silly fish." Luke Kitch touched Ngutu Man's fishtail for a while. Ngutu Man covered Luke Kitch's eyes, softly moaning in pain. Luke Kitch worriedly asked upon hearing this, "What's wrong? Did my touch hurt you? Why does this area seem wounded?" He thought to himself, "It's because it's injured. That's why touching it feels different from normal skin." Ngutu Man hugged Luke Kitch tightly and said, "It doesn't hurt. I deserve it." Luke Kitch sighed helplessly. "Silly girl." After saying that, Luke Kitch dove under the water, then gently kissed Ngutu Man's belly. Ngutu Man couldn't handle such stimulation and let out a moan. Ngutu Man hugged Luke Kitch and whispered, "Lu Lang, it's so hot. Xiao Man is so hot, but it feels good." Luke Kitch gently kissed Ngutu Man's collarbone. "I know because..." Luke Kitch intertwined his fingers with Ngutu Man's. "I feel the same way." Early the next morning, Ngutu Man woke up in bed. She looked around the room. "Is it morning already?" Ngutu Man uncomfortably touched her forehead. Her head was still dizzy and her whole body ached. Was it the after effects of the fever? At this moment, Luke Kitch came in on a wheelchair and asked with concern, "You're awake. Are you feeling any better?" Seeing Luke Kitch suddenly appear, Ngutu Man excitedly sat up, looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Lu Lang, when did you return?" "Oh, I'm much better now. No more fever." Luke Kitch frowned, looking at Ngutu Man. "I came back last night. Don't you remember?" Ngutu Man sat on the bed, trying to recall. Last night Lu Lang was back already. It felt like she had a very long dream last night, but she couldn't remember what she dreamed about. She hurriedly looked at Luke Kitch and cautiously asked, "Last night, did I do anything inappropriate?" Hearing her question, Luke Kitch embarrassedly turned away and coughed lightly. "No." Ngutu Man patted her chest in relief. "That's good." Luke Kitch looked at her gently and said, "Since you're awake, let's eat something together. A lavish meal had been prepared. Lu Kik ladled a bowl of soup for Ngu Xiaoman. This soup helps reduce heat. Drink more. Ngu Xiaoman happily accepted the bowl, very satisfied that Lu Kik served her. Thank you, she brought the bowl to her lips to drink. Being able to eat in the room and receiving Lu Lang's care. Being sick is actually nice. Ngu Xiaoman held the soup bowl and curiously asked Lu Kik, that's right. Was it Ngu Dao who called you back yesterday? Because I was sick. Lu Kik picked up food for her and replied no. I had nothing to do, so I just came back. Ngu Xiaoman lowered her head and thought silently, really. But why didn't he go to the celebration drink? Could it be he didn't want to see Miss Shin? Moreover, isn't he very sad? He should have been riding horses with the capital's #1 talented lady. Now he can only be with a stupid fish who is illiterate like me. Seeing Ngu Xiaoman silent and saying nothing, Lu Kik looked at her and called softly Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman was startled and looked at him. Lu Ji smiled and asked if you have dinner at home tonight. Wu Xiaoman was shocked. Isn't it about food you cried in your heart? Lu Lang said it must be that you remembered yesterday's scene when you instructed Wu Dao again, telling him to go straight to Shun's wedding banquet tomorrow night. Don't tell him I'm sick. Just say there's no food at home. Lu Ji smiled at your innocent expression. I'm quite free these days. If convenient, I'd like to stay for meals in the coming days. Wu Xiaoman obediently sat in Lu Ji's study practicing writing White Stone Wolf. Before Lin Jiang lived, after Jiangba chanted fish. Stone like jade, pine like emerald. Wu Xiaoman pouted angrily at White Stone Wolf, you're so thick-skinned. Going out saying there are fish following him. Can't we fish control ourselves like that? Wu Xiaoman continued practicing the beautiful and unique characters. The world has no equal. Your eyes focused. Suddenly you looked up, secretly watching Lu Ji reading. Since recovering from illness last time, Lu Lang has always stayed with me and taught me calligraphy. If it could stay like this forever, that would be wonderful. I seem to suddenly understand why the fish followed him. Lu Ji looked up seeing Wu Xiaoman staring at him and asked what's wrong. Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly quickly lowered her head. Nothing, just that my writing isn't beautiful. Hearing this, Lu Ji moved his wheelchair closer to her. Come, let me teach you. Lu Ji held Wu Xiaoman's hand to teach her writing, her cheeks turning bright red. Heart-pounding, too close. Unexpectedly, Lu Lang would teach me, writing hand in hand. Lu Ji looked at her and asked what she wanted to write. Wu Xiaoman shyly replied, write your courtesy, name Lu Ji, then embraced Wu Xiaoman and guided her writing. Does Kai Ji have special meaning? Lu patiently explained to Wu Xiaoman. First, I'm the eldest son in the family. Second, my mother felt my name had too much evil energy. Hope to balance it with the courtesy name. Wu Xiaoman smiled softly, mumbling Kai Ji is such a nice name. After finishing, Lu Ji asked what else she wanted to write. Wu Xiaoman shyly lowered her head and stammered. Anything is fine. Lu Ji's lips curved slightly. He looked intently at Wu Xiaoman. Then let's write your name, Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman mumbled to herself, Xiaoman. Kai Ji and Xiaoman written together look so beautiful, like two lotus flowers growing from the same root in a clear lake. The next day at the Lu residence, Wu Xiaoman sat chatting with the ladies and madams of Lu family sitting and talking. Have you read West Chamber yet? People in love will belong to each other. It's really moving. I think Peony Pavilion is not bad either. Wu Xiaoman sat there blankly thinking. Lu Yu's marriage was pushed forward. Today I came with the Grand Madam to visit Lu family. Originally thought I came just to drink tea and chat. Unexpectedly, they actually talked about things I couldn't join in on. Those people over there started gossiping again, which reminded me. On is to marry one of the two young masters of the Lu family. I heard he's talented no less than the good young man in the story. Lu On heard this and said in surprise, that's not true. I heard those two Lu young masters are quite playful. On, when you marry there, you must keep a careful eye on him. Oh, this is the downside of letting elders make decisions. Who'll want to marry someone like that? Hearing this, Lu On blushed shyly, lowered her head, and said, my mother says all men are like this when they're young. They'll settle down eventually. Moreover, suddenly On turned to look at Xiaoman and said happily, sister-in-law and big brother's marriage was also arranged by parents. Now they're so close and inseparable, it's truly admirable with such an example before me. On is not afraid anymore. Seeing this, Xiaoman stammered in response. Well, parental matchmaking has both advantages and disadvantages, Xiao Man thought to herself. How couples meet doesn't matter. What matters is the character of the partner. Clearly, Sixth is not a good person. But I can't say that, the gossiping crowd asked. They say Sixth Young Master Lu's sword hasn't been drawn for 3 years, but he drew it to protect his wife. Is this true? Xiao Man heard this and frantically explained. No, it wasn't for me at all. It was just to discipline some servants. I heard Sixth Young Master is very obedient to his wife. If told to stay at the office, he absolutely won't dare go home early. Even meals must follow his wife's arrangements. Xiao Man strongly denied. You must have heard wrong. I haven't read many books, but I know a wife should follow her husband. How could there be logic in him listening to me? I'm the one who listens to him, Xiao Man thought to herself that Lu Lang is a general who has killed countless enemies on the battlefield. Now he's being rumored to be afraid of his wife. I must quickly clarify this to avoid people mocking him. Suddenly, Xiao Man held up the shell tokens and said pitifully, "Look at this. In our home, who manages money and affairs? All our household money is managed by Lu Lang. I don't even have a single coin, so it's always Lu Lang's word that counts." Seeing this, everyone looked at her somewhat blankly. After a while, as the party ended, Wu Xiaoman looked at On and said, On, I should head back now. Long thought to herself, finally it's over and I can go home. On asked back, Sister-in-law, you want to leave already? Big brother is next door and should be finishing soon. Won't you wait to return together? Xiaoman felt a bit flustered. Suddenly, On exclaimed in surprise. Big brother 6G is coming from behind. Xiaoman turned around and saw 6G appear, then blankly thought to herself. Lu Lang really came from behind. Moreover, he was in a room just separated by a wall. At this moment, Xiaoman's face turned red as she thought. Could it be just now those ladies were all speaking softly, carefully? It was only I who foolishly spoke as if afraid others couldn't hear. Xiaoman spoke embarrassedly. Why didn't you say something when the rain came? Lu Ji calmly replied. I had an urgent matter. Not long after arriving, he suddenly took out a money pouch and gave it to you. You were a bit confused thinking this was money. Lu Ji gently said, This is the salary I received today. I'm giving it to Madam for safekeeping. Later, if Madam wants to go out for tea, or if you see something you like, you can use it from here. Hearing this, Xiaoman was shocked and thought, he must have heard what I said earlier. But why would he give his salary to me? Isn't he afraid others will say he's afraid of his wife? In the garden, sighs could be heard. Can't understand it, really can't understand it. In the courtyard, Xiaoman sat drinking wine with Yu Tao to drown her sorrows. Yu Tao wondered beside her. The young master treats you well, gives you face in front of others. You're still not satisfied. Hearing this, Xiaoman suddenly put down her cup with a thud, then thoughtfully said, The way he treats me makes it even harder for me to leave. What should we do then? Yu Tao said directly. Then don't leave. By now, Xiaoman seemed a bit drunk. She mumbled hazily, No, must go. Must definitely go. Then collapsed onto the table. Yu Tao, seeing this, tried to wake her up. Don't sleep outside. You'll catch a cold. Go sleep in your room. Yu Tao tried helplessly to pull her, but couldn't manage. Just then Lu Ji came over, and Yu Tao said, Young master, your madam is too heavy. Please carry her back to the room yourself. So Yu Tao left, leaving Xiao Man with Lu Ji. At this moment, Xiao Man hazily woke up. Sixth young master, you're here. Lu Ji swallowed and frowned, saying, What did you call me? Xiao Man said softly, Lu Lang. You are my Lu Lang. Then she went up facing him directly and asked, So what do you call me? In front of others, you call me so naturally. But when it's just you and me, why don't you dare call me anymore? Her words made him a bit flustered. His heart racing. Lu Ji gently embraced her, lifted her chin, and their lips met. Lu Ji called softly, Madam. My madam. The two embraced intimately. Lu Ji gently kissed her collarbone. Wu Xiaoman softly called Lu Lang, Lu Lang. She looked at him tenderly and continued, I want Lu Lang. Lu Ji kissed her hand and said gently, It's windy outside. Let's go to the room first. Hold tight. So Xiaoman hazily and obediently lay in Lu Ji's arms as they both went to the room. The two lay together on the bed. Xiaoman caressed Lu Ji's face, saying, So beautiful. Then directly kissed him and said, Xiaoman truly likes Lu Lang. The next morning, Miss Xiaoman sat up holding one side of her face. With a frowning face, she groaned softly that her whole body was in pain. Xiao Dao, quickly put away the remaining Qingmai wine. Don't take it out. Miss Dao carried a basin of clean water and said, Last night I told you not to drink, but you wouldn't listen, grabbing the wine cup and refusing to let go no matter what. Now you know how uncomfortable it feels. Wu Xiaoman rubbed her eyes and said, Next time if I don't listen to advice again, just knock me out directly. Miss Dao put the water basin on the table, complained to me. I was tired carrying you back to your room. I can't carry you anymore. Come here and wash your face, Wu. Xiaoman walked over, took a clean towel, and cautiously asked Wu Dao, How did I get back to my room last night? Wu Dao laughed and looked at Wu Xiaoman, answering, The young master carried you. Wu Xiaoman was shocked mouth agape, thinking about Lu Lang's leg condition. His movement was inconvenient, yet he had to carry her back to the room. She must have caused him great trouble. A moment later, Wu Xiaoman and Sixth Lang had breakfast together. Wu Xiaoman thoughtfully picked up food for Sixth Lang. You've worked hard. Eat more. Sixth Lang avoided her gaze and replied, It wasn't hard. Wu Xiaoman patted the small pouch at her waist and said, With so much silver, how could it not be hard? Sixth Lang smiled and also picked up food for Wu Xiaoman. Then you should eat more too. Wu Xiaoman took a bun and took a small bite, thinking to herself, Why does the bun today taste even better than usual? After finishing the meal, Duan Heng pushed Sixth Lang outside. Wu Xiaoman gave Sixth Lang a large silver ingot, saying you should carry some silver with you, in case you need to buy something. The maids in the distance saw this and covered their mouths laughing. Wu Xiaoman looked at them bewildered, wondering what they were laughing at. Surely they weren't laughing at her being petty. Thinking this, Wu Xiaoman then gave Sixth Lang 2 more gold ingots. This should be enough, right? Sixth Lang smiled, looking at Wu Xiaoman. It's enough. Thank you, madam. Seeing Sixth Lang being so gentle with her, Wu Xiaoman's cheeks turned red. Lu Lang called her madam again in front of others. Feeling somewhat happy, Wu Xiaoman looked at Sixth Lang and asked softly that, Last night, did I get drunk? Sixth Lang frowned slightly, looking at Wu Xiaoman. You don't remember? Wu Xiaoman asked anxiously in confusion, Did I take advantage of you? Sixth Lang frowned and asked back, Take advantage. Wu Xiaoman awkwardly and shyly replied, Like touching and feeling, or even using my mouth. Sixth Lang's cheeks turned slightly pink as he softly replied, Yes. That did happen. Wu Xiaoman, embarrassed, covered her face, not daring to look at others anymore. I was wrong. Next time I won't drink that much, and I won't scare you anymore. Sixth Lang looked at Wu Xiaoman, wanted to tease her. Then what about this time? How does madam plan to compensate? Wu Xiaoman held her small money pouch, stammering, This is so embarrassingly stupid. You hurriedly took out your money bag and stuffed it into Lu Ji's hand. Take all of this. If you think it's too much, then treat everyone to a nice meal at the training grounds outside. Noisy discussions echoed throughout the courtyard. Shen Hanyin thought to himself, What's going on? This place of Lu Ji's usually only had energetic training shouts. There's almost no other activity, but why today? Everyone seems extremely happy. Seeing Duan Heng passing by, Shen Hanyin quickly pulled his arm and asked, What's going on here? Everyone is smiling happily. Duan Heng cheerfully replied, The general is in a good mood. We're all happy too. Shen Hanyin curiously asked Duan Heng, Good mood? Why is he in a good mood? Duan Heng scratched his head and replied, The madam gave rewards. Everyone gets a share after an incense stick burns. Lu Ji entered in his wheelchair. Shen Hanyin sat in the chair, smiled meaningfully at Lu Ji. Asked Lu Ji, Do you have plum juice? You still have a lot of green plum wine, right? Lu Ji glanced at Shen Hanyin and replied, They're different. Last night when Xiaoman was drunk, he said, Plum juice is for avoiding summer heat. Green plum wine is for drinking under blankets. These two are worlds apart. Lu Ji's lips curled up, slightly thinking. Last night Xiaoman was drinking green plum wine, wasn't he? Shen Hanyin excitedly rushed in front of Lu Ji in disbelief, waiting, Let me go out and check in a moment. Is the sun rising from the west today? That cold face of yours actually knows how to smile. Since the injury to your legs, Lu Ji had been quiet for many years, now finally showing expressions other than being dazed. Shen Hanyin smiled and said, I heard today was madam's treat. How so? Just handed over the money bag and in a blink asking for it back. Lu Ji looked up at Shen Hanyin and replied. He voluntarily gave it, saying the ceremony was too much. He told me to treat everyone to a nice meal. Shin Hanyin was so angry he gritted his teeth. So this is actually dog food. The wine in my mouth suddenly isn't sweet anymore. Shin Hanyin put several papers on the table and said, "Too bad, I didn't come specially to visit today. I hope after you read these things you can still smile. Now everywhere is almost in position. Has that suitable time you mentioned arrived?" Lu Ji picked up the paper and read through it. The candle burned fiercely, burning the paper. "It's almost time." Lu Ji gratefully said thank you. Shin Hanyin looked at Lu Ji and said, "No need to be so polite. You've hidden your talents for years, just waiting for this moment. I'm your friend. Of course I must help, but the situation ahead will surely be chaotic. Have you made plans for him?" Lu Ji lowered his eyes and slowly spoke. "He wasn't in my original plan." Shin Hanyin frowned and said, "But he has appeared. Perhaps it will affect your next plans. Moreover, I can see he really likes you." Lu Ji's eyes lowered. His heart thumped uncontrollably. Shin Hanyin clasped his hands sincerely and said, "Friends for over a decade, this is the first time I've asked something of you. He is my benefactor. I cannot see him in danger without being concerned. I once asked for someone from you before. My feelings remain unchanged now." Lu Ji raised his face, looking at Shin Hanyin in disbelief. Shin Hanyin continued, "I know you have no feelings for him. If you could consider his good qualities, even a little, then entrust him to me. I will certainly do my utmost to protect and care for him." In the garden, Wu Xiaoman sat by the small stream, watching two fish swimming in the water, chatting. "Sister Biyue, did she ask you to relay her message to me? What did she say?" The red fish in the stream looked at Wu Xiaoman and replied, "Sister Biyue said, the pearl of merfolk can cure all diseases. But each merperson in their lifetime only has one chance to obtain the pearl." The blue fish beside also spoke up. "Sister Biyue also asked if you miss home. If you do, then return quickly." Wu Xiaoman let out a sigh. "Of course I miss it, how could I not? But I can't let go, I want to stay by his side a little longer." A little longer. Late at night, the sound of a door opening rang out. Wu Xiaoman sat on the bed happily rubbing her small belly. "These fruit candies are really delicious. Turns out one silver tael can buy so many fruit candies. Not only did each soldier in training get a portion, I could also bring back a portion for myself." Wu Xiaoman contentedly laid down on the bed. Lu Ji sat at the head of the bed, looking at Wu Xiaoman and softly said, "I'm glad." Everyone was happy. "They asked me to bring you again next time." Wu Xiaoman sat up excitedly and asked, "Really? I can go with you to the training grounds where we can ride horses, shoot arrows, and practice swordplay. I really want to try." Lu Ji gently wiped the corner of Wu Xiaoman's mouth. Wu Xiaoman's face turned red, eyes sparkling, looking at Lu Ji. "My lord." Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman gently and said, "There's candy at the corner of your mouth." Wu Xiaoman turned away disappointed. "Oh, thank you." Lu Ji looked at his own hand in silence. He recalled what Shin Hanyin had said. "I know you have no feelings for him. If you could consider his good qualities even a little, then entrust him to me. I will certainly protect and care for him completely." Lu Ji lowered his face in thought. Now with chaos within and enemies without, conflict is about to break out. I can barely take care of myself. How can I involve him in suffering with me just now? I shouldn't have reached out. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji carefully and asked, "That evening, the day after tomorrow, do you have free time?" Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and asked, "What's the matter?" Wu Xiaoman replied excitedly, "I heard people say, the day after tomorrow is the double seventh festival. The moon will be bright and the bridge decorations will be beautiful. It's perfect for a night outing. We can also release lanterns on the city's river at that time. I want to make wishes and bless everyone. Will you go with me?" Wu Xiaoman expectantly looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji lowered his head. "It's time to think about the Qixi festival." Wu Dao folded the bedding neatly for Wu Xiaoman. "Autumn is coming. We need to add more bedding." Wu Xiaoman was surprised by the embroidery on the quilt. "Mandarin ducks." Wu Dao secretly glanced at Wu Xiaoman with a smile. "It's not even midnight yet. Our young madam is already having spring thoughts." Wu Xiaoman cried out in embarrassment. "I was just looking at the embroidery technique. I want to try it when I get back." Wu Dao curiously looked Wu Xiaoman over. "You've been unsettled these days. Don't pretend in front of me anymore. Isn't there a date on Qixi? Why are you so panicked about it?" Wu Xiaoman anxiously asked Wu Dao. "Do Do you think he will come? Before Shinmashue's wedding, I asked if he would come. He also answered, we'll see when the time comes. Now he gives the same answer again. In his heart, has he really already made up his mind? Wu Dao looked at Wu Xiaoman encouragingly. Why wouldn't he come? With a beauty by his side and flowers around, many men would pray for such a moment. Anyone who isn't foolish would go. Wu Xiaoman felt sad and dejected. But what if I'm not the beauty in his heart? Then what? At this moment, Duan Heng came to report to Wu Xiaoman. Madam, the general asked me to inform you that for these 2 days, he has many military matters to attend to. He needs to stay at the camp. Wu Xiaoman thought in disappointed silence. So he won't come tonight. In the study, Lu Ji tiredly rubbed his forehead. Finally finished with work, Lu Ji remembered Wu Xiaoman holding his hand saying, on Qixi night, let's meet at the bridge outside the city. Lu Ji lowered his eyes. Having Duan Heng deliver that message, she would understand his intention. She won't wait anymore. At this moment, rain started falling outside. Lu Ji glanced outside. It's raining on the streets. Heavy rain was falling. Wu Xiaoman silently watched the rain. An old man carrying a lotus lantern came up beside Wu Xiaoman. Which young lady might you be? It's raining. Why haven't you gone home yet? Wu Xiaoman looked at the old man and replied, I'm waiting for someone. He's busy with work, or maybe he'll come a bit later. The old man smiled in understanding. Oh, so you're someone's madam. Forgive me. I'm old, my eyes are dim. Seeing you so young, I thought you were some young lady sneaking out to meet her lover. Wu Xiaoman smiled happily. You're not wrong. I am waiting for my love. Though he might not come, I still want to wait a bit longer. The old man looked at Wu Xiaoman and said, they say the cowherd and weaver girl meet only once a year. Yet lovers nowadays can meet every day, but still care so much about this festival. Wu Xiaoman lowered her head dejectedly. We can't meet every day, and who knows what will happen by this time next year. The old man handed the lotus lantern to Wu Xiaoman. I have to go now. These 2 lotus lanterns are a gift for the lady. Wu Xiaoman accepted the lotus lantern and said thank you. Wu Xiaoman looked at the heavy rain outside and sighed softly. Who's going out? It's raining heavily. She held the lotus lantern tightly against her chest. Can't let the lotus lantern get wet. The reason for inviting Lu Lang was to release lanterns together. Without these lanterns, there would be no point in waiting here anymore. Come to think of it, before it rained, I saw some young ladies with brushes writing on the petals of these lotus lanterns. Must be writing their wishes. I need to think about what I should write. The sound of wheels rattling quickly on the street. Seeing Wu Xiaoman sitting alone under an eave avoiding the rain, Lu Ji immediately spotted her. He quickly wheeled towards Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman looked up seeing Lu Ji coming in the rain. Worriedly asked, where's your umbrella? Lu Ji stared at her and replied, forgot it, but brought something else. As he spoke, Lu Ji draped his cloak over Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman blushed looking at Lu Ji. This cloak was filled with Lu Lang's scent, like being embraced in his arms. At this moment, the rain stopped. Lu Ji gently extended his hand in front of Wu Xiaoman. Let's go home. Wu Xiaoman stood up, handing the lotus lantern to Lu Ji. Since you're here, why don't we release the lanterns together? Lu Ji was silent for a moment, then softly replied, okay. Wu Xiaoman happily cheered wonderful upon hearing this. She grabbed Lu Ji's hand and pulled him along. Wu Xiaoman took the brush to write her wish on the lotus lantern. Suddenly unsure what to write, she glanced at Lu Ji writing his wish beside her. Wonder what Lu Lang is writing. Seeing Lu Ji cover his hand, preventing her from seeing, Wu Xiaoman secretly cursed how petty. At this time, Duan Heng came running with an umbrella, looked at Wu Xiaoman, and said softly, the general just left hurriedly. I said I'd get an umbrella and come. He couldn't wait. Brought his cloak here first. Wu Xiaoman looked at Duan Heng in surprise and asked. He wasn't planning to come here originally. Duan Heng replied in a low voice. Don't know, today's official business was busy. He didn't tell me about evening appointments until it started raining. Perhaps he forgot. Wu Xiaoman put the brush to the lotus lantern. As she wrote, she bit her lip, painfully thinking. It's not that he forgot. If it weren't for this rain, I probably wouldn't have waited for Lu Lang tonight. The 2 sat side by side, releasing lotus lanterns into the lake, watching them float for a long while. Seeing her silent throughout, Lu Ji worriedly asked what's wrong. Wu Xiaoman, startled, quickly replied, nothing. thinking to herself. Still haven't seen clearly what Lu Ji wrote on the lantern. At this moment, the old man from earlier passed by carrying 2 large baskets, saw Wu Xiaoman and asked, "My lady, have you released your lantern yet?" Wu Xiaoman smiled and replied the old man has released it. By now the lantern should have floated to the south end. The old man looked at Lu Ji beside him and smiled, asking, "Is this the master you've been waiting for?" He must be busy with official duties. Being able to make it here is already not easy. Lu Ji sincerely said thank you to the old sir for the lanterns. The old man smiled and waved his hand, saying it's just 2 paper lanterns. You young people can take them to play. However, it's getting cold, you should add more clothes. Once the heart gets cold, it won't warm up again. Being busy is fine, but don't keep the lady waiting for so long anymore. After saying that, the old man carried his 2 large baskets and left. Back at the small courtyard, Wu Xiaoman stepped into the large bathtub. He immersed his whole body in the water, then looked at Lu Ji behind the screen and thought silently in Lu Ji's heart. He recalled the suggestion from earlier, what he said to Lu Ji. How about we bathe together? After all, we're both men. It's fine to bathe together. Just now I invited Lu Ji to bathe together. At that time, Lu Ji tactfully declined. No need. You bathe first, I'll just change my clothes. Wu Xiaoman felt dejected and disappointed at being rejected by Lu Ji again. Although not bathing together could reduce the risk of exposing his merman identity, but just thinking that he didn't want to bathe with him still felt somewhat lost. Wu Xiaoman covered his mouth and yawned. Didn't sleep well last night. After rushing around all day today, feeling very sleepy, Wu Xiaoman's legs turned back into a fishtail. He leaned against the tub, closed his eyes, and thought, I'll just sleep for a moment. Seeing Wu Xiaoman bathing for a long time without coming out, Lu Ji worriedly went in to check. Saw him tiredly fallen asleep in the bathtub. He softly called out, Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman heard the call and slightly opened his eyes. Seeing Lu Ji in front of him, he was stunned. He quickly sat up straight and stammered, I accidentally fell asleep. Lu Ji let out a soft sigh. Come out. The water's cold. Then Wu Xiaoman changed his tail back in a leg, stood up to put on clothes. The floor was slippery. He wasn't careful and slipped, falling into Lu Ji's arms. Lu Ji instinctively reached out to embrace him. Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly said thank you. This scene feels so familiar. Last time I was also careless and sat on Lu Ji's lap. Lu Ji helped Wu Xiaoman stand up, his voice distant and formal. Then Wu Xiaoman painfully gripped his shoulders, pressing him to ask why he's avoiding him. The lanterns are already released. Why are you still avoiding me? Why hold an umbrella for me? Shield me from rain and still have. His voice became choked up. Why hold my hand and why kiss me? Lu Ji silently looked at him without answering. Wu Xiaoman grievously burst into sobs. Even if the first time you were drugged and not clear-minded, so it doesn't count. Then the second time you were sober, right? After taking advantage, you still pretend like nothing happened. What kind of gentleman is that? Lu Ji lowered his face and said, what about you? Why did you ask me to release lanterns? Why don't you let go of my hand? Wu Xiaoman shyly turned away. Don't you know why I'm doing this? You came as promised. Holding your hand makes me so happy. How could I? How could I let go when my heart belongs to you? Do you really not know? His heart ached, wondering if she truly didn't know. Or was she pretending not to know because she couldn't reciprocate? Lu Ji remained silent. Seeing Lu Ji not answering, Wu Xiaoman turned away disappointed and ran outside. Suddenly, Lu Ji reached out and grabbed Wu Xiaoman's hand. Wu Xiaoman said in surprise, You didn't let me finish speaking. Lu Ji gently held her face. Their lips quickly pressed together. They shared a passionate kiss, and after their lips parted, Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji and choked up, saying, You kissed me again. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Lu Ji gently wiped the tears from Wu Xiaoman's face. Said yes. Wu Xiaoman froze and grabbed Lu Ji's hand. These are mermaid tears. Wu Xiaoman took Lu Ji's hand and gently licked his finger. Salty, just like normal tears. I was clearly so sad just now. Why haven't they turned into pearls yet? Lu Ji's 2 fingers touched Wu Xiaoman's tongue. Lu Ji quickly withdrew his hand and thought. This feeling was very strange. Lu Ji frowned and turned away, not daring to look directly at Wu Xiaoman. He pressed his lips tightly and turned to leave, saying, "Let's go outside." Wu Xiaoman ran after Lu Ji and held him back. "Don't run away." She took Lu Ji's hand and placed it on her cheek, questioning, "You clearly like this. Why are you running away? Why did you kiss me? Sean also did those things to me." Wu Xiaoman pulled Lu Ji's hand and gently licked his fingertip. He did those things so many times, yet didn't want to take responsibility. Lu Ji's body felt hot as he swallowed and said, "You are already my wife. What more responsibility do you want me to take?" Lu Ji pulled Wu Xiaoman close and kissed her lips. Their clothes scattered on the floor. Their bodies intertwined tightly. Wu Xiaoman held Lu Ji tight and moaned, "Ah, Lu Lang." Lu Ji's 2 fingers entered her flower. Wu Xiaoman couldn't handle such stimulation. She threw her head back. "Ah, not there." Lu Ji looked at her with deep eyes, his voice hoarse as he said no. Wu Xiaoman moaned louder, "No. Don't stop." Lu Ji kissed Wu Xiaoman's neck. "As you wish, my wife." Throughout the courtyard, Wu Xiaoman's sweet moans echoed, "Ah, Lu Lang, Lu Lang." Early the next morning, Wu Xiaoman sat up exhausted. "Is it morning already?" Her body was covered in dark red kiss marks, her body soft and tired. Seeing Wu Xiaoman awake, Lu Ji asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Wu Xiaoman shyly covered herself with the blanket. No, her cheeks weren't flushed red with embarrassment, thinking, "So embarrassed about last night with 6th Lang. Can't face him anymore." After a while, Wu Xiaoman, properly dressed, sat absent-mindedly at the dressing table combing her hair, wondering if they weren't too loud last night. If not, 1 tells 10, 10 tells 100, how can I show my face in the 6th manner anymore? Wu Xiaoman put the comb down on the dressing table. Suddenly a hand reached out, taking the comb from her hand. 6G gently said, "Let me do it." He took the comb and gently brushed her hair. Wu Xiaoman carefully observed 6th G secretly. 6th Lang's eyelashes are so long. His nose bridge is high too. His thin lips are also beautiful. No wonder so many ladies like him. Seeing Wu Xiaoman suddenly becoming gloomy, 6G misunderstood that she didn't want him combing her hair and asked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not combing well? Should I call Wu Dao in?" Wu Xiaoman quickly turned around to look at 6G. No need right now. Her eyes glanced at the plum blossom pendant hanging in a corner. Her mood dropped again. That was the plum blossom pendant given to him by Shinma Xue. Wu Xiaoman looked at 6G inquiringly. "I heard many ladies want to make pendants for you." 6G gently looked at Wu Xiaoman and replied, "No, I'm already married." Wu Xiaoman frowned. "But I'm not really your wife, and people outside all think that I'm Wu Menglu. But I'm not really Wu Menglu." 6G put down the comb, looked at her gently, and said, "Then who was I just combing hair for, my lady?" In the madam's room, madam kindly gave Wu Xiaoman a bowl of soup, saying, "This soup is nourishing. Menglu, drink more. Young couple, you need to try harder." Remember when Yuan came, she conceived within half a year. The night Kaiji was born was very cold. Frost covered the ground at night, waiting for the frost to melt and sun to rise. Kaiji was born. His cries echoed through half the city. Wu Xiaoman held the soup bowl, curiously looking at madam. Madam seemed lost in memories. Kaiji was very naughty when young. At 4, he climbed trees for bird eggs until he broke his leg. At 6, he was lazy and didn't want to study, climbed walls to escape, was caught by his father. But later he became more sensible, practiced martial arts diligently every day. Wu Xiaoman smiled, imagining the mischievous 6G climbing trees was so cute. Madam sighed and continued, "But at 15, that boy rebelled at home during martial arts exam, packed his belongings at midnight, went southeast to join the army. If he had delayed joining the army for a few years, perhaps this disaster could have been avoided. He also wouldn't have missed the last meeting with Yuan." Wu Xiaoman curiously asked madam, "What illness caused 6th Lang's mother to pass away?" Lady Tai sighed sadly and replied to her, "After giving birth, Kai Chi's health hasn't been good. It just keeps dragging on. Speaking of which, tomorrow is Yuan Ni's death anniversary. Every year on this day, Kai Chi becomes very depressed. You must try to comfort him." The next day, No Chu Man looked at Ngu Dao and said, "Incense, paper money, fruits, all the offerings have been purchased completely." Just as they returned to the mansion, they suddenly heard angry voices. "Haven't learned anything good all day. Hanging out with those playboys all day long." The 6th master angrily raised his whip to discipline 6th Viet. "Haven't even married your wife yet. Already keeping a mistress outside these days, I'll break your legs." Feng Man On quickly stepped forward to calm the 6th master. "Master, Don't be angry. Don't get too heated. It's bad for your health. Seeing this, Nguchu Man went to 6th Kitch's side. He whispered in 6th Kitch's ear. What happened? 6th Kitch signaled him to be quiet. The 6th Master looked at Feng Man own angrily and said, How can I not be angry at that bastard? His usual playboy behavior was one thing, but he even rented a place to keep a dancer. This news reached the Liu family. Now, they want to break off the engagement. Feng Man own frowned and objected disapprovingly. Usually only the man's side breaks off engagements. What right do they have to break off the engagement with Viet? I even think the Liu family isn't worthy of our family. As expected, even the mistress couldn't stand it. The 6th Master frowned and said, It's unreasonable that before the main wife enters the door, he wants a mistress to bear the first son. Feng Man spoke up to analyze. Hasn't she given birth yet? There's a difference between legitimate and illegitimate. If she's accepted the position of main wife, then she needs to have some patience. Anyway, the mistress can't override her position. Nguchu Man was shocked with mouth agape. There's already a child. The 6th Master angrily whipped the ground. You're truly too spoiled, 6th Viet. Quickly get ready to come with me to apologize to the Liu family. 6th Viet fearfully clutched his head, but refused to admit fault if they want to break the engagement. Why do I need to go along? The 6th Master pointed angrily at 6th Viet and scolded. How did I end up with such an unreasonable son? Raised with care. Yet you can't even match a fraction of your eldest brother. Feng Man spoke up defiantly. How is my Viet inferior to him in any way? The 6th Master shot her a cold, angry glare. 6th Viet angrily stood up, pointing at 6th Kitch, and questioned, Did you leak my affairs to the Liu family? You must be jealous that I have healthy limbs. You want to ruin my marriage and steal my future. After speaking, he angrily rushed towards 6th Kitch. 6th Kitch placed his hand on No Chu Man's shoulder, protecting him behind himself, and coldly spoke. If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. 6th Kitch drew his sword and said, I thought everyone in this world understood this principle. 1 hour later, No Chu Man lit incense for the mother. Luke Kitch sincerely clasped his hands together. His mind recalled what had just happened. After the end of Luke Viet's performance, the old master called Luke Lang over to talk. Don't know what they talked about, but perhaps it won't be that quick. No Chu Man looked at Luke Kitch's mother's tablet and sincerely said, Aunt, may I call you Aunt? I am Luke Lang's wife, acknowledged by him personally. No Chu Man lowered her eyes and sighed, thinking this was good. She could take advantage of this quiet moment to talk with Luke Lang's mother. She took a plate of cakes and placed it before the tablet. Do you like these? Luke Lang likes sweets, thinking that mother and son share the same taste. You must like sweets too, right? Thank you for raising Luke Lang so well. He is such a good person. Very good indeed. He holds an umbrella for me when it rains, covers me with blankets when it's windy, and combs my hair. He also wraps up things I like when I make mistakes. He gently scolds me. Most importantly, he once saved my life. He's such a good person. So, if heaven has spirits, I pray that the gods will watch over him. Protect him. Don't let him suffer. No Chu Man sincerely kowtowed once before Luke Kitch's mother's tablet. Luke Kitch outside saw everything. No Chu Man inside continued speaking. I, No Chu Man, am willing to trade my remaining 200 years of life for his lifetime of peace. May all his future paths be smooth. May all difficulties be resolved. Peace and happiness from now on. No need to worry. Luke Kitch said nothing, his eyes still gently watching No Chu Man in the courtyard. No Chu Man sat beside him, watching Luke Kitch read attentively. Luke Lang's body carried the scent of incense. Seems he had been at the ancestral hall until now. Luke Kitch picked up his teacup to drink, but his eyes kept watching her. No Chu Man curiously asked, Is there something on my face? Luke Kitch quickly changed the subject. No. Were you frightened by Luke Viet's incident today? No Chu Man quickly waved her hands. How could that be? I'm very brave. Moreover, I have you to protect me, she thought to herself. Today when that guy went crazy, Luke Lang's first reaction was to protect her behind him. He treats her so well. Luke Kitch looked at No Chu Man and asked, Who else is in your family? No Chu Man smiled and answered, I've had no parents since birth, only one older sister. Luke Kitch held his teacup and looked at No Chu Man, saying, Your sister must love you very much. No Chu Man smiled, her eyes sparkling. Of course, sister treats me very well. When I wanted to go to the capital, she verbally refused, even said she would cut ties with me. But after I came here, every few days, she writes letters asking me to return home. Luke Kitch smiled softly and replied. No Two Man nervously glanced at Luke Kitch. Strange, why did Sixth Lang suddenly ask about this? 2 days later, at the Sixth Mansion, Lu Ying sobbed and said tearfully, Men in this world have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I was mentally prepared to share a husband with other women. But how could he have a child with another woman before I even entered the household? No Two Man couldn't bear it and quickly consoled her. Mountains may move, but nature remains unchanged. That's just the kind of person he is. It's fortunate to see this before marriage. It reduces future grievances. Lu Ying wiped her tears and said, My fate with the second family ends here. Sister, may you and Sixth Young Master share love for 100 years. No Two Man didn't respond, just quietly stood up and patted Lu Ying's back to comfort her. Long Ka thought silently about love for 100 years. I also want to share love with Sixth Lang for 100 years. But can I really stay by his side forever? At the general's mansion, Sixth Master looked at Luke Viet kneeling on the ground and angrily declared the marriage with the Lu family is now canceled. After the child is born, you will immediately bring it back to Marries. As for that dancer, give her money and send her away. Luke Viet was shocked and quickly said she can't be sent away. I've already agreed to marry her. A promise made cannot be taken back. Sixth Master angrily shouted, Now you know about keeping promises. How good was the marriage with the Lu family? Yet you've ruined it all. Luke Viet laughed coldly. Who cares? My mother already said this marriage was them trying to climb too high. Then father should give me the title earlier. Otherwise, I really won't find a proper wife. Your face isn't pleasant to look at either. Sixth Master's face contorted with anger. He stood up abruptly and left, saying go talk to your mother. Don't dream about this anymore. Before leaving, he glanced at him and said, By seniority and talent, this title should belong to your eldest brother. Luke Viet was shocked and froze. What? How could it be? Father actually wants to give the title to that cripple. No Two Man pushed Luke Kitch's wheelchair behind, smiling slightly. Indeed, heaven deals with evil people. Luke Viet must be furious now. Luke Kitch gently reminded No Two Man, let's go. No Two Man quickly responded, yes. The two went to the flower garden. Luke Kitch lowered his face and instructed No Two Man starting from today, stay home more and go out less. No Two Man asked puzzledly, Why? Luke Kitch held No Two Man's wrist. Not wanting to worry you, he made an excuse. Autumn has come. The north isn't like your hometown. It's easy to catch cold. You need to be more careful. No Two Man blushed and obediently agreed, all right. Then from tomorrow I won't go out anymore. I'll stay home waiting for you. Although I'm a cold water fish and don't fear the cold, but Sixth Lang cares about me so much. I'm very happy. Luke Kitch held No Two Man's hand without letting go, looked at her carefully, and asked, Recently the mansion hasn't been peaceful. Are you afraid right now? Behind them, there was a sound as Lu Yu held a sharp knife, menacingly stabbing toward the two people. Die, you cripple. Wu Xiaoman quickly hugged Lu Ji tightly, using his body to protect him. Lu Lang, be careful. Blood flowed from Wu Xiaoman's back, staining his clothes red. Lu, you fearfully retreated backward. I didn't mean to stab you. You ran into it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything. After saying that, he ran away in fear. Lu Ji's face was filled with panic, holding the unconscious Wu Xiaoman. Xiaoman, hang in there. I'll take you to see a doctor right away. Wu Xiaoman struggled to open his eyes and said weakly, Finally, it's my turn to save you. Lu Ji fearfully called out Xiaoman. Late at night, in the small courtyard, Lu Ji sat beside the bed, anxiously caring for the still unconscious Wu Xiaoman, one hand tightly holding Wu Xiaoman's hand, the other gently stroking his hair. Lu Ji gripped Wu Xiaoman's hand, blaming himself with a heavy heart. Xiaoman. At this moment, Shen Hanyan suddenly rushed in and urgently asked Lu Ji, I heard about Xiaoman. Lu Ji frowned at Shen Hanyan and asked, Why are you here? Shen Hanyan said anxiously and worriedly, I heard Xiaoman was attacked by Lu Yu. Is that true? Lu Ji lowered his head and softly replied to Shen. Hanyan looked at Lu Ji and asked how Xiaoman was now. Lu Ji carefully tucked the blanket around Wu Xiaoman and said the wound isn't serious. There's nothing to worry about now. Shen Hanyan angrily shouted, Nothing to worry about. Who does Lu Yu think he is to do something like this? Others might not know, but you and I understand. Clearly at the bedside, everyone in the alley is talking about that 9-inch knife Liu wanted your life right in front of Xiaoman. He took the knife for you, and you say he's fine. Lu Ji remained silent, not arguing back. Shen Hanyan grew increasingly angry as he spoke. You said nothing would happen to him. That's why I didn't take him away. Now you've let him get hurt in your place. Is this what you meant by nothing will happen to him that you always say? Lu Ji pressed his lips together, face pale as he looked at Shen Hanyan. Shen Hanyan angrily stared straight into Lu Ji's eyes. Just because he said taking the knife was voluntary, you think you can make him happy by your side? Lu Ji was speechless as Shen Hanyan shouted angrily, Lu Kaiji, you know very well the dangers that surround you, yet you rely on his admiration to force him to stay by your side. That's what I call despicable. Lu Ji froze. Unable to argue back, he lowered his face, lips pressed tightly indeed. Xiaoman lying here unconscious today is all because of my selfish desire to repay kindness. Lu Ji's hands clenched tightly, knowing well I couldn't even take care of myself, yet still wanting him by my side, contentedly accepting his sacrifice, seeing his pale and cold face. Then I had never been so panicked I feared he would quietly stop breathing. Lu Kik silently looked at his hands. Perhaps we should really let go. The next morning, Wu Xiaoman weakly woke up. She looked around with a pale face. What happened to me? I remember taking a knife blow for Lu Lang. Is Lu Lang all right? Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoman became worried and sat up wanting to visit Lu Kik. But unfortunately, when touched the wound on her back, Wu Xiaoman endured the pain and sat up. Seeing Wu Xiaoman sitting up, Wu Dao fearfully rushed over. Oh, my ancestor, you should lie down quietly. The imperial physician warned about the back wound, not to move it forcefully. Wu Dao quickly rushed to help Wu Xiaoman lie down to rest. Wu Xiaoman's whole body stiffened. The imperial physician, Wu Dao, looked at Wu Xiaoman and said, That's right, the young master invited from the palace is currently brewing medicine. I cooked some porridge. You should drink it first. Wu Xiaoman hesitantly asked, Then what about young master? Wu Dao carefully fed medicine to Wu Xiaoman and said, The emperor summoned him to the palace to treat your wounds. Young master went to the palace at night to invite the imperial physician. Perhaps it disturbed the emperor's sleep. During the ceremony, Wu Xiaoman, still worried, asked Wu Dao again, Is he all right? Wu Dao then said, What could happen to his body? You already took the blow for him. Then last night, Wu Dao quickly replied, Last night, young master stayed by your bedside. Didn't sleep all night. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoman smiled slightly and said, No wonder I slept so well. It was because of General Lu Lang's companionship. Wu Xiaoman lay prone on the bed, looking expectantly out the door. Why hasn't Lu Lang returned after an entire morning? The elder madam was helped by her maid to come and smiled kindly at Wu Xiaoman. Your mind is full of Kaiji. Is there still room for this old lady here? She held Wu Xiaoman's hand heart-achingly and said, Why is this child so foolish? When in danger, why don't you know to run away quickly? Wu Xiaoman frankly said, If I ran away, what would happen to Lu Lang? The elder madam lovingly and heart-achingly stroked Wu Xiaoman's cheek. Good child, such a good child. Xiaoye, go get the ginseng I've kept for many years. Cook it to nourish Meng Lu's body. Xiaoye behind quickly responded yes. The elder madam patted Wu Xiaoman's hand and instructed, Meng Lu, if you want to eat anything, just tell the servants to prepare it. I've told the kitchen to rest these days. They're waiting for orders anytime. Wu Xiaoman smiled to comfort the elder madam. Protecting Lu Lang is what I should do. Grandmother doesn't need to do this. Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly held her cheek. This knife wound was worth it. Not only did I protect Lu Lang, but I'm also enjoying such good treatment. Wu Xiaoman looked at the elder madam and quickly asked, Right, grandmother, how will Lu Yu be dealt with? He attempted to assassinate brother. Solution, I'm afraid we'll have to report this to the authorities. Madame Tai looked at Ngutu Man in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? What does this have to do with Viet attacking Kai Chi? He was just a small servant who used to serve him. Today that servant was beaten to death by thugs. Ngutu Man was stunned. That's not right. The person who attacked Luke Lang yesterday wasn't any servant. It was clearly Luke Viet. Madame Tai quickly tried to calm Ngutu Man's agitated state. It was very dark at that time. You must have seen wrong. I watched that child Viet grow up. He may be narrow-minded, but he would never commit such a treasonous act of harming his brother. Ngutu Man lowered her eyes. Even if it was too dark to see clearly, how could she not recognize Luke Viet's voice? The person who attacked Luke Lang was clearly Luke Viet. Ngutu Man's hands clenched tightly. Several nights later, Ngudao sat beside the bed looking at Ngutu Man, advising her. Don't wait any more tonight. Go to bed early. If young master returns, I'll tell you right away. Ngutu Man looked at Ngudao sadly. It's been days since Luke Lang returned. I miss him and can't sleep. She thought painfully. Since Luke Viet's attack, she hadn't seen Luke Lang again. Ngudao smiled and comforted Ngutu Man. Today I heard 2 pieces of gossip. Let me tell you to help you sleep. Ngutu Man smiled and replied, all right. Ngudao seriously narrated, I heard the first madam has been confined. When her brothers came to visit, Master Six wouldn't let her out. The other news involves the court. They say the court suddenly started investigating the battle with the dot quiet from 4 years ago. They say someone in the army betrayed us to the enemy. That's what led to the defeat. When Ngutu Man heard this, she suddenly felt uneasy. Why did she have this vague feeling of unease? As if both matters were connected to Luke Lang. An hour later, after Ngutu Man fell into deep sleep, a gentle hand lightly touched her forehead. Ngutu Man woke up and opened her eyes. She saw it was Luke Lang who had come. Ngutu Man quickly sat up. Luke Lang, you've finally returned. You're back so late, I haven't seen you for many days. I missed you. Luke Lang silently stared at Ngutu Man. He avoided her gaze and said, I've been busy these days. Ngutu Man grabbed Luke Lang's hand and asked with concern, busy with Luke Viet's matters. Why did he attack you that day? Was it him? Luke Lang lowered his head, not daring to face Ngutu Man's concerned gaze. He thought to himself that he didn't care about her having any problems. He hadn't thanked her for saving his life days ago. Even his answers were perfunctory. But why wasn't she angry? She was even worried about his matters. Thinking of this, Luke Lang replied. Ngutu Man grabbed Six Kitch's hand and asked, then why didn't you say anything to the master? Arrest him and take him to the authorities. That action would be enough to put him in prison for years. Six Kitch frowned deeply before speaking after a while. Sixth Master is his father. Ngutu Man stared blankly at Six Kitch. Sixth Master is your father too, isn't he? Wait, could it be that they did not know? But deliberately, Ngutu Man reorganized her thoughts. Previously, I heard Ngudao mention briefly about her family's past. She was sold to the village Chief Ngu's family because of her elder brother's marriage arrangement. Parents favor their children more. Besides, this strike didn't really hit the mark's 6th young master turned a blind eye. Settling things peacefully was still the best choice. Six Kitch didn't know how to explain to Ngutu Man, so he remained silent. Ngutu Man felt heartbroken for Six Kitch. Although she knew the Liu family had many dirty secrets, she never expected the 2 elders who treated her well to be so unreasonable. This kind of thing surely wasn't happening for the first time. They used Six Kitch's lame legs as an excuse to stay quiet. That's why he exposed a series of life and death matters from the past, elegantly called Keeping the House Peaceful. Ngutu Man gently held Six Kitch's hand, caressed his cheek, and comforted him not to be sad. Don't be sad. No wonder 6th young master, usually flamboyant and carefree, became suspicious. No wonder he's as cold as ice. It took so much effort just to get close to him. Ngutu Man smiled cheerfully and asked Six Kitch, it's half a month until your birthday. Is there anything you want or anywhere you'd like to go? We can go together, just the 2 of us. Like that time on the Double 7th Festival, walking through streets and visiting the lake, finding a tea house to rest when tired, and trying street snacks when hungry. Six Kitch stared at Ngutu Man in surprise. Coming back today, he originally thought to just look and leave. Unexpectedly, his carefulness woke her up, and she talked so much with him. Just listening to her words, in his mind appeared the image of Six Kitch biting his lips in pain, thinking. But his legs couldn't move, trapped in this cramped wheelchair, with chaos all around, unable to take care of himself. Six Kitch clenched his fist tightly. Ngutu Man looked at Six Kitch with anticipation and asked, 6th young master, is it okay? Six Kitch quickly pulled his hand away from Ngutu Man and coldly said, no. He turned his face away, brows tightly knitted, and said firmly, in half a month, you won't be in the mansion anymore. Ngutu Man looked at Six Kitch in confusion and asked, then where should I be? Six Kitch turned his back and said, there's a village in Jingjiao. The environment is elegant, most suitable for health recovery. When you can get out of bed and walk, you will go there. Ngutu Man looked at Six Kitch in disbelief. 6th young master wants to move her to another courtyard. Is he trying to drive her away? But wasn't everything fine before? Why did his expression suddenly change? Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji's back and asked, when can we return to the mansion? Lu Ji gritted his teeth. After a while, He glanced at Wu Xiaoman with a cold, distant voice and said, "If no one comes to pick you up, then don't come back." Wu Xiaoman burst into tears and mumbled to herself, "No one will come to pick me up. No need to return anymore." Tears fell drop by drop. Wu Xiaoman sat dazed on the bed. Lu Lang is driving me away. Lu Lang doesn't want Xiaoman anymore. Wu Dao entered the room. Seeing Lu Ji wasn't in the room, she looked at Wu Xiaoman and asked, "Where is the young master? Didn't he return last night?" Wu Xiaoman burst into pitiful sobs. "I'm going to find master and grandmother. I won't go. Lu Lang is here. I can't leave." Wu Dao's head was spinning in confusion, quickly comforted Wu Xiaoman and asked, "My dear ancestor, what's all this fuss about? Who wants to drive you away?" Wu Xiaoman lowered her face in heartache and told Wu Dao, "Lu Lang wants to send me away. I won't go. I won't go anywhere. If I leave alone, how can he live in this dangerous backyard? His legs are already damaged. We absolutely must prevent any harm to other parts." Later, when Wu Xiaoman went to find the Grand Madam, she was stopped by the maid at the door. "Grand Madam is unwell and cannot receive visitors. Young master has already been invited back," Wu Xiaoman said disappointedly. "Then please relay my message to grandmother. I'll come visit another time." After speaking, Wu Xiaoman turned and left. "Grandmother probably deliberately avoided meeting me. Originally, I wanted to expose Lu Yu's evil assassination attempt on his elder brother, to seek justice for Lu Lang." Just then, Lu Yu passed by. Seeing Wu Xiaoman, he smiled mockingly. "Did sister-in-law come to pay respects to grandmother?" Looking at sister-in-law's complexion, "Your health hasn't recovered yet. I heard elder brother hasn't returned home these days. He truly doesn't know how to cherish a flower. Why don't you come with me? I have some good medicine that can help sister-in-law recover quickly." Wu Xiaoman looked at him coldly. "Lu Lang treats me very well. I don't need those medicines. But second brother, doing so many unconscionable things, you're bound to stumble. You might want to prepare medicine for yourself in advance." Lu Yu's face changed in anger. Wu Xiaoman fearlessly looked straight into his eyes and questioned, "The one who tried to assassinate Lu Lang, was it you?" Lu Yu laughed coldly. "What if I admit it was me, so what? You think by finding grandmother, she will stand up for you? Doing such an earth-shattering thing, I'll just receive some punishment. Soon enough, the family will let me marry Zhang Lashi's daughter as my wife. He is still the future master of the 6 mansions." Wu Xiaoman coldly threw him a bucket of cold water, the 6th master once said. He wanted to pass that position to Lu Lang. Lu Yu angrily said in a harsh tone, "So what? When my mother finishes her confinement, she will deal with him. Do you think he will live until then?" Wu Xiaoman angrily looked at Lu Yu with cold eyes, thinking this person was truly despicable. Lu Yu's eyes swore to look Wu Xiaoman up and down from top to bottom. "When you first entered the mansion, I told you to follow me, but you turned out well. You wholeheartedly chose to live and die with that cripple. What a pity that Lu Ji, that emotionally ignorant one, still hangs onto a tree refusing to come down. Perhaps you don't know about Shin Mashue, who divorced her husband shortly after marriage." Wu Xiaoman was shocked and froze. "Shin Mashue, divorced?" The maids in the mansion whispered behind their backs. "They say the 6th young master hasn't returned home for days. How heartless can men in this world be? Just recently heard they were so in love. In a flash, it turned out like this. In my opinion, this 6th young master isn't heartless, but rather love-struck." Wu Xiaoman sat in the room, hearing every word the maids discussed. "So you've also heard about the divorce of Shun family's young lady?" Wu Xiaoman's face turned pale inside. Why did Shin Mashue divorce Lu Lang? Just then the maid outside reported to the young master. "Young Master Shun has come to visit." Wu Xiaoman hurriedly stood up to receive Shun Hanyan, saying, "Lu Lang is not in the mansion." Shun Hanyan looked at him, saying, "I'm not here to see Lu Ji. I'm here to see you." He grabbed Wu Xiaoman's hand, excitedly confessing, "Xiaoman, I can take you away from here. Wherever you want to go, we can go there." Wu Xiaoman didn't understand, looking at Shun Hanyan asking, "Why do you want to take me away?" His heart wondered, thinking, "Before Lu Lang wanted me to leave this place. Now Shun Hanyan wants to take me away." Shun Hanyan looked straight into Wu Xiaoman's eyes, sincerely, saying receiving a drop of water to save someone should be repaid with a whole stream. Moreover, for years ago you saved my life at sea. Wu Xiaoman looked at Shun Hanyan in surprise. "For years ago at sea. So you were the man who fell into the sea." He lowered his face, saying softly, "In that situation, no matter who it was, I would have saved them without thinking twice." You don't need to take it to heart. Unexpectedly for himself, what was just a casual act naturally became an unforgettable attachment. Lu Lang also didn't need his gratitude. It was himself who intended to repay, giving everything he could give to him, without ever asking if he wanted it or not. Turns out my troubled thoughts were just me causing problems for myself. Late at night in the military camp, Don Hon saw Wu Xiaoman suddenly appear and asked in surprise, "It's so late now. General's wife, why have you come here?" "The general is still awake. Follow me." Don Hon led Wu Xiaoman to a large tent and respectfully said, "Madam, the general is inside." Wu Xiaoman lifted the tent flap and rushed in. "It's so cold in here. Lu Lang would rather sleep here than come home." Wu Xiaoman looked up with longing eyes at Lu Ji. Lu Ji froze for a few seconds when he saw her appear, then coldly asked, "What's the matter?" Wu Xiaoman walked up to Lu Ji and said heartbrokenly, "I met Lu Yu at the mansion 3 days ago. He admitted he was the one who tried to assassinate you that night." Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes to hide her emotions, wanting to tell him, "I miss you." Wanted to ask why he wouldn't come home, but the words changed when they reached her lips. Lu Ji frowned, his voice distant. "You don't need to get involved in this matter." Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji confused and asked why. Lu Ji tried to restrain himself, gritting his teeth to speak against his heart. "It has nothing to do with you." Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji, asking her doubts. "I asked why did the general send me elsewhere? I could recover anywhere. Why must it be at the villa in the suburbs? Or is it because of Miss Shun's divorce?" Lu Ji suddenly stopped writing and coldly replied, "Yes, she divorced because of me. I've never forgotten her." Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji in disbelief, her whole body trembling. Wu Xiaoman unwillingly looked at Lu Ji and asked, "Then do you remember 8 years ago when you saved a fish in the sea?" "Yes, that very fish." Lu Ji's face remained unchanged as he coldly said, "If you came to repay that favor, consider it done. If you have other intentions, I'm sorry, but I cannot accept them." Wu Xiaoman felt lifeless. She stepped back in disbelief. So it was all just her own one-sided feelings. Lu Lang accepted her only out of courtesy with intentions to repay the debt, not because he was moved like she was. Wu Xiaoman's heart was cutting with pain. That's why he never showed any affection, never looked towards their future. She lowered her head, all strength leaving her body. There was no love to break in the first place. How could there be a future when he never wanted one with her? Wu Xiaoman turned around heartbroken and ran outside. Her cloak fell to the ground, lonely and cold. So this was how it all was. After a while, Don Hon entered, picked up the cloak, and reported to Lu Ji, "General, I've helped the madam into the carriage." Lu Ji lowered his eyes in silence. Don Hon continued, "This cloak belongs to the madam, doesn't it? I'll take the carriage slowly, then speed up, perhaps we can catch up." Lu Ji stared at the cloak and said, "No need, go back to your duties." Don Hon silently looked at Luke Kitch with a puzzled face. Not long after Madam left earlier, suddenly a loud scream came from the room, making the general so furious. It seems this time his argument with Madam was no small matter. On the other side, Wu Xiaoman looked at the lavish dining table before her. Her whole being seemed lifeless. She picked up chopsticks and took a piece of food. Wu Dao, standing beside, asked Wu Xiaoman, "Did you meet the young master last night? Have you asked everything you wanted to ask?" Wu Xiaoman dejectedly replied, Wu Dao carefully asked her, "So does the young master still want to send you away?" Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes and said emotionally, no going, I won't go." After a while, the maid came over and respectfully said to Wu Xiaoman, "Young mistress, the Grand Madam requests your presence for a talk." Wu Xiaoman looked up in surprise. "Wasn't grandmother pretending to be sick to avoid me? Why does she suddenly want to see me?" Wu Xiaoman went to the main hall, where Grand Madam and Sixth Master frowned at her. Seeing their expressions, Wu Xiaoman suddenly had a bad feeling. The atmosphere was very serious. Has something happened? Sixth Master, holding a report in his hand, angrily questioned Wu Xiaoman. "Wu Xiaoman, you actually colluded with Wu from that village to replace Wu Menglu in marriage." Wu Xiaoman was stunned. Mouth agape, the marriage substitution, was discovered at the general's mansion. A maid entered the main hall and announced, "Master, Grand Madam, the young master has returned." At this moment in the main hall, Wu Xiaoman was kneeling on the ground. Luke Kitch entered in his wheelchair. Seeing her kneeling, his heart ached silently, calling Xiaoman. The Grand Madam walked sorrowfully to Luke Kitch. Why must Kaichi's fate be so miserable? Hearing this, Luke Kitch lowered his eyes. Am I the miserable one? Clearly Xiao Man is the one suffering. He wanted to step forward and help her up, wanted to ask if her wounds were hurting, but he couldn't do it. Seeing Luke Kitch had finally arrived, Sixth Master asked Kaichi, how do you plan to handle this matter? Luke Kitch looked at the kneeling Wu Xiao Man, then answered Sixth Master. 1 day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. Punishment is a small matter. The Luke family's face is what matters. Better send her to the villa in Kingyo. After some time, no one will remember this matter. Sixth Master stepped forward saying, very well, handle it that way. Then he helped Grand Madam return to rest. Mother, don't be angry either. I'll take you back to rest. Luke Kitch painfully watched the small, lonely figure kneeling. After a while, he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Suddenly Wu Xiaoman spoke, afraid I won't go. She asked painfully to the man preparing to leave. At this moment, Wu Xiaoman choked up saying, afraid I'll shamelessly stay by your side and not leave, ruining your marriage prospects with Miss Shun. 1 day as husband and wife, 100 days of grace. Should I thank you for not exposing that I'm a man? Or about the mere people? Lu Ji gritted his teeth and remained silent. Wu Xiaoman cried heartbrokenly. Isn't it right, Lu Lang? It's raining heavily. Lu Ji walked to the window and opened it. Suddenly his eyes contracted. Seeing Wu Xiaoman standing silently in the rain, he asked worriedly, why are you standing in the rain without an umbrella? Let me get one for you. After saying that, he turned around preparing to get an umbrella. Wu Xiaoman's face was covered in water. Rainwater mixed with his tears. He mournfully called Lu Ji back. I have something to tell you. Wu Xiaoman closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and continued. The marriage was my own decision. It has nothing to do with the village chief or Wu village. Still hope young Master Lu can be fair and just. Don't punish the innocent. I am the one who deliberately acted on my own and pursued my selfish desires. So just punish me instead. Lu Ji was stunned. His heart ached watching Wu Xiaoman speak word by word. But before that, I boldly asked young Master Lu for 3 days. I, Wu Xiaoman, swear. After 3 days, you can deal with me as you wish. Wherever you want me to go, I will go. From now on, I won't appear before you again. Wu Xiaoman knelt down begging Lu Ji. Lu Ji's heart ached, suppressing his instinct to reach out and help him up. In the small courtyard, Wu Dao angrily packed Xiaoman's belongings. Whatever villa it is, I'm going with you. If they don't let me go, I'll run away. Anyway, my indenture contract isn't with the Lu Manor. What can they do to me? Wu Xiaoman tearfully said with a heavy heart that villa is probably a remote place. If there's not enough food, not enough warm clothes, why should you suffer with me? Wu Dao turned away and said firmly, if there's no food, we'll grow our own in the yard. If there's no bed, we'll pile up grass for warmth. Haven't we survived those days before, right? Wu Xiaoman with teary eyes chokingly revealed the truth, but I am a man. A lady like you staying with me will tarnish your reputation. Wu Dao was shocked and couldn't believe it, stammering. You're a man in the small courtyard. 2 small fish looked at Wu Xiaoman asking, do you really want to leave? Wu Xiaoman sat by the small stream, looking at the 2 fish in the water, softly replied, yes, I have to leave soon. But before that, I still have something to do. Days ago, when Lu Lang wanted me to leave, my heart was in so much pain. Like something was tearing my heart apart. I guess this is where he clutched his left chest tightly. Must be where the pearl is. As for how to extract the pearl, I have some clues, Little E asked confusedly. He wants to drive you away. Why do you still want to force the pearl out to save him? Little Armor is right. Go back to the East Sea and leave him alone. Wu Xiaoman said chokingly. How can I not care about him? I voluntarily came to repay his kindness, but I've involved him and prevented him from being with the one he loves. Now I only have a use of healing his legs left. Hearing this, Little Armor advised Xiaoman, is being human not as happy as being a fish? When you return to your true form, playing with us in the pond always makes you smile. But when you come ashore as a human, you often cry. Wu Xiaoman wiped the tears from her face and said maybe so. One day, when you can also transform into human form, you'll understand. Late at night, Mu Dao saw that you hadn't returned, so she came to call for you, Xiaoman. Xiaoman. I've thought about it all day. Finally, I've figured this out clearly. I am your dowry maid. Whether you're male or female, I only recognize you as my master. In short, wherever you go, I'll follow. Don't even think about leaving me behind. Wu Xiaoman smiled slightly and replied, all right. The next day, Wu Xiaoman and Wu Dao went shopping together. Wu Dao looked around excitedly and said, "We're leaving tomorrow. We must enjoy our walk properly. See if we need anything else." Suddenly, Wu Xiaoman froze. Shen Mashua looked at Wu Xiaoman with a cold smile. What a coincidence. She passed by Wu Xiaoman and said coldly, "I really don't understand what he sees in you." Wu Xiaoman looked at Shen Mashua calmly and said, "Miss Shun, you're mistaken. The one he loves has always been you. What he did before was only to protect you. I will leave tomorrow. The young master's legs will recover very soon. If Miss Shin still has feelings for him, why don't you talk about the past? Reconnect with your former destiny." Late at night, Wu Xiaoman walked alone in the mansion. It's the last night. Time to finish the final task. Duan Heng saw Wu Xiaoman and hurried to stop her. "Madam, why are you here? The general is already asleep. Tomorrow you must depart for the suburban villa. You should rest early." Wu Xiaoman quickly explained, "I'm just here to deliver something." Duan Heng hesitated for a while, then softened and said, "All right then, madam. After placing the items, please return quickly to rest." Wu Xiaoman entered and saw Lu Ji sleeping soundly. She went to the bedside and whispered softly, "Even asleep, you're still frowning." Wu Xiaoman held a medicine bottle in her hand. "This is a sleeping medicine to help you rest well. Take a smell of it after I'm gone. You won't need to worry anymore." Wu Xiaoman placed the bottle near Lu Ji's nose. She gazed intently at Lu Ji's appearance. "The first look that made my heart flutter was you. Now the last look filled with lingering pain is still you. Your face, your smile, your gentleness." Wu Xiaoman gently touched Lu Ji's face. "We will remember forever. Even if we never meet again, we can still embrace these memories and reminisce about their taste." You placed the divorce letter next to Lu Ji, then painfully said goodbye to Lu Lang. You clutched your chest, face pale with pain. It hurt so much. The chest pain is so intense, like it's about to tear apart. More painful than ever before. You recalled the intimate moments between the two of you. Lu Ji embracing you, holding your hand, teaching you how to write. "Write your name, Xiaoman." Then when the two of you were intimate together, Lu Ji whispered softly, "My wife, you're my wife now." And many, many other beautiful memories. Sincerity turns tears into pearls. So that's how it is. So the pearl of connection only after experiencing despair and a heart turned to ashes. We'll leave the body along with the original essence, symbolizing the life of the water people. Xiaoman held the pearl of connection, close Lu Ji, choked up thinking of Lu Lang. "Now I will use magic to put the pearl of connection inside you. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Early next morning, Lu Ji woke up and shouted in panic. Xiaoman calmed down for a moment. Lu Ji tiredly touched his forehead. "Why did I dream of Xiaoman being hurt and suffering so much?" At this moment, Duan Heng burst through the door, shouting anxiously, "General, the carriage arranged this morning couldn't pick up Madam. Even Xiao Dao doesn't know where Madam went. Madam suddenly disappeared. We've searched all day, but couldn't find her." Lu Ji was shocked. "What?" Looking at the divorce letter beside the bed, Lu Ji picked it up with furrowed brows. "This is the divorce letter Xiaoman left for me." Lu Ji excitedly tried to stand up but couldn't. "I must find him. How could he just leave a divorce letter and disappear like this?" Duan Heng was shocked in disbelief, staring at Lu Ji. "General, you can stand up now." Only then did Lu Ji realize. He looked down at his legs. "My legs." Lu Ji remembered what Wu Xiaoman said before. "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to heal your legs, so you can stand again." Lu Ji's heart ached. "Because you healed my legs to repay the debt. So you left me, leaving alone like this." Lu Ji sat alone in the room. He opened the divorce letter, reading each word Wu Xiaoman wrote at the end of the letter, still damp with tears. 1 month later in Wu village, Wu Xiaoman, dressed as a man, was sitting embroidering handkerchiefs. A group of children ran and happily calling him, "Brother Xiaoman, Brother Xiaoman." Seeing the children, Wu Xiaoman turned happily and said, "Why are you all here?" The children happily gathered around. "Wu Xiaoman doesn't have class today. We came to play with you." "Brother Xiaoman, why are you embroidering again?" Looking at the embroidery on the handkerchief, the children's eyes lit up in amazement. "The plum blossoms that Brother Xiaoman embroidered are very beautiful." Wu Xiaoman pointed at the flower, patiently explaining to the children, "This is winter plum, a flower that only grows in the capital. Not all plum blossoms are the same. The little girl standing next to Wu Xiaoman said excitedly. Our village doesn't have these. I really want to visit the capital, the little boy standing beside curiously asked Wu Xiaoman. Brother Xiaoman, when will you go to the capital again? Please take me with you. Wu Xiaoman gently replied. I won't be going to the capital anymore. The boy looked at Wu Xiaoman confused and asked why the capital is so nice and has everything. If it were me, I'd wish to stay there forever. Wu Xiaoman looked out at the sea with lonely, lost eyes. Yes, the capital is that good, but no matter how good it is, it's still not my home. After a while, the children cheerfully waved goodbye to Wu Xiaoman. Goodbye. Brother Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman also packed up some things, preparing to go out. Now that the embroidery is done, I'll go to town to exchange it for some silver. The boy exclaimed in surprise. Sister, why are you here so early today? Bai Yu gently held Wu Xiaoman's hand. If I didn't come early, you might run away again. Wu Xiaoman lowered his face, hiding the pain in his eyes, and replied, No more running. I can't run anymore. The two entered the small wooden house. Bai Yu said heartbrokenly, This room of yours is small and cold. Why don't you move out? Sister will get you a bigger room. I heard from Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi that people in the capital burn coal inside their homes for warmth in winter. Another day, sister will bring some for you. Wu Xiaoman hurriedly refused. No need. I'll just wear more clothes. Merfolk money is different from human money. I can't trouble Sister Bai Yu anymore. Bai Yu frowned with pain and said, You don't need to stay in such a shabby place, having to embroider every day just to pay rent. That carpenter's son who rents to you one look, and you can tell he's not a good person. The more Bai Yu spoke, the angrier she became. She stood up and pointed at Wu Xiaoman, scolding. That Lu person you keep yearning for made you lose your essence, destroyed your spiritual root, so you can't turn back into a merfolk, can't return to the sea. Yet he could heal his legs and can now fly and jump. It makes me furious. Wu Xiaoman said softly in dejection. I was wrong, sister. Bai Yu looked at Wu Xiaoman with heartache. What are you apologizing for? This path was your own choice. You deserve it. You made your bed and now lie in it. Wu Xiaoman weakly replied, Yes. It's the karma I created. I deserve to bear it myself. He pressed his lips tightly and looked up at Bai Yu, asking, By the way, sister, did Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi bring any news about me? I don't know if Master Lu's legs have fully healed. Has Thursday been informed? Did she marry the one she loves? Seeing that Wu Xiaoman still hadn't given up hope, Bai Yu angrily said, What? You still want to hear news about that evil man? Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes. I just want to know if everything turned out as I hoped, if I've repaid all his kindness. From now on, I won't owe him anything anymore. That day, Wu Xiaoman took her embroidered works to town to sell to a shop owner. The shop owner smiled and praised Wu Xiaoman. Your embroidery is really beautiful. Why don't you try making some custom designs? They'll fetch a higher price. Wu Xiaoman smiled and agreed. All right, I can try. Suddenly, a hesitant voice called out to her. Xiao Xiaoman. Wu Minglu looked at Wu Xiaoman in surprise. Why are you back? Visiting relatives. Wu Xiaoman heard this and dejectedly replied, I divorced Lu Ji. Wu Minglu asked in shock. Last time I saw you two in the capital, you seemed so perfect. I even felt envious, thought you'd grow old together. Wu Xiaoman remained silent, lost in thought. Everything that happened in the capital over half a year ago, to me, feels like it happened in a past life. Sometimes when I think back, it feels like a dream. Wu Xiaoman forced a smile and looked at Wu Minglu, saying, Only those in love can grow old together. It pains me to think that he and I had no real feelings. No need to say more about it. Late at night, Wu Xiaoman returned to her small room near the sea. She walked while looking around. Is it just my imagination? Why do I keep feeling like someone's watching me from behind? Suddenly, a voice spoke up behind Xiaoman. Why are you coming back so late? Wu Xiaoman frowned, looking at the middle-aged man behind her. It was Carpenter's son, her landlord. Wu Xiaoman coldly replied that she went to town. Seeing Wu Xiaoman about to leave, Carpenter's son quickly stopped her. Don't rush inside. I haven't finished speaking. I heard my wife gave you trouble these past few days. Don't worry. I'll keep her in check when I return. Won't let her bother you anymore. Wu Xiaoman frowned angrily and said, What are you trying to do? Get away. Carpenter's son's eyes filled with lust as he moved closer to Wu Xiaoman and said, Xiaoman, come with me. Follow me and you'll have good food and warm clothes. Less people will bully you. Wu Xiaoman angrily pushed him away, saying, Keep dreaming. Carpenter's son still wouldn't give up, coldly smiling at Wu Xiaoman. You think you can resist me? Wu Xiaoman's face turned extremely ugly, saying, "Get out." Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, piercing straight through Carpenter Sun's filthy palm. Carpenter Sun, terrified and in pain, clutched his hand tightly, screaming as Lu Ji appeared with a cold, cruel expression. Nge Xiaoman was startled by Lu Ji. Lu Ji stepped forward and held Nge Xiaoman tightly in his arms. "I'm here to pick you up." Lu Ji looked at him intently and said, "Come home with me." Carpenter's Son angrily shouted, "It hurts. You're the one who injured me. I won't let you get away with this." Lu Ji's eyes turned cold as he glanced at him. He didn't say a word and kicked Carpenter's Son hard, making him fall to the ground. Nge Xiaoman snapped out of it and quickly pushed Lu Ji's hand away. "This is my home. What are you doing here?" Lu Ji looked at Nge Xiaoman gently and said, "To pick you up. Everything at home has been taken care of." Nge Xiaoman lowered his eyes and said flatly, "Congratulations." After saying that, he turned to leave. Lu Ji quickly grabbed Nge Xiaoman's hand. "I won't let you face any danger again." Nge Xiaoman shook off Lu Ji's hand and said coldly, "Helping you is my choice. You don't need to feel responsible." Lu Ji looked at Nge Xiaoman with heartache and self-blame. He thought Xiaoman would blame him, would scold him, maybe even cry. He was prepared to comfort him no matter what, but didn't expect him to be so cold. Lu Ji choked up and spoke. "It was my fault before." Xiaoman calmly said, "No, it's not your fault. They were the villains. You were just a victim. Now it's been resolved. You should go back early and live well for the rest of your days." In front of the small seaside room, loud shouts rang out. "Open the door. Nge Xiaoman, open the door." A middle-aged woman angrily banged on Nge Xiaoman's door, shouting loudly, "You vixen, seducing my old Sunday, and having someone beat him up. Open the door. You have no respect for the law anymore." Nge Xiaoman opened the door and looked at the middle-aged woman, Madame Sunday. "You." Madame Sun snorted coldly and pulled Nge Xiaoman out. "You finally opened the door. Come here." Nge Xiaoman quickly said, "If you have something to say, let's talk calmly. Don't use force." Madame Sun angrily pushed Nge Xiaoman to the ground. Nge Xiaoman felt the pain rise. Madame Sun stood in front of everyone, pointing at him and shouting, "Everyone come and see. This is the vixen. I saw him alone and pitiful. Kindly let him rent a place to stay. Not only does he owe me rent, but he also seduced my old Sunday." Nge Xiaoman sat on the ground, frowning and explaining, "I didn't." "Madam, you're talking nonsense. I didn't." The people around seeing this spoke up in defense of Nge Xiaoman. "Clearly your old son saw his good looks and was attracted. Your old son is a notorious lecher well known in this village, bullying people and beating them up. What kind of person is this?" Madame Sun's face twisted with anger as she pointed at his face and said, "I'm not dealing with you people today. Nge Xiaoman, pay your debt now, including the medicine money for our elder tea with tilde in. Not a penny should be missing. Otherwise, you'll have to cut off both your hands as punishment." At this moment, Don Hone arrived with soldiers, his face cold. His sharp eyes stared at her. "Let me see who dares to hurt my wife." Don Hone approached No Two Man, slightly bowed. "Your servant arrived late," made Madame frightened. Late at night, in a small seaside room, No Two Man lay restless on the bed, unable to sleep. Today, Don Hone appeared. "Help me resolve the matter with Aunt Tun like this. The whole village now knows I once had a husband." Just then her stomach started growling in protest. No Two Man touched her stomach and got up from bed. Thinking about this made her forget to eat. No Two Man lit a candle in the kitchen, then looked at the stove and sighed. "Have to light the stove again. This is a troublesome task." Suddenly, there was a noise outside. No Two Man cautiously turned around to see who it was. Luke Kitch, holding a paper package of food, appeared before No Two Man. "It's me. I bought some food. It's still hot. Have some." No Two Man handed a small silver ingot to Luke Kitch. "Here." Luke Kitch looked at her gently and said no need. No Two Man looked at Luke Kitch distantly and asked again. Once more Luke Kitch lowered his eyes and replied enough. Hearing the answer, No Two Man didn't hesitate and turned to go inside. "Then I'll return to my room." "Thank you." Luke Kitch lonely watched the door close in front of him. Inside the room, No Two Man opened the food package and was amazed, drooling. "Wow, it's roasted chicken. Smells so good." She took a drumstick and took a bite. "So delicious." "Oh right, it's so windy outside. He's not still standing out there, is he?" No Two Man worried, peeked out and saw Luke Kitch standing there dejected and couldn't help feeling sorry for him. What a hopeless fool. No Chu Man opened the door and pulled Luke Kitch inside, saying, "Come and sit down." Luke Kitch entered and looked at No Chu Man apologetically. "During the day, I had other matters to handle. Couldn't come help you in time. I'm sorry. Actually, I met your sister today." No Chu Man, holding the chicken leg, asked in surprise. "You met Sister Bitch Noi yet?" She worriedly, quickly asked, "Did she hurt you?" No Chu Man lowered her face and thought. Sister Bitch Noyet hates Luke Kitch to the bone, always cursing him as an evil man, wanting nothing more than to chop him to pieces. Luke Kitch asked in surprised joy, "You're worried about me?" No Chu Man lowered her face, not daring to look him in the eyes. Luke Kitch hesitantly said, "Of course I worry about you. If you met my sister, then you must know. I gave you the Yuan Dan pill, right?" Luke Kitch replied with self-blame, "I know." No Chu Man said softly, "1 Yuan Dan pill to repay the life-saving grace from 8 years ago. Should be enough, right?" Luke Kitch silently stared at her. Wu Xiaoman suppressed her emotions and continued speaking. "Now everything has been returned cleanly. From now on, we'll go our separate ways and never meet again in this life." Lu Ji silently looked at Wu Xiaoman for a long time, then stood up and left. The candle in the room flickered. Wu Xiaoman sat motionless on the chair, thinking that although there had been one farewell before, perhaps this time was the real eternal goodbye. I cruelly pushed Lu Lang away, refusing his sympathy born from guilt, speaking the cruelest words. Anyone with dignity would never come back to find me again. But that's good. When Lu Ji returns to the capital, he will marry Miss Shin. No one will dare to gossip anymore. This is clearly what I wanted. But why does my heart still hurt so much? It hurts even more than the day I forced Yuan Dan out. If only I could have looked at Lu Lang a bit longer just now. As more time passes, will I forget what he looks like? Just then, there was a rustling sound from outside. Lu Ji came in carrying a large bowl of soup. Wu Xiaoman asked in surprise, "Why did you come back?" Lu Ji gently touched the tip of his nose and said, "I've heard. You really like the soup that the old lady at the village entrance makes. I bought some. Just now is the time to pick it up." Lu Ji placed the large bowl of soup in Wu Xiaoman's hands. "It's hot now. Drink it while it's still hot." Wu Xiaoman held the large bowl of soup with mixed emotions. From the village entrance to here, surprisingly, it was brought back so quickly. Lu Ji squatted in front of him and said gently, "I once promised you. I won't let you wait too long anymore." He thought to himself, "So after settling everything, I rushed here on horseback to pick you up. Couldn't wait even a moment longer." Wu Xiaoman asked in surprise, "Aren't you going back?" Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and asked, "Back where?" Wu Xiaoman replied blankly, "To the capital." "Your home. Those matters weren't easy to settle, right? There must be many more trivial matters waiting for you to handle. You should go back soon." Lu Ji sighed and held him tightly. Then looking straight into Wu Xiaoman's eyes, he said firmly, "I came to pick you up. If you're not there, how can I go back and settle things?" Early the next morning, Wu Xiaoman opened the room door. Looking at the falling snow outside, he happily reached out his hand. "I didn't expect it snowed last night." Wu Xiaoman lifted his face to feel the air outside. After drinking the soup that Lu Lang bought, he had fallen asleep, completely unaware it was snowing outside. Come to think of it, what did he mean by what he said last night? The words, "If you're not there, how can I go back and settle things?" from Lu Ji. Wu Xiaoman couldn't figure out. This time he came. Wasn't it to confirm my safety, to put his mind at ease? But now that you've met me, you're not going anymore. Could it be that he saw my pitiful appearance with no food to eat, so he couldn't help but care in his heart? Wu Xiaoman sat by the window lost in thought when she suddenly heard children cheering outside. "Brother Kwa, your sword is so cool." The little boy looked at the sword in Lu Ji's hand and happily asked, "Brother, have you been to the battlefield?" The little girl beside also smiled and asked, Brother, how do you use the sword to kill enemies on the battlefield?" The little boy looked at Lu Ji admiringly. "This sword is so heavy. I can't even lift it with one hand." Lu Ji smiled at the children and said, "Drawing a sword isn't about fighting for power and profit, nor is it about showing off." The little girl curiously looked at Lu Ji and asked, "Then what is it for?" Lu Ji put his hand on the little girl's shoulder, then looked at Wu Xiaoman sitting inside and said, "It's to protect the one you want to protect." Lu Ji held the sword in his hand and walked into the room, his eyes fixed on Wu Xiaoman. A moment later, Lu Ji was playing with the children by the beach. Wu Xiaoman slowly walked towards him. Seeing Wu Xiaoman approaching, Lu Ji gently called out Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman shyly lowered her face and said, "Good morning." "Good morning. I want to go out for a walk to stretch my muscles." Lu Ji looked at her and said, "Then I'll go with you." Wu Xiaoman raised her hands to push Lu Ji away. Her cheeks flushed red as she said, "I want to go alone." "You can't follow me." Lu Ji smiled and agreed, all right, but don't go too far. Wu Xiaoman turned around embarrassedly and angrily walked away. I have my plans. I'm not a child anymore. Wu Xiaoman went to a corner happily, making a snowman. She adjusted and attached eyes to the snowman, then looked at it happily, mumbling. Perfect success. Suddenly, there was a soft laugh from behind. Biwa couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Aren't you afraid of making such a short and small snowman? It won't last half an hour before melting. Remember when you first got your legs, you soon pulled me to run towards the sea, saying you wanted to make a snowman. Back then, Wu Xiaoman grabbed Biua's hand and ran laughing happily, saying, Sister, the snow is so beautiful. Let's make snowmen together. Later we can make snowmen together every day. Biua gently stroked Wu Xiaoman's cheek. But it doesn't snow every day. Here in our seaside town, we only get snow once or twice a year. Back then, Wu Xiaoman naively said, then what's the point of me becoming human? Biua happily recalled. I just told you, it doesn't snow every day. You heard that and were about to cry. Wu Xiaoman turned away embarrassedly. I was too childish back then. Biua looked at Wu Xiaoman and sighed. Later you insisted on going north. I thought you wanted to go make snowmen. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that your rotten little brat, without a word, would give someone a heart, and even chase after to give the yuan dan? Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly rushed to refute. This was the only way to heal the legs. I didn't want to either. Bai Yu stopped teasing and sighed, saying, forget it. What's given is given. Why bother talking to you about these things? I've known since you were little. Once you're stubborn about something, not even 10 whales could stop you. 300 years is still a lifetime. 100 years is also a lifetime. If you want to become such a person, then go. As long as you don't regret it yourself. Wu Xiaoman stared blankly at Bai Yu. Bai Yu angrily pinched his cheek hard. Besides, Sister has already helped you through this. Forgive that man who dares not make you suffer anymore. The small room by the sea was covered in white snow. Lu Ji put a thick coat on Wu Xiaoman. The cold is heavy during the day. Put on the coat first. Be careful not to catch a cold. Wu Xiaoman carefully put on the coat, then looked at Lu Ji and said, Lu Ji, I'm living very well now. Lu Ji pressed his lips and silently watched him. Wu Xiaoman lowered his face and continued. Although I can't return to the sea, I have food and drink. I have a place to live, and Sister takes care of me. Those children also like me very much. You don't need to worry that I can't continue living. As for Yuan Dan, I gave it to you willingly. Leaving was also my own choice. I never thought I would use this to repay your kindness, or force you to follow my control. Without Yuan Dan, I'm still living well. You don't need to feel that you owe me anything because of this. Really, there's no need. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and asked, willingly, wasn't marrying me your own choice too? Wu Xiaoman lowered his face and lied, of course. To repay the debt, that was the only way. There was no other choice. Lu Ji looked at him in disbelief and asked, then what about when we truly became husband and wife? And that Qixi night when you confessed your feelings? Was that also because there was no other choice? Wu Xiaoman sighed and answered, yes, there was no other choice. It was just to gain your trust, to stay by your side, to repay the life-saving debt from 8 years ago. His heart ached thinking, if taking me back was Lu Lang's action of having no choice, I don't want to trouble him anymore. I might as well say these words to drive him away. Lu Ji pulled out a piece of paper from his clothes and showed it to him. If it was just to repay the debt, why keep this with you? Wu Xiaoman was stunned. This was from when he remembered before Lu Ji held his hand and asked what he wanted to write. Then Lu Lang held my hand to write both our names on paper. Wu Xiaoman helplessly lowered his face. Clearly this paper was still hidden under his pillow last night. But now how? Wu Xiaoman's eyes welled up with tears as he said grievously, how could you do this? You're always like this, always forcing me. I admit you're in my heart. You know that. You clearly know, yet still force me to say it just like this. One cut after another into my heart. Tears rolled down his cheeks. You already have my answer, yet you're slow to respond. Even rejection would be better than giving me hope, only to be disappointed. Lu Ji looked at him heartbrokenly. Wu Xiaoman turned away and choked out. It wasn't easy for me to escape here. It wasn't easy to get used to living alone. Yet you come to pressure me again. Why are you like this? Wu Xiaoman thought helplessly. In the end, still couldn't say those harsh words. I'm so useless. Tears uncontrollably rolled down his cheeks. Lu Ji quickly embraced Wu Xiaoman tightly. Don't cry, it's all my fault, all my fault. It's my fault for not protecting you well enough. It's because I'm incompetent, clearly having the same feelings as you, but hesitating even to approach you. unable to respond properly, still wanting to say cruel words to force you to leave. Wu Xiaoman painfully nestled into Sister Lu Ji's embrace. "What did I tell you?" Lu Ji gently replied, "Nothing." Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly pushed Lu Ji away. "Don't hug me anymore." Suddenly Lu Ji let out a groan. Wu Xiaoman anxiously asked, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt, sister?" Lu Ji quickly reassured him. "It's nothing, just an old wound." Wu Xiaoman looked up worriedly and asked, "Was it Lu Yu again? If I had known earlier, I would have taught him a lesson before leaving." Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman tenderly, then suddenly hugged him tightly, whispering, "Don't go. Don't leave me, Wu Xiao." Man's eyes filled with pain as he reached out to embrace Lu Ji. It was the first time seeing Lu Lang show such vulnerability. Wu Xiaoman leaned on Lu Ji's shoulder and asked softly, "Then you must tell me who hurt you." Lu Ji placed a hand on Wu Xiaoman's shoulder and said, "First tell me what you've done for me. Then I'll tell you." His heart warmed thinking, "I'll also tell you how much I've missed you these days and how much I love you." Wu Xiaoman blushed with embarrassment. "I haven't done anything. Anyway, what should and shouldn't be known? You already know it all." Lu Ji nodded. I know." Lu Ji recalled the past events. "Perhaps it's true. Everything Xiaoman did for me, though never spoken, was shown through actions that made me feel it. Making antidotes for me, sewing clothes, and making belts for me. Using the most precious yuan dan to heal my legs. Working hard to clear obstacles from my path." Wu Xiaoman mumbled resentfully, "You don't know." Lu Ji looked at him gently and asked, "What else don't I know?" Wu Xiaoman shyly avoided 6G's gaze. "Don't you already know everything?" 6G grabbed his hand and questioned, "You told me I didn't know." Wu Xiaoman frowned and firmly refused to speak. "Figure it out yourself if you can. If you can't, then you won't know." 6G held his small hand tightly, refusing to let go. Wu Xiaoman said angrily, "You keep holding and letting go. What's the point? You're always hot and cold with me." 6G held his hand firmly and declared, "From now on, I'll always hold on to you unless you tell me to let go." "I won't let go." Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly changed the subject. "Take off your clothes so I can see where you're wounded. You promised to show me how badly you were hurt." 6G took off his clothes, revealing numerous scars across his back. Wu Xiaoman covered his mouth in disbelief at these wounds. 6G put his clothes back on and comforted Wu Xiaoman. "These sword wounds were from the Feng family's assassin. I had just started walking and hadn't fully adjusted. When I got off the horse carriage, I was ambushed. Couldn't dodge in time. Fortunately, it didn't hit any vital spots." Wu Xiaoman asked heartbrokenly about the whip marks. 6G lowered his eyes and obediently told Wu Xiaoman, "I brought evidence of Feng Man Ying's collusion with others to my father, but he accused me of meddling. He used family punishment to warn me." Wu Xiaoman angrily shouted, "The Feng mother and son have hurt you this badly. You are only seeking justice for yourself. Why did they have to punish you?" 6G held his face gently and said, "It's all right, it won't happen again." Wu Xiaoman shyly turned away and cleared his throat. "Let me apply medicine for you." 6G softly agreed in the seaside room. Wu Xiaoman carefully applied medicine on 6G. "I worked so hard to heal your legs. Not only do they not care, they even beat you. It makes me so angry." 6G smiled gently at his expression. "Me too. I endured so much hardship to rush here. Not only won't you return with me, you even drove me away. It makes me so angry." Wu Xiaoman stood up, turned away, and said resentfully, "What do you have to be angry about? There's still someone waiting for you in the capital." 6G asked confused, "Who?" Wu Xiaoman said irritably, "Miss Shun." 6G frowned. "What does she have to do with this?" Wu Xiaoman said angrily, "Well, then you still have many ladies waiting to marry you." 6G looked straight into his eyes and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Wu Xiaoman said angrily, "How is it not related? Now that your legs are healed, you can marry any lady you want. Whether you want to rekindle with Miss Shun or choose another match, you can do it all." 6G held Wu Xiaoman tight and whispered, "Why won't you return with me? Do you think I still have feelings for Shan Ma Xue?" Ngutu Man shyly hesitated and asked if it was true. "Isn't that right?" Ngutu Man remembered the cruel words from before when Luke Kitch made her leave him. "I have never forgotten her either." Ngutu Man made a sound and said, "Back then you clearly said you had never forgotten her. Hearing this, Luke Kitch quickly explained that time. I only said that to make you leave. Nguchu Man glanced at Luke Kitch and said, the golden match between you and Miss Tam. Now that I'm leaving, your leg has healed too. Isn't that perfect timing? Luke Kitch lowered his eyes, his face full of loneliness. What's perfect about it? You only care about these messy love affairs. Without asking if I agree or not, Nguchu Man's heart ached, trying to suppress the jealousy in her heart. You agree. You agree to marry her. You like her. Luke Kitch looked at her and asked, how do you know I like her? Nguchu Man looked straight into his eyes and firmly said, I can tell by looking. In her heart she added, I see you always thinking about her. I see you tie the plum blossom pouch that she made for you to your sword, carrying it with you. Luke Kitch held Nguchu Man's face, making her look straight into his eyes, then look at me. Look carefully at me and see who I really like. Nguchu Man avoided Luke Kitch's gaze. Whoever you see is the one. You see someone and love them. Luke Kitch asked in surprise who said that. Nguchu Man frowned and replied, I'm saying you and Miss Tam are childhood sweethearts. The whole capital knows you two are a couple. I'm just an obstacle that delayed your destined marriage. She lowered her face, her voice getting softer and softer. If I hadn't appeared, you and Miss Tam could be together now. Luke Kitch looked at Nguchu Man firmly and said, even if you hadn't appeared, I still wouldn't be with her. I like you otherwise. I wouldn't have chased you all the way here. Wouldn't have said those cruel words. I'd rather push you away. I still have to protect you properly. Nguchu Man's face turned red, lowered her face, and angrily questioned Luke Kitch. Why are you like this? I just wanted to repay your kindness for always treating me well. Made me fall for you. When I wanted to be with you forever, you became cold towards me, distanced yourself, wanted me to leave. Finally, you tell me it was to protect me. Did I ask you to protect me? Nguchu Man, like a wounded animal, angrily looked straight into Luke Kitch's eyes. I never needed your protection. You're evil and self-righteous. Arrogant and proud, Luke Kitch held Nguchu Man tightly. Yes, it's all my fault for being self-righteous. I'm sorry, Timon. He placed a deep kiss on her lips. Sometimes I even thought if my leg didn't heal, perhaps it would be better, so I could stay forever by your side the next day in the small room by the sea. Luke Kitch stood beside the bed, adjusting his clothes. Nguchu Man sat up and rubbed her eyes after applying medicine last night. It was too dark, so she asked him to stay with her for the night. Luke Kitch glanced at the drowsy Nguchu Man and asked, what ingredients do you have in your kitchen? I'll cook something for you. Nguchu Man looked at Luke Kitch and said, I'm out of ingredients. Need to buy some from the village. Luke Kitch nodded. All right, I'll go to the village then. Nguchu Man quickly got up and put on her clothes. I'll go too. Both rode horseback to the village together. Luke Kitch sat behind, holding Nguchu Man tightly, and said softly, long ago, I wanted to ride horses with you like this. Holding you just like this. Nguchu Man shyly asked, really? Luke Kitch held Nguchu Man from behind, whispering in her ear, let me tell you, very early, when I didn't even know who you really were. The Tam and Luke families had good relations for generations. Tam and Motuet and I called each other brother and sister since childhood. Later, we were naturally betrothed according to family arrangements. At that time, I didn't know the difference between siblings and spouses. Until before going to the battlefield, I always thought that just being by her side would be enough. Taking care of her would be sufficient. During 3 years at the border, I rarely came home as I grew older. Instead, I began to understand something about love, but it was still vague. You must have heard something about what happened after. I was crippled on the battlefield, not wanting to hold her back. I went to the palace to ask the emperor to cancel the engagement. Outside, this story was told very lightly. I only heard people talk about it before I came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you misunderstand. My feelings for Tam and Mo Tuet were always more about responsibility than anything else. Until I met you, I finally understood what books meant by attraction and affection. It turns out they weren't wrong. Though what's the use of saying these words now? That night at the training ground, those were my words. If you didn't believe them, you wouldn't have left. Whether you hold a grudge or hate me, I still want you to know, those words weren't from my heart. Nguchu Man's face turned red. Her eyes showed pain and emotion. Luke Kitch took her hand. Back then, I just wanted you to live. Only by living could there be hope for the future. A chance for a lifetime together. Nguchu Man felt guilty for misunderstanding and not understanding Luke Kitch. She lowered her eyes. I didn't know you had so many worries in your heart. Luke Kitch held Nguchu Man close and said with self-blame, I was arrogant and presumptuous, always making you cry. I'm a terrible, wretched person. It's all my fault. Nguchu Man, no longer angry, asked softly, "So how do you plan to make it up to me?" Luke Kitch held No Chu Man tightly, as if wanting to merge her into his very being. After a while, he slowly spoke. "I know you want to return to the sea. Tell me how to extract Thing Nguyen Dan." No Chu Man frowned at Luke Kitch. "What I've given you is now yours. Don't even think about returning it." Lu Ji looked away and said softly, "I'm used to not being able to walk. Even without legs, I can take care of myself. I won't burden you." Wu Xiaoman, seeing Lu Ji belittle himself like that, suddenly became angry. "Who said you're a burden? It's because I don't want to see you bound to that wheelchair. I want you to be able to run, to jump, to ride horses like now. I want to see you full of life like before, not being gloomy and unhappy all day, with all your aspirations wasted, and certainly not being cowardly and insecure, hesitating to move forward. After all these years, you haven't taken even one step toward me. You said you hoped I would stay by your side. It's not that I don't want to be by your side. So you undone. Let it become one with you. Like I'm protecting you every moment without leaving." Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman emotionally without taking his eyes off and said, "It's my fault," Wu Xiaoman said embarrassedly and irritably. "Who wants to hear you say these things?" Lu Ji looked at him and asked, "Then what do you want to hear me say?" Wu Xiaoman embarrassedly gathered all his courage and asked, "Lu Ji, didn't you say you were moved? Didn't you say you cherished me? Why can't I see it at all?" Lu Ji held Wu Xiaoman's chin, placed a longing kiss on his lips. "I like you. I only like you." Wu Xiaoman stammered d'embarrassedly. "Ah, who am I?" Lu Ji kissed him again. "You are my Xiaoman, the one in my eyes and in my heart." As they parted, a silver thread lingered between their lips. Lu Ji continued gently. Wu Xiaoman is the properly married wife of Lu Kaiji. Late at night in the small seaside room, Wu Xiaoman and Lu Ji lay embracing each other on the small bed. Their eyes met. Wu Xiaoman caressed the face he had longed for so long, softly calling Lu Lang. Lu Ji held his hand gently and responded, Madam, Wu Xiaoman hesitantly asked, when did you start having feelings for your wife?" Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman as if lost in memories. "When my feelings for Wu Xiaoman, it seems they didn't appear overnight, but accumulated bit by bit in daily life. First was that startling moment when you turned around while flying the kite. Then at the pavilion that summer day, seeing you drunk beyond memory, taking advantage of your vulnerable state. Finally on that Qixi festival, knowing it was impossible, yet still resolutely coming to hold your hand. My eyes were full of the wrong path, my heart trembling more than when I first went to battle. Perhaps it was from then, or even earlier. Xiaoman in my heart was already different from others." Lu Ji held Wu Xiaoman tightly in his arms, said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Sorry for making you wait so long." It was then that Lu Ji realized he had loved this person in his heart for a very long time. He could share a bed with him, could accept his intimacy and transgressions. If it were someone else, he would have 10,000 ways to make them stop thinking about it, not daring to come close anymore. Wu Xiaoman smiled and said, It's okay. It's not too late either. If you wait until I'm married off here." Lu Ji frowned and interrupted, asking, "Married off to whom?" Wu Xiaoman pretended to think, "Well, that's hard to say. The cloth merchant in the East Village said he wants me as his daughter-in-law. The pastry seller in the West also wants to marry his daughter to me. Oh, right. There's also that blind carpenter's son. Lu Ji spoke with a jealous tone. "Carpenter's son has been in custody for about a year. I'm afraid he won't get out." Wu Xiaoman smiled and continued teasing Lu Ji. "That beautiful and gentle lady, I might consider her too." Lu Ji couldn't take it anymore. He turned over and removed his clothes. "If you want to choose, I hope this gentleman would consider me first. I practice martial arts year-round and have a strong body. I'll definitely serve you most pleasurably." Then his hand moved slowly up Wu Xiaoman's thigh. In the bedroom, heavy breathing echoed. Lu Ji whispered softly in Wu Xiaoman's ear, "Lady Xiaoman." The two entwined with each other. Lu Ji pressed against Wu Xiaoman, gently kissing his neck amid heavy breaths continuously. The room's atmosphere grew hotter. Lu Ji gripped Wu Xiaoman's wrists and said, Xiaoman, I love hearing my lady's voice. It's so pleasant. Let me hear it, won't you?" He whispered gently in his ear. Wu Xiaoman's eyes grew hazy as he moaned softly, but the heavy breathing grew louder. His legs were lifted up, resulting in a sensual cry from him. Lu Ji said hoarsely, "Yes, just like that, it sounds so good." Wu Xiaoman tilted his head back. Tears of pleasure welled up at the corners of his eyes. His lips still wet with traces of moisture. His voice softened, Lu Lang, Wu Xiaoman gripped the bedsheets tightly. Lu Ji breathed heavily and said hoarsely, "It seems my lady is very pleased with her husband's service. Then your husband will serve you every night from now on." Wu Xiaoman closed his eyes, cheeks flushed red. "Ah, I won't." "Ah." Lu Ji turned Wu Xiaoman over to lie face down on the bed. His hands gripped Wu Xiaoman's shoulders firmly. "No." "Then let's change positions. Your husband will try even harder." Lu Ji leaned down, kissed him deeply, and said tenderly, "There's more, my lady. At times like this, your husband wants to hear you call me husband even more. But no rush. The night is still long. Take your time saying it." Their fingers intertwined tightly. Sensual moans continued endlessly, "Husband." A few days later, Wu Xiaoman sat alone by the seaside. After reconciling with Lu Lang, he began preparing to return to the capital with him. Even his sister Biyue, he had already said goodbye. Like Lu Lang, "Why haven't you mentioned about returning yet?" Wu Xiaoman shook her head vigorously. No. If he doesn't mention it, then let it be. I won't rush and make myself look desperate. Blood may spill, tears may flow, but dignity must never be lost. Lately I've been feeling sleepy all the time." Wu Xiaoman yawned deeply. She tiredly climbed onto the bed. "It's spring coming. Is the weather suitable for sleeping? Lu Lang won't return this early. I'll take a nap." Suddenly it was dusk. Lu Ji returned to the small room and softly called Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, wake up, it's time to get up for dinner." Wu Xiaoman, lying on the bed, made a soft sound. She drowsily sat up and hugged Lu Ji tightly. "Is Lu Lang returning to the capital soon?" "While it's not dark yet, let's set off early." Lu Ji gently caressed her cheek. "Wait, more preparations aren't complete yet." Wu Xiaoman asked puzzledly, "What else needs to be prepared?" Lu Ji lovingly touched the tip of her nose. "It's a secret," Wu Xiaoman heard and said angrily. "If you have secrets, then I have secrets too." Several days later, Wu Xiaoman carried a small basket to go shopping. Seeing people staring at her, she wondered what was happening. "I'm just out buying some vegetables. Why do I feel people's gazes are a bit strange?" Then an elderly lady with white hair gave Wu Xiaoman a white cabbage, saying happily, "Today's cabbage is my gift to you, child. Go across the street and get 2 pounds of pork. Eating them together will be nutritious." Wu Xiaoman was confused. Another group of people came smiling and giving her things. "Potatoes can be stored for long. I dug up some big ones to eat on the way." Gradually people care for you like this. In the future, if you become successful, don't forget about us. Wu Xiaoman was confused with mouth agape. What is all this about? A group of children saw Wu Xiaoman and happily ran over. "Brother Xiaoman." Wu Xiaoman startled and shouted, "What's wrong with everyone again?" A little girl hugged Wu Xiaoman and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaoman, cover your eyes quick. Quickly cover your eyes." Wu Xiaoman smiled at the children. "Do you want to play blind man's buff with me? Slow down, slow down. Don't run. Be careful not to fall." Wu Xiaoman squatted down to let the little girl blindfold him. The little girl smiled and tied a white cloth over Wu Xiaoman's eyes. "Done. Walk slowly." Wu Xiaoman curiously asked the children, "Where do you want to take brother to?" The children laughed and said, "We want to sell Brother Xiaoman." The children led Wu Xiaoman to a place. Red wedding papers were pasted on the door. The children smiled and led Wu Xiaoman inside. "Brother Xiaoman has arrived, but you still can't remove the blindfold." Wu Xiaoman, unable to see anything, wondered and asked, "Where exactly have you kids brought me this laughter?" Wu Xiaoman turned his head back. "It's Sister Bitch Noyet and Sister Mong Lu's sisters. Why are you here?" Bitch Noyet smiled and said, "Such an important occasion. How could I not come?" Mong Lu beside her chimed in, "That's right, not only coming, we'll eat and take some home too. To recover our matchmaking fees, of course." Bitch Noyet looked at No Chu Man gently and said, "Let us help you change into your new clothes." No Chu Man was blindfolded while the two helped change her clothes. She wondered, "Why do I suddenly need to change clothes?" Gamong Lu looked at Bitch Noyet and giggled. "Chu Man's skin is so fair. She looks good in anything." Bitch Noyet smiled and replied, "Of course. After all, she is my dear little sister." No Chu Man thought this scene felt familiar. Could it be that why? Looking at No Chu Man in her beautiful bride's attire, Bitch Noyet smiled, took No Chu Man's hand, and led her away, saying, "The clothes are done. Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone." No Chu Man walked slowly, following Bitch Noyet's guidance. This outfit must have cost quite a lot of silver. Why not use the previous one? It's not that different anyway. A gentle voice suddenly called out, calling Chu Man. Good Chu Man froze. It was Luke Lang. Sixth gently removed Ngu Chu Man's blindfold. Ngu Chu Man kept her eyes tightly shut. This had clearly happened once before, but she still couldn't help feeling nervous. Sixth held Ngu Tuman's chin and lifted it. Tuman, open your eyes and look at me. Outside, playful children were setting off firecrackers. Light the fireworks. The firecrackers went bang bang. Ngu Tuman's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Sixth gently caressed Ngu Tuman's cheek. They gazed intently at each other. Sixth took Ngu Tuman's hand and said, Tuman, I've come to marry you. Are you willing to marry me again? Ngu Tuman opened her mouth and choked out ah. Then she hugged Sixth tightly and firmly said, yes, I'm willing. In the small room by the sea, No Tuman lifted the carriage curtain. She looked outside and saw Bitch Noyet happily running with Ngumong Lu, going into the room to check the items that Lord Sixth had sent over. Those dozens of golden elm wood chests, who knows what they contained? No Tuman silently watched the two. She recalled the scene from earlier. Bitch Noyet sadly held Ngu Tuman's hand. Tuman, when you go to the capital, remember to ride off into your sister. Ngumong Lu beside her also sniffled and wiped her tears. We will all miss you. Ngu Tuman helplessly thought. Just now they were still crying and sobbing. But now, however, inside those golden elmwood chests that Luke Lang sent must contain many valuable things. It's natural they're eager to open and see. On the way to the capital, No Tuman sat in the carriage, lifted the curtain to look at Sixth in his groom's attire riding a horse outside. Clearly it's the same road. Last time when walking, it was full of anxiety and unease. The next time following this road back, my heart was cold and discouraged. But now there's only anticipation left, seeing Wu Xiaoman looking at me like that. Lu Ji looked at her and asked what's wrong with Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji and softly asked, Lu Lang, is Xiao Dao doing well? Lu Ji knew Wu Xiaoman was worried and said, Wu Dao is well taken care of in the mansion. Wu Xiaoman said dejectedly, initially, I left without taking her with me. Does she still blame me? Lu Ji gently replied, never. Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi have never blamed you either. Wu Xiaoman froze with eyes wide in surprise. How do you know the names I gave those two? The ability to talk to fish in the pond. I haven't even told Xiao Dao about it. Lu Lang, how do you know about that? Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman mysteriously and said, you'll know when you get home. 4 days later, the convoy stopped outside the mansion gates. Lu Ji carefully helped Wu Xiaoman down from the horse carriage. After getting off, Wu Xiaoman's back and waist were sore. With a grimaced face, after sitting in the carriage for 4 days and 3 nights. My bottom is so sore now. Lu Ji smiled and said, my poor lady, well, we're finally home now. From now on, this will be our home. Wu Xiaoman looked up at the mansion gates. Before her, this scene was so familiar. Everything from that year was still vivid before her eyes, as if it was just yesterday, although the person beside her was still the same person. But things were no longer like before. Everything had become better. Lu Ji held Wu Xiaoman's hand and with her entered the general's mansion. Wu Xiaoman and Lu Ji held hands as they walked in. Wu Xiaoman looked around thinking, Lu Lang's new residence is a quadrangle courtyard. With such a spacious courtyard, seems slightly bigger than the Lu mansion from before. A figure appeared behind the two people. Wu Dao excitedly ran quickly and hugged Wu Xiaoman tightly. Wu Xiaoman, surprised, called out, Wu Dao, Sister Xiao Dao. Wu Dao angrily gave Wu Xiaoman a light punch on the chest. You can still laugh. Tell me, why did you leave me alone and run away? Wu Xiaoman looked at Wu Dao, gently recounting those previous days. I wasn't feeling well, so I went elsewhere to recover. Wu Dao looked Wu Xiaoman up and down. Were you really sick? I look at you and see you've gotten a bit rounder. Wu Xiaoman helplessly replied, isn't it because I'm better now? Hearing this, Wu Dao smiled and said, it's good that you're back. Come inside quickly. The guests are all waiting. Inside was bustling with people. Wu Dao walked ahead smiling and announced, the bride has descended from the carriage. Put on her veil, holding the red silk cord. The other end was held firmly by Lu Ji, while the guests around them happily blessed the couple. The peach blossom's love has found its destiny. The daughter returns home, as it should be. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman beside him. My lady, please. First bow to heaven and earth. The two walk forward and begin the ceremony. This day last year feels like just yesterday. Back then, I just stepped down from the flower sedan chair, entering through the side door, facing the quiet door. Instead of today's unusual bustle, the couple bows to each other. This day last year wasn't yesterday, because what Sixth Lang couldn't give me at first, now he's giving me everything in the bridal chamber. Wu Xiaoman suddenly becomes nervous. The bridal chamber. Sixth quickly supports Wu Xiaoman, who's about to fall. Are you tired? Let's rest in the room for a while. Wu Xiaoman thinks to herself that she's not really tired, just feeling extremely nervous. Wu Xiaoman sits alone in the bridal chamber. Her hands on her knees tighten. Mu Dao hands Sixth a red stick. Groom, please remove the bride's veil. Sixth looks at everyone and points to the door. Everyone can leave now. Mu Dao puffs her cheeks angrily, saying, why be so stingy, not even letting us see the bride? Sixth responds reasonably, why should I let you all see my bride? Everyone quickly leaves. Sixth happily comes to Wu Xiaoman's side, holds her shoulders and says gently, don't be nervous, they're gone now. Wu Xiaoman says sulkily, what are you laughing at? Sixth lifts Wu Xiaoman's red veil, then captures her lips with a happy reply. Today is the happiest day of my life. Sixth's hand gently pulls down Wu Xiaoman's bridal clothes, their lips part slightly. Sixth presses against Wu Xiaoman, softly calling Xiaoman, my wife. Sixth's hands slowly undress Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman, with dreamy eyes, calls Sixth Ling. The clothes slowly fall to the ground. Sixth holds Wu Xiaoman's wrist, whispering, my Xiaoman is truly enchanting today. Wu Xiaoman softly moans Sixth Ling. Just then, there's a knock on the door. Lord Sixth, when will you come out? You still need to greet the guests in the front hall. Sixth frowns unhappily and coldly replies, I know. He kisses Wu Xiaoman's lips lightly and says, be good. Wait here for me until I finish. Your husband will return to be with his wife. In the bridal chamber, the wind blows the red curtains, making them flutter. Wu Xiaoman sits on the bed holding the lotus lantern in surprise. She gently reads the writing on the flower petals. A chance meeting fulfills my heart's desire. Isn't this what I wrote on the lotus lantern during last year's Qixi festival? Why did Sixth take this lantern home? When did he take it? Right, what did Sixth write on his lotus lantern back then? Wu Xiaoman holds up another lotus lantern to look. A chance meeting brings shared joy. A chance meeting brings shared joy. Wu Xiaoman silently looks at the lanterns. The fate between her and Sixth is twisted and turned, finally bringing them together. It turns out they had deeply loved each other long ago. Today's fated meeting made me fall in love at first sight, destined to meet in this life, to hold hands and walk together with you. Wu Xiaoman sat alone in the room, thinking carefully. It was then that she realized that Lu Ji had feelings for her all along. After a while, Lu Ji lifted the curtain and entered. Say, my lady, your husband has returned. He gently touched Wu Xiaoman's face. You've waited long. Looking at the red lips before him, Lu Ji leaned down and kissed them. Wu Xiaoman softly reminded him, we should drink the wedding wine. Then both sat up straight to drink. Last time, the wine went straight to their stomachs without even tasting its flavor. This time, the atmosphere was completely different. So this is what mutual love feels like. Wu Xiaoman raised the wine cup to her lips. The strong wine made her cough. Lu Ji quickly patted Wu Xiaoman's back. No one's rushing you. Wu Xiaoman touched Lu Ji's chin. Who says no one will steal you? My husband is so handsome and with such a strong body. If I'm not careful, someone might steal you away. Lu Ji asked in surprise. What did you call me? Wu Xiaoman, both embarrassed and angry, turned away and asked, husband, what's wrong? We've been married twice. Why can't I call you that? Lu Ji's heart was filled with warmth and sweetness. He held Wu Xiaoman's chin, making her look straight into his eyes, smiled, and replied, you can, my lady. But do you know on the wedding night, besides lifting the veil and drinking wedding wine, there's one more thing we must do. Wu Xiaoman's eyes gradually became dreamy. What is it? Lu Ji pressed Wu Xiaoman onto the bed and softly kissed her cheek. Their tongues intertwined in a kiss. After a long while, they slowly separated. Their rapid breaths mingled together. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman with a hoarse voice. Their clothes scattered all over the floor as they made love, their bodies entwined, moans echoing through the room. Wu Xiaoman, face flushed red, called out husband. Lu Ji interlaced his fingers with Wu Xiaoman's and replied, I'm here, my lady. I'm here. Lu Ji looked at her tenderly and said, from now on, I will always be here, always by Xiaoman's side. Later, Lu Ji lay in bed embracing Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman softly said, the yuan really works so well. Lu Ji whispered, can you see the yuan dan? Wu Xiaoman pointed to Lu Ji's left chest. It's glowing right here. Lu Ji said softly, if there's a way to take out the yuan dan. Wu Xiaoman interrupted Lu Ji. Even if there was a way, I absolutely wouldn't want to go back. Besides, this Dan can only sustain one person. If I give it to you, it will consume the spiritual energy in your body. Even if removed, it would be like a useless pill. It wouldn't have any effect anymore. Lu Ji silently looked at Wu Xiaoman. He blamed himself that Xiaoman came from the Great Sea, and now to heal his legs, she could never return. Wu Xiaoman sat up and looked at Lu Ji. Didn't we already agree not to worry about this anymore? Let alone this was my dowry, which I probably gave to you already. There's no reason to take it back. Lu Ji emotionally kissed Wu Xiaoman's lips. His hand caressed Wu Xiaoman's flat stomach. Wu Xiaoman let out a soft moan. She quickly grabbed Lu Ji's hand and said, "Stop. We need to wake up early tomorrow to meet." Wu Xiaoman suddenly remembered that's right. It seems during today's ceremony, I didn't see anyone from the Lu family. Wu Xiaoman asked Lu Ji, who was kissing her body. "Ah, you and the Lu family." Lu Ji said while continuing to kiss, "We've already separated. I don't need the titles or family fortune. I just want to cut ties with the Lu family." Wu Xiaoman softly expressed her discontent for Lu Ji. "You've achieved so many military merits. The titles and honors should belong to you." Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and said, "Are you looking down on me becoming a commoner or afraid I can't support you?" Wu Xiaoman gently replied, "No, not at all. It's fine even if you can't support me. I can embroider and weave to sell at the market. There are many wealthy nobles in the capital. Surely we can get good prices." They intertwined their fingers. Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and promised, "Merits can be earned. Houses can be bought back from now on. I won't let you suffer any hardship." Wu Xiaoman emotionally called Lu Lang. She suddenly glanced and saw the plum blossom knot hanging on Lu Ji's sword. Her eyes narrowed. "That's the plum blossom knot." Wu Xiaoman angrily pushed Lu Ji's hand away. How infuriating. Lu Ji looked at her in surprise and asked what's wrong. Wu Xiaoman angrily pointed at the plum blossom knot and asked, "This precious treasure, how long do you plan to keep it hanging there?" Lu Ji calmly replied, "If it doesn't break, I'll just keep it there." I knew it. I knew you can't forget your old love. Lu Ji was stunned and quickly held Wu Xiaoman wait. "Could it be you think that plum blossom knot? It's not what you think. It was made by my mother when she was still alive." Wu Xiaoman gasped in surprise. "Oh, your mother made it." Wu Xiaoman was too embarrassed to look at Lu Ji and covered herself completely with the blanket. "Oh no, this is so embarrassing. I've been jealous for nothing, Wu." Lu Ji smiled seeing Wu Xiaoman like this. He helplessly coaxed, "Be good, Xiaoman. Come out, it's stuffy under there." Wu Xiaoman cried, "I won't, Wu, so embarrassing." The next day, a servant came to report, "General, His Majesty requests your presence at the palace. There are important matters to discuss. Please hurry." Seeing Lu Ji so busy, Wu Xiaoman worriedly said, "Your legs couldn't walk for 3 full years. That old man never even asked about you. As soon as your legs healed, he's already arranged so much work for you. He sent people to summon you 5 times since early morning." Lu Ji squatted down to help Wu Xiaoman put on her shoes. "Initially because I asked the emperor to overturn my case. That's why I agreed to this condition. Now consider it fulfilling the promise." Wu Xiaoman suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Ji, "That's right. You knew I was a mermaid when Lu Ji held up the other shoe to answer. Do you remember when you had a fever before?" Wu Xiaoman suddenly recalled. "You mean during Shin Ma Xue's wedding banquet?" Lu Ji nodded and said yes. "That day you had a fever and made me carry you to bathe. Your body suddenly changed. Your legs turned into a fishtail." Wu Xiaoman recalled a bit of what you said. "I think I seem to remember a bit of the situation back then. I thought it was just a dream." Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and asked, "You remember now?" Wu Xiaoman blushed with embarrassment and quickly waved his hand. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember anything," he thought to himself. So Lu Lang had known about my mermaid identity so early while I kept pretending to be normal, afraid of scaring him. Wu Xiaoman looked at Lu Ji carefully and asked, "So you knew I wanted to repay the kindness? It could reduce my lifespan, so that's why." Lu Ji looked at Wu Xiaoman and said, "That's not important." Wu Xiaoman frowned and questioned, "Then what is important?" "Wanted to take me away. Actually meant bringing me here, right? You had clearly prepared everything. If you had just told me directly." Lu Ji seriously said, "If I told you, you definitely wouldn't leave me." Wu Xiaoman angrily said, "Still, you shouldn't have hidden it from me like this. You think you're the only one who can be a hero." Lu Ji gently caressed Wu Xiaoman's cheek. If there's one regret, it's only this. Wu Xiaoman curiously looked at Lu Ji. Lu Ji leaned close to Wu Xiaoman's ear and whispered, I heard merfolk are excellent at singing and dancing. Their tails shine like brilliant starlight. Unfortunately, I wasn't lucky enough to see it. My mermaid must be the most beautiful in all the seas in the courtyard. Wu Xiaoman sat alone in the room, watching two fish swimming in the tank. So he not only didn't mind that I was male, he also didn't mind that I was a fish. Watching the two fish swim, Wu Xiaoman lay on the table and confided. Back when he met me, I was just an ordinary fish with white scales and gray tail. Even uglier than you two. The two fish puffed their gills angrily, seeing that expression. Wu Xiaoman misunderstood they were hungry and stood up. Are you hungry? I'll go get some steam buns for you to eat. After losing the Yuan Dan, I can't talk to Xiao Jia and Xiao Yi anymore. Instead, Lu Ji gained the ability to communicate with fish. Xiao Yi and Xiao Jia angrily talked past each other. This stupid fish turned human and became even more stupid. Such expressive body language and still can't understand. Just then, Wu Dao ran in and looked at Wu Xiaoman saying, Xiaoman, didn't you earlier write a divorce letter to the young master? Now that you're back, do you want to write a marriage certificate to prove it? At this moment, Nge Xiaoman suddenly remembered, that's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about this. Now, let's go find someone to write a marriage certificate. The streets were bustling. Nge Xiaoman walked along, glancing around. The master who writes must be at. Suddenly a voice rang out behind Xiaoman. Shenhan Yun smiled and called out to Nge Xiaoman, saying, I heard you and Lu Kai are married again. Congratulations. Nge Xiaoman was surprised. It was Shenhan Yun. She didn't expect to meet him here. Shenhan Yun smiled as he looked at Nge Xiaoman. This makes it the 5th year since you and I have known each other. Nge Xiaoman silently looked at Shenhan Yun. Shenhan Yun was counting from the day he saved her as the first day they met. Then Lu Kai and I have known each other for nearly 9 years now. Shenhan Yun's eyes turned sad. I've lost. From the beginning of the story, I had completely lost. Xiaoman's heart and eyes were all for Lu Kai. There was no room for anyone else. Shenhan Yun continued. That's right. The emperor ordered Lu Kai to lead troops tomorrow. To support the border, considering he just got married, he was specially allowed to bring family members. However, he immediately replied to the emperor, saying he won't bring family to avoid trouble. Nge Xiaoman was stunned upon hearing this. Late at night, outside the courtyard, Lu Kai's voice was heard troubling the imperial physician before walking away slowly. A moment later, Lu Kai returned to the room. He handed the medicine bowl to Nge Xiaoman, coaxing her. The medicine is a bit bitter, but the physician said your body needs proper nourishment. Nge Xiaoman held the medicine bowl in her hands. Frowning, she looked at Lu Kai and asked, even if my body recovers well, you still won't take me to the border with you, right? Lu Kai finally understood. So this is why Xiaoman has been unhappy tonight. It's because of this. Lu Kai quickly reassured her. Nge Xiaoman originally thought we had plenty of time, but the situation has changed now. In any case, I will not let you risk yourself with me again. Nge Xiaoman lowered her head sadly. She knew Lu Lang meant well for her. The battlefield was full of smoke and fire. Weapons were blind, and the northern land was harsh. With her current physical condition, she might not even survive the journey. She understood that although Lu Lang didn't say it, in his heart he still wanted to go to the battlefield to show his abilities. She had spent all her effort healing his legs, precisely to help him achieve his ambitions. But it didn't make sense to separate right after marriage. Nge Xiaoman pressed her lips together. If she had known this, why bother writing the marriage certificate? It would have been better to keep the divorce letter, to avoid being ridiculed by others, to avoid suffering unnecessarily from longing for Lu Kai. Lu Kai massaged her shoulders from behind. Then he withdrew his hands and turned to leave. It's getting late. You should rest first. I went to the study to prepare my belongings. Early the next morning, Lu Ji stood outside looking at the tightly closed bedroom door, whispering, waiting for my return. Wu Xiaoman sat up at this moment. Lu Lang, are you just leaving like this? She hurriedly ran down from the bed, calling Lu Lang earnestly. Wu Xiaoman opened the study door, but it was empty. No one was outside the city gate. The soldiers were ready. Wu Xiaoman rode her horse quickly. Lu Lang saw the familiar figure. Wu Xiaoman stopped her horse. Lu Ji was surprised to see Wu Xiaoman arrive. Xiaoman, didn't I tell you to wait at home? Why did you chase after me here? Wu Xiaoman jumped down from the horse. I never agreed with you. Lu Ji quickly reached out to catch Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman slipped and fell into his arms carefully. Wu Xiaoman glanced at Lu Ji's current appearance. After knowing each other for 8.5 years, this was the first time she saw Lu Lang wearing silver armor. Solemn, his spirited aura was exactly as she had imagined. The resentment at the bottom of her heart somehow suddenly evaporated. Wu Xiaoman caught sight of the net bag she had given him hanging on Lu Ji's sword and was surprised. "It's the egg net bag I made, but where are the pearls inside? Did you take them to the pawn shop for silver?" Lu Ji gently patted her head. Wu Xiaoman replied, "They're kept at home." "All treasures are kept at home." Safe. Wu Xiaoman sank deep into Lu Ji's eyes. Treasure. Lu Lang's treasures also include herself. She suddenly felt that her anger towards Lu Ji yesterday was quite unreasonable. Very troublesome. Lu Ji took out a red paper from his chest and gave it to Wu Xiaoman. "I originally wanted to take it to battle as a memento, but forgot that leaving you alone here would be the most uncomfortable." He handed Wu Xiaoman the marriage certificate. "Both marriages were with you. Is there anything unforgivable? This is the marriage certificate I wrote myself. This letter has only one copy given to you. Hope you remember me. You don't need to worry too much. Wait for my victorious return. I will surely return to you as a whole person." Lu Ji held Wu Xiaoman's hand and said gently, "A Lu Lang whose heart only has you, only treats you well." When Wu Xiaoman returned to the courtyard, a voice called out to her, "Xiaoman." Wu Xiaoman turned back in surprise. It was the grandmother, Lady Tai, coming over holding Wu Xiaoman's hand and saying kindly, "Xiaoman." At that time, grandmother was confused. "My mind was full of noble family disciples, ignoring your compatibility with Kaiji, insisting on separating you two, creating this grievance situation, even causing Kaiji to neglect the family. Now coming here, as long as you two reconcile would be best. 1,000 gold can't buy family peace. Xiaoman, can you forgive grandmother this time?" Wu Xiaoman lowered her eyes in silence. Last year, when she married into the Lu family, among the elders, only grandmother took care of me. But speaking of forgiveness, I almost have no position on this. Wu Xiaoman asked the madam. "The letter that exposed my true identity, was it Feng Man Ying's doing? If not, then it was Sixth Yu. They saw Sixth Lang as a thorn in their eyes. Of course, they wouldn't go easy on me." The madam hurriedly explained, "Those mother and child have been expelled from the house. They're now imprisoned in jail. They won't be able to cause trouble anymore." Wu Xiaoman felt heartbroken and indignant for 6G. "Finally, you remembered that you have a grown grandson outside. Or is it because you see his bright future after reinstatement that you suddenly remember his good qualities? Want to call him back to bring glory to the family?" The madam asked in shocked pain. "Did Kai Chi tell you that? He's still young and rash, doesn't understand things. Why are you being unreasonable with him? Those absurd things. Grandmother has already apologized to you. I admit I've always treated you very well." Wu Xiaoman parted her lips and looked straight into the madam's eyes, saying, "It's precisely because you treated me so well that I was naive enough to believe you. I thought you genuinely wanted what's best for Sixth Lang. But those who hurt him the deepest were actually his own family." The madam froze completely, broke into tears, and said helplessly, "Both are equally important. If the family isn't peaceful, when I go underground, how am I to face the Lu family ancestors?" Wu Xiaoman grew angrier as she spoke. "Don't know what to say, so you disregard his pain. Tell him to endure bitterness and throw away his life. Let him fend for himself. Aren't you all taking advantage of his lack of protection? But now he has me, Wu Xiaoman. I love him, care for him, spoil him, and protect him. I won't let him suffer any grievance anymore. As for whether he'll return to you or not, that's up to him. I can't decide that." After saying this, Wu Xiaoman turned and left. Several months later, in a horse carriage, a middle-aged madam looked at Wu Xiaoman opposite her and asked, "Young brother, you want to go to the border? We're heading there too. Why don't you ride with us?" Wu Xiaoman smiled. Thank you all." After Sixth Lang left, although we exchanged letters regularly, I still miss him and want to see him. So I set out preparing to go to the border. The only person I feel guilty towards is Xiao Dao, because she wouldn't let me go to the border. I could only sneak away in the middle of the night. Once again, without saying goodbye, the carriage moved quickly on the road. Wu Xiaoman took out the marriage certificate she carried. This was the divorce paper I initially gave to Sixth Lang, yet it was tucked inside the marriage certificate. I thought with Sixth Lang's personality, this divorce paper would have been thrown away long ago. Now Sixth Lang had added some additional terms. Note you man opened the marriage letter to read. Protecting you for this lifetime would not be in vain. Having you in this life makes it worthwhile indeed. No more regrets in this lifetime. Visita by Yunming. Bitch Noyet sat leisurely on the chair, looking at Ngutu Man, and asked, "How many days have you been here?" Ngutu Man nervously played with her weak strand of hair and answered, "Just arrived. Right after I came, sister arrived too." Bitch Noyet squinted at Ngutu Man. "Are you blaming me for coming too fast?" Ngutu Man frantically waved her hands. No, I just didn't have time to react. My heart wasn't prepared." Bitch Noyet sat up straight and interrogated Ngutu Man. "Prepared? What did you want to prepare? Just admit you wanted to secretly launch a surprise attack. If I hadn't come, wouldn't I have given you two a surprise?" Ngutu Man pouted and sulked. "What kind of surprise is this?" She recalled the tender reunion scene. Luke Kitch gently caressed her cheek and asked Tu Man, "You're here." No Tu Man hugged Luke Kitch's waist and softly called Luke Lang, just as she and Luke Kitch were being intimate with deep affection. Suddenly Bitch Noyet appeared, wedging between them, frowning and asking what they were doing. No Tu Man startled and quickly pushed Luke Kitch away. "Sister, thinking of this." No Tu Man helplessly clapped her hands. Sister suddenly appeared out of nowhere, scaring both of them half to death. She forced a laugh and clapped. "What a surprise! What a surprise!" "Bitch!" Noyet glanced at Luke Kitch standing beside and lazily asked, "And you, do you welcome sister?" Luke Kitch put on an industrial smile and replied, "Welcome." Bitch Noyet was very satisfied with the answer and stretched. "Very good, but it's getting late. I'll go rest first. We can talk about everything else tomorrow." Bitch Noyet winked and continued, "Humans, don't you have a saying, short separation is better than honeymoon? I came this time because of Tu Man's health. You two take it easy at night." The two were speechless, looking at Bitch Noyet, especially Ngutu Man. Her face turned red and she remained silent. Ngutu Man picked up the teacup and sighed in relief. Finally, sister has left. Just as she took a sip of tea, Ngutu Man choked and patted her chest. "Too hot." Seeing this, Luke Kitch handed Ngutu Man another cup of tea. "I'll go get you a warm cup." Ngutu Man wrapped her arms around Luke Kitch's neck and started acting coy. "The tip of my tongue is very hot. Only Luke Lang's kisses can make it better." Their hearts uncontrollably beat faster. Their lips and tongues intertwined. The teacup on the table spilled. Luke Kitch and Ngutu Man held each other tight, kissing deeper. The two were entangled in another scene. Luke Kitch kissed Ngutu Man's neck. Softly calling Tu Man, Ngutu Man tilted her head back, breathing heavily. She frowned and asked softly, Will there be anyone else coming in?" Luke Kitch comforted him. Luke Kitch asked in a hoarse voice how he got here. Wu Xiaoman couldn't handle such stimulation and moaned softly. "A very nice couple gave me a ride. Just traveled on the road for over half a month." Luke Kitch gently touched Wu Xiaoman's cheek and asked tenderly, "Why didn't you wait at home?" Wu Xiaoman moaned repeatedly, then took Luke Kitch's hand and gently licked his fingertips. "Missed you, wanted to see if you're as good as mentioned in the letters. But you've gotten thinner." "Not good at all." Luke Kitch stared intently at Wu Xiaoman beneath him. "Missing you made me like this after just a few days apart." Their hands intertwined tightly. "My mermaid seems to have become even more beautiful. So beautiful it's harder for me to control myself." Luke Kitch kissed Wu Xiaoman's collarbone. Wu Xiaoman moaned blissfully. "Sloid, Lulong, E. I'll stay here 2 more days to make it harder for you to let go. Must make you gain weight before leaving the training ground." Wu Xiaoman was busy cooking in the kitchen, one hand holding a large wok, the other hand constantly stirring with a spoon. "The contents in this pot are really heavy." Bai lifted the curtain to enter, curiously watching Wu Xiaoman. Wang frowned and snatched the spoon from Wu Xiaoman's hand. "Don't you know your current condition? Yet you dare to make such big movements." Wu Xiaoman protested defiantly. "I'm fine." Bai frowned and scolded. "Fine. Yet you wrote that letter to me, making me worry and rush here. Didn't even have time to change into nice clothes." Wu Xiaoman finally understood. "So sister rushed here because of that letter," he thought to himself. "Earlier, I suddenly discovered scales on my legs. They felt cold and glossy, but they disappeared quickly because I didn't know what was happening. So I wrote to sister by you asking about it." Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoman quickly asked, "So how is it, sister? Did you ask the clan members what's happening? Will I be able to return to the sea soon?" Bai felt angry, sympathetic, and helpless. Looking at him now made her anxious. Then she hurriedly pushed Wu Xiaoman back to rest. "You be good and go back to sit down. Don't move around. I'll go call that stinky man here. If this wasn't such an important matter, I wouldn't bother making this trip." A moment later, Lu Kik entered and asked Sister, "You were looking for me?" Wu Xiaoman saw Lu Kik and quickly grabbed a plate of food, handed it to him. Lu Lang, "These are stir-fried eggs with green chilies I just made. Try it while it's still hot." Bai Yu helplessly spoke up beside them, interrupting their loving moment. All right, I need to ask you both something. You can continue being lovey-dovey after." Bai Yu sat down and looked at them seriously. She held up her teacup and hesitantly asked them, "When was the last time you two were intimate?" Wu Xiaoman innocently answered obediently, "Last night." Lu Kik beside him had black lines on his forehead in helplessness. Bitch Noyet, with blushing cheeks, pretended to be serious and asked further, "What about the time before that?" No Chu Man innocently replied, "The wedding night." Bitch Noyet's voice grew increasingly softer. "What about the time before that?" "This timing isn't quite right." No Chu Man raised her fingers to count 1, 2, 3. Bitch Noyet felt helpless at No Chu Man's innocence. All right. Think about when was the last time you left the capital. Just tell me." That Luke Kitch, now blushing, answered, "Early September last year." Bitch Noyet excitedly said, "Now it's month 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 months already. Quickly bring a tub with clean water for Chu Man to lie in." A moment later, No Chu Man sat in the clean water tub. With blushing cheeks, Luke Kitch beside her asked, "Didn't you used to love soaking before?" No Chu Man frowned and said, "This isn't soaking, it's clearly fish breeding." Luke Kitch smiled, stood up and removed her clothes, then stepped into the tub, soaking together with No Chu Man. "I'll stay with you." No Chu Man looked at Luke Kitch curiously and asked, "What did Sister Bitch Noya just tell you? Am I sick or something?" Luke Kitch gently replied, "No." No Chu Man leaned against Luke Kitch's chest, looking gloomy. "Then why do I suddenly feel like I'm growing fish fins? Could this be the final flash before death?" This time when they appear, Luke Kitch kissed No Chu Man's lips, preventing her from overthinking anymore. She gently touched No Chu Man's belly and said, "Our baby is in here." No Chu Man sat in the water tub and excitedly asked, "Baby, has the baby come out already?" Bitch Noyet laughed, seeing her reaction. "Do you think having a baby is as easy as having a meal?" No Chu Man looked up innocently and asked, "If not, then what?" Bitch Noyet touched her chin, frowning, said, "Before coming, Father had read all the clan's historical books. They only recorded that intermarriage with outsiders could produce next generations, but didn't mention the appearance of these descendants. You two, one human, one fish, and the fish has lost its original form. We don't know what kind of mixed offspring will result." No Chu Man worriedly asked, "Then is it inappropriate for me to soak in water waiting for birth? What if the baby is born in human form?" Bitch Noyet looked at No Chu Man's flat belly. Her mouth twitched as she looked at that tiny belly. "How could a person with your surname fit through there?" No Chu Man, hearing about surnames, suddenly remembered. "Sister Bitch Noyet, please get me paper and brush." A moment later, Luke Kitch entered and saw No Chu Man busy doing something, so she curiously asked, "What is Chu Man writing?" No Chu Man jumped in surprise, quickly hid it behind her back, and nervously said, "No, nothing. I'm just giving myself a new name. Chu Man sounds like a girl's name. I want to choose a stronger name, like No Tengu or No Dai Dong." Luke Kitch gently and lovingly caressed No Chu Man's cheeks. "Xiao Man is very good, but it's fine if you want to change it. Why not change it to Mrs. Six instead? It's obvious at first glance." Gu Xiaoman shyly pushed 6G away. "You're taking advantage of me. Why don't you change your name to Mrs. Ngu instead?" 6G pursed his lips and smiled. He embraced Ngu Xiaoman and said gently, "If I married into your clan, others would call me Mrs. Ngu. I certainly wouldn't object. But now you're married to me and carrying my child. If I don't take care of you as a husband, protect you, I would be quite useless." Ngu Xiaoman frowned and said excitedly, "Who dares say you're useless? I'll be the first to knock them down." Suddenly, she froze and lowered her head, her face filled with worry and tension. "Besides, we don't know if the baby will be human or fish. If you don't like fish children, the baby will take your surname." 6G gently embraced Ngu Xiaoman. "So you're worried about the baby's name?" Ngu Xiaoman opened a piece of paper. "Xiao Hu, Xiao Gao, Xiao Bi, Xiao Ding. Even ordinary little fish need names. They must have names to be easier to raise." 6G held Ngu Xiaoman tight and whispered, "Then how about calling them Lu Xiaobing, Lu Xiaoding? The names you choose can be nicknames. The formal name will be recorded in the family registry. I'll carefully choose it, whether they're human or fish." 6G's face was full of tenderness as he looked at Ngu Xiaoman in this relationship. He wasn't the only one worried, anxious, and humble. Xiaoman was also worried whether she could accept if their unborn child was a fish. Nge Xiaoman curiously asked about the family registry. 6G smiled and asked Nge Xiaoman, "Now there's only you and me in the house. Do you agree with me?" Nge Xiaoman blushed with emotion and hugged 6G tightly. "I agree. Of course I agree. Even with just you and me, we're still a complete family." A few days later, Bayu shouted in panic, "Ah, Xiaoman, you're about to give birth. Listen to me. Gather your qi at your dantian. Breathe in and out." Ripples of water appearing. Nge Xiaoman's face wrinkled in pain as she weakly asked, "Where's Lu Lang?" "My fishtail has appeared. Quickly call him to see." Bayu worriedly wiped the sweat from Nge Xiaoman's face. "The enemy has invaded. Your Lu Lang has led troops to battle. Don't worry about that now. The most important thing is to deliver the fish baby." Nge Xiaoman groaned uncomfortably. After some time, a tall figure rushed in. Seeing the man before her, Nge Xiaoman softly called, "Lu Lang, you're back." 6G quickly grabbed Nge Xiaoman's hand and said heart-achingly yes. The clothes on Nge Xiaoman's body were disheveled. She raised her fishtail for 6G to see and asked softly, "Am I beautiful?" 6G gently replied, "Beautiful, even more beautiful than I imagined. If her child looks like you, I would smile even in my dreams." Nge Xiaoman shook her head and said, "It's better to look like you. Knowing how to read books, fight battles, and looking so handsome. Just one look makes people want to give their hearts to you." Lu Kik gently looked at Nge Tuman and asked whose heart it was. Nge Tuman's voice was as soft as water when she replied, "Mine. Mu Tu Manshe, the mermaid's sixth wife's. There's only one General Lu that must be kept safe. Can't lose it again." Early autumn, September. The carriage ran swiftly along the shore. Waves crashed against the shore in rhythmic succession. Lu Kik lifted the carriage curtain and looked at Nge Tuman, saying, "Tuman, come here." He recalled in his heart, our army had achieved an overwhelming victory in the battle against Manji. After sending the main army back this afternoon, I took Tuman to the beach for leisure. Nge Tuman held 2 children in her arms, her eyes full of warmth. Little Din, stop shouting. If you keep shouting, I won't let you and your sister play in the water. Little Din Lu Tu Veen, hearing that, quickly became obedient. Lu Kik helped Nge Tuman hold Little Din. Nge Tuman looked at Little Bitch and gently asked, "Little Din wants to play in the water with Sister Bitch. What do you think, Sister Bitch?" Little Bitch let out an excited ah. Little Bitch Lu Neem Chu, with teary eyes, looking pitiful, waited eagerly as the 2 adults each carried a child down from the carriage and walked to the shore. Nge Tuman laughed and coaxed, "Good children, let's go swimming." Nge Tuman put Little Bitch in the water. As soon as the child's feet touched the water, they turned into little fish. Watching the 2 little fish swimming playfully in the water, Lu Kik curiously asked what kind of fish were Bitch and Din. Nge Tuman gently replied, "They look like groupers, but ultimately they're hybrids. Probably a species never seen in the sea before." The 2 children were born from eggs. It took less than a day to transform into human form, looking no different from human newborns. At first we thought that they would live in human form from then on, but after a few days, whenever the babies touch water, they turned back into little fish. Nge Tuman stepped into the water, watching the 2 swimming fish, and shouted, "You 2 must swim properly. Don't be naughty." Looking at the wound on Nge Tuman's leg, Lu Kik asked painfully why it hadn't healed yet. Nge Tuman lifted her leg and said, "Missing scales isn't something that heals easily." Lu Kik frowned and asked, "Didn't they say with good care it could grow back?" Nge Tuman replied, "Recently I've been pulling some scales for the babies to eat. Perhaps we'll have to wait a bit longer." Lu Kik's expression immediately darkened. Seeing this, Nge Tuman helplessly said, "Isn't it all for the baby's good? Are you jealous of the babies too?" She leaned into Lu Kik's chest and winked. "You have your share too. I'll grind yours and return it. Just like last time. Don't you remember?" Lu Kik held Nge Tuman tight and kissed her cheek, his voice hoarse. "No matter for whom, you shouldn't hurt yourself." Nge Tuman turned and hugged Lu Kik tightly. "You're being unreasonable." Lu Kik glanced at Nge Tuman and asked what. Nge Tuman frowned and said loudly, "It's my thing. I can give it to whoever I want. Why do you want to control everything?" Lu Kik was speechless. Nge Tuman kissed Lu Kik's lips. "I know you're heartbroken and reluctant, but seeing you and the children unwell breaks my heart even more." After a while, they finally separated. Nge Tuman comforted Lu Kik. "This isn't considered hurting myself. It's giving precious things to important people. Remember when we first met? No, it was on a rocky shore, just like this. Back then I was still a fish, an ugly fish washed ashore during a stormy night, struggling to return to the sea. When I was about to stop breathing, you picked me up and returned me to the sea. Afterward, I swam to the shore every day looking for you. Who knew you were so busy that I waited for days and still couldn't see you? Nguchu Man frowned at Liu Kik. Liu Kik smiled helplessly and said, "Not knowing is not a crime. Besides, we met again later, didn't we?" Nguchu Man stuttered in disbelief. You remember. Liu Kik embraced Nguchu Man and said gently, "Weren't you that stranded little fish from before? So you came back this time to thank me." Nguchu Man looked at Liu Kik emotionally and asked, "All those years, you've always remembered me." I didn't dare to ask before, afraid to hear a heartbreaking answer. Today I'm not afraid anymore. Even if you didn't remember, it's okay. The wasted time is exchanged for our current love. We can create even more new memories, become each other's deepest longing. Liu Kik looked at Nguchu Man and introduced, "I'm Liu Kik, your future husband. What's your name?" Nguchu Man smiled at Liu Kik and replied, "I'm Nguchu Man, your wife. I'll spend my whole life by your side." Liu Kik's heart filled with sweetness as he gazed tenderly at Nguchu Man. What a night it was, meeting someone like a dream on the shore, their silhouettes embraced in a passionate kiss. The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please leave a like, share it to motivate me to create more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.